Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL Summer Playoffs. Two teams have already been eliminated in the lower bracket. Now we're going to head back up to the upper bracket to see who will lock in a spot for the best of five winners finals for the Cast and Desk. It's me, Eric Desrex Patron. I'm bringing the caramel. Guess who's bringing the chocolate? It's none other than Beatdown Boulevard. It's the Twix Twins, and Beat, it's going to be my last cast for Summer Playoffs. I wouldn't want to have it with anyone else.
Likewise. I mean, it's not my last cast, but for me, in a way, it feels like it is because, man, this is, last ride for the Twix Bros, presumably for 2026. Who knows what the promotion tournament's going to be like? But until it's scheduled, I'm going to assume this is the last ride, and then we can Fast and Furious it as many times as we want.
Yes, and then talk about family.
Yeah.
But who's going to be the Paul Walker for that? I'm just...
I hope neither of us, to be honest. But unfortunately, it might be me because I have the hair.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. As mentioned at the top of the show, two teams were eliminated yesterday. We saw a contingent put on one of the wildest displays. I mean, Kaido, he kind of went back to the City Witty days. We had Jace Jungle, Zyra Jungle, Zed Jungle, 3-1 victory to eliminate Ole Miss. And we saw a little bit on socials about this. Bobby did talk about it, but Dorado did have some internal issues. And going against the defending champions, it made for the perfect storm. A domination of an elimination that Conviction would deliver to Dorado.
Oh yeah, it's we've already said goodbye to two teams so far who are ending their summer split a little early. It's very sad. I mean, there was a lot to be excited about for Dorado Gaming and Ole Miss University, but that's how the cookie crumbles. There's always some teams who have to go 0-2, and these were the ones. And today, I'm particularly excited. Not only do we have good matchups, Eric, but I said it at the end of the show last night, these are the last BO3s, man. That's it.
Yep.
The rest are going to be BO5s going forward.
After that, you got to go the distance. You got to bring your best in.
Yeah.
Some teams do kind of work better in that environment. Conviction is definitely one of them. Every time we see the setup that this team has going into the best of fives, you really do see a team that starts to shine out. And hopefully that's the case for some of the other squads as well, because Fearless really does push you to the limit. But Beatdown, we got word that the world's most beautiful bald man is ready for an interview. So Beat, take it away.
Thank you kindly. It's going to be Bach, coach of Cupid Esports here. And I mean, I know you were in the call when he gave you that intro, Bach. He's bald too, so he's really shouting you out there.
He's being kind. I'm maybe second. No, I'd say I'm top 10. Deserux, Dr. Eggman, Mr. Like the whatever the meme is right now. I think he takes the cake. The Desereg. He takes the cake. What is it? What's the meme from Invincible? It's like, look what I have to do to mimic a fraction of his power.
A fraction of their power. Yeah. Wait, this has gotten me really curious. I know we need to talk about the game, but you said top 10. Like, is there a top 10 bald list? Like,
maybe that'll be some content that I can do after today's game. Because I've just been so locked in. But yeah, no, there's levels to this stuff, dude. You gotta tap in.
For sure. Okay. I mean, I would hope you would wait until the end of the split, even if you guys lose today. I mean, there's still work to be done. You're still pretty safe having your second life in that upper bracket and now bringing it back to League of Legends. You guys have been having a great split, and it feels like even better in that first round of playoffs where, at least when I was casting the game, I even said, you guys feel like a legitimate competitor for NRG. You guys seem to have learned a lot since the first time you saw them earlier on in the split, and now I kind of want to give you the chance to talk about, the growth you may have seen and how you guys are feeling at this stage of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, NRG's a good team. Good players, good coaching staff, good org.
No bald people.
No bald people, so that's definitely a strike against them. But bald's like kind of more of like a mindset too. Like you can have hair and be bald.
Okay.
Like people like Colomer and Von Chiley come to mind. But in terms of my team though on Cupid, I think the biggest deal for us was just we've had the pleasure of scrimming some tier 1 teams, some LCS teams recently, and then just getting that baptism of how fast the game is played by these teams at like the next level. It's like, okay, wow, these are the things we need to work on, and it kind of gave us a kick in the ass to, all right, we can't just be complacent. We need to what is it? I don't want to spoil anything, but we've really been trying to clean up our gameplay and make sure we're not wasting time, not missing timers, not overgreeding our tempo. But I'm feeling good.
Yeah, that's good. To put a bow on it, it's just saying that you guys are trying to level up. And I think that quality practice clearly must be instrumental to that kind of growth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, because talking with Coach Joey over at NRG, he also mentioned some of those Tier 1 scrims that they've been able to get a hold of and the quality of that practice. And I think at every level, it's just so important here. You look at Dorado Gaming, players who have very little experience, but consistent time in the league, they managed to get themselves far. But now, I'm really curious about your opinion of the opponent that you have today. You guys are playing Maryville University, and of course, as we all know, the GOAT is back. Yuji's here. Any concerns on that front? I mean, I see the way you're kind of derisively just looking around. Unconcerned, unbothered?
All right. Yuji's a good player. Yuji is not good enough to completely eclipse the absolute gap we have in all 5 roles on this team. Like, I just got to say, like, right now, like, whether or not we win or lose today, I have full faith in my team that we are like the 5 best players in NACL. And I mean, like, you got to cope as the coach and say that, but I'm not worried at all. I think Yuji's a great player. I think you should get tier 1 looks. We're still going to 2-0 MU today.
Of course. Okay. And even after seeing MU's first round match where it seems like to be fair, it was a struggling Dorado, but they still beat them pretty handedly. No concerns, no level up. UMOG is what you're saying.
I mean, they're a good team. MU's a good team. They're good kids, but we're just a better team, and that's okay. I mean, unironically, shout out. If I was like Niles, I could not come in and drop like a nuke like he did that one game. Like, they're playing well. Like they're doing well. We're just better, and that's okay.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate that confidence, and I appreciate your candor as always, Box. So finally, before we let you go and get to it, any shout-outs?
Yeah. I mean, like, once again, like, I think as the coach, I need to be here to rep my team, but I've just been genuinely so proud of all the players on the team. We've all taken it upon ourselves to step up and say, like, we don't want any regrets. I think everyone always says, like, no regrets, but, like, everyone's been putting in their effort, trying to shore up their own weaknesses, myself included, and I could not be prouder. But then also shout out to my beautiful now wife, because I got married on the 14th, and I can feel like I'm the luckiest man in the entire world right now. But yeah, shout out my wife and shout out the team. So, and thanks everyone for supporting Cupid. So give us some love in the chat, please.
I appreciate that, Bach, and congratulations on your recent marriage. I'm gonna let you go now. Join your team. I wish you guys good luck in your match today.
Thank you.
All right, and let's bring back Deserex. You know, one balled in, one balled out. we're even. It's right there.
How charming though. The year he's coaching a team like named Cupid is the year he gets married. That's beautiful. Oh my god. Oh,
that's amazing. I need a second. That's adorable.
Yeah. Also, the confidence that he has with the squad. I think Bach is like one of the best coaches that we have in the NACL space. So it's always great to hear his point of view, and always great to hear how the team's working, the confidence, the levels that they have with that. Even a little bit of, I'm going to call it just a touch of shade with UG stepping in. I know that's going to be a big topic for Maryville having their old, I want to say their quarterback now back in, but still not even fazed by that. I think that brings us to our match of the day, which is going to be a really fun one. Cupid versus Maryville University beat. I'm going to love everything about this.
It's going to be an exciting day, and this match, you got to imagine, is going to be a heater, Deserex, because, I mean, again, Bach said it himself, you got to rep the players, you got to cope for the players, but of course, Cupid is a legitimately good team, easily, they finished top 2, and I think their first playoff match even showed us that them and NRG are really the teams to be looking for in terms of who we're really expecting to be able to win the playoffs. And they're facing Maryville University, who...
yeah,
look really good in their first round playoffs. I think I kind of understand where Bach is coming from, because especially when we consider our end of season awards, I think we all agreed, including a lot of Cupid players, but not so many on MUs. So I got to say that confidence is likely justified.
Yeah, that will be our first match of the day. Second match going to be that Winthrop versus NRG match. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of our predictions to see how the team's feeling right now. A lot of us have switched over to Maryville. The UG hype is their beatdown.
It is, and I mean that's why I literally changed my vote, because I don't know. I was thinking about it. We did this vote like earlier this week on like Monday or Tuesday, and I was thinking about it over the last couple of days, and I realized today I'm like, oh, let me change my vote real quick to MU, because I really do think this is going to be a close one. And I think the difference maker for me is how good the bot lane from MU has been looking so far. It really feels like we're seeing that Scary Jerry that popped off in 2023 and thinking like, oh, wait a minute, this guy is actually like incredible, because before that time he really wasn't. And I got to imagine that can be that difference maker to allow UG to put them over the top.
I really like that shout beat, because if you do look at some of the play that came out of Scary Jerry in the regular season, while his laning is still very, very pristine, sometimes he gets a little bit too ahead of himself and will try and hands check when the hounds aren't really there, or he'll find himself out of position in the mid game. This time around, it's looked much better from him in playoffs, where he looks much more controlled. He allows his lead to grow. He brings a lot of the damage that Maryville have on the table, and it's a much more better look from the bot lane. So yeah, I echo that completely. But let's go ahead and pull up the rosters. Let's start off with Cupid right here. Now, this team coming into the season, it's kind of the opposite end of what we saw for NRG. NRG is a team that's talking about long-term development. This team was put together for the summer, and it has some of the heaviest hitters that we've had in the history of NACL.
Yeah, and this is really where I gotta say, me voting for MU, a little bit of a soul read, because I think when it comes to the individual play, Bach was not joking when he said these are some of the most talented players, most skilled players we have in the league at the moment here. Again, there's a reason why they're in a lot of, I think all of them are in my end of season awards when it comes to All-Pro. And this is a team where both individually and how they coordinate together has been looking phenomenal. I think this is the best year for mobility, even when he was still on Winthrop in spring. And it feels like he's just continuing this upward trajectory to levels that I really didn't think we would see back when we watched him first sub in for Evil Genius Challengers in 2023.
I mean, even looking at their match against the defending champions, we're like, all right, Conviction should be at some level of playoffs form like we've seen in the past. And they just got outright bodied by Cupid.
Oh, yeah.
Some of that done by Breezy, some of the brilliant flanks he did. There was a dragon play when he was on Rel where he just flashed over the wall and said, I'm claiming Cody Sun's life. And the way this team has played overall, I do think the carries of the squad, when I look at ABO, when I look at mobility, the damage they bring to this team, and knowing how to pilot their champions, knowing how to get into good positions, and of course getting set up by the likes of Music, it all comes together so beautifully well. But here's the big topic. A lot of people have been waiting for this. Maryville University. Niall stepped in. It's a very hard thing to fill in, still be a coach for the team, and do a player position. But now that you have old faithful back Yuji, who has been a 2-time MVP, one of the most dominating junglers in our league, it's a pretty terrifying prospect to have to face this team.
Absolutely. Yuji is a player who has just dominated the NACL pretty consistently these last 4 years, and even more so in the last 2 years, where he's just been phenomenal. Even his time in TL didn't work out maybe the way he hopes, but I think he even proved at that time, and since he came back here, that he does not belong in Tier 2. We say it over and over again, we just need to get this guy out of here. And this is what's really going to make this matchup interesting, because again, bot lane for MU is looking a lot better here in playoffs. Scary Jerry, when he's feeling confident, and when he's feeling like he is the best, that seems to be when he is actually playing better than pretty much every other AD. And I think bot lane and jungle are going to be really the true strengths of MU this game, and they need to use that if they want to win.
Yeah, and then also a shout out to top lane. I think K was pretty good, especially when you did get him on his tried and true champions, such as the Jax, such as the Rumble. I think Crimson is the more flexible player who you can play around draft a lot more, and being put into this position where MU can sort of get more creative with their drafts and you can play into that blind pick has helped out Maryville a lot when it comes to these games. So this really sets the stage for it all. I mean, this right here has a lot of players who you are just kind of hoping to see in Tier 1 in the future from both Cupid and Maryville University. I do want to stay on the topic of the jungle role, though, because you were saying, get UG out of here. That's why it's going to be our head-to-head, because Music has been one of those contenders to try and take the jungle throne in his absence.
And that's the thing, too. Music's been a player who I've been really excited about this year, and this split in particular, because of the fact that we always knew him ever since he joined NACL years ago as a facilitator. We said a lot of the things about him that we say about Lojaz, where he's playing the Vi's, the Zins, the Volley Bears. I remember in 2023, it was big for him. And it's really about setting up his laners, but this split, it's been a new look. He's playing the carries. He's taking and utilizing resources, and it's been a great glow up for him so far. Now, we get to see if he's able to play this out against a player like Yuji, who, again, deservedly has a lot of hype in this league.
And for these stats, I do want the audience to keep in mind, we are pulling stats from last split for Yuji, because we don't have anyone for this split, given he hasn't really played this play. Yeah, it's going to be his first game just straight into playoffs. But it tells a story of just how good Yuji is. I mean, 9.3 KDA is already a lot, but you can see how much damage he brings to the table. He's not just closing out those kills. He plays the map very intelligently. He knows what lanes are strong, when they're strong, and when to attack them. So this makes for a mighty opponent for Music to have to face here.
Yeah, and I think one of the best things I can say about Yuji, I find, is something I heard Cubby say on a cast last split, that I found very compelling. Just the fact that Yuji he actually had a bad play on the J4, and the way Cubby described it was perfect. Saying that, guys, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but this is a rare Yuji misplay. It's some Halley's Comet type stuff, where this stuff barely ever happens. The fact that that's the first time I've heard a negative thing said about Yuji over these last 4 years, and I mean, that's telling. That's crazy for someone who's been just part of this league for that long.
It shows how incredible his play has been for Maryville University. Again, back-to-back most valuable prospect. There's a reason why he's put in such high regards. And for Music, you were talking a little bit about his journey. It's been interesting to see, because I always felt like he was someone who was really good on fighters and could start to take lanes into a different level if he was allowed into that position. But a lot of teams he's played on in the past have been teams where he's kind of just the mercenary in them, trying to raise them up through the ranks. This is one of the first teams where everyone on this team is very capable, and he can play towards a multitude of lanes, and now he can also develop his style more. Even though we've seen a lot of Vi's come out of him, a lot of Lee Sins come out of him, he's gone, he's taken a backseat into the tank role, where we've seen some Skarner play as well. But now we're ready for the draft of game number 1. This is the upper bracket for our winner side. And with this, you still have an extra life. This is going to be a best of 3, but draft now underway.
Yeah, it's a great shout about Music. Definitely the strongest team he's been on. I think in a lot of ways that's allowed him to flourish, and part of why he's been able to have that space to grow the way he has been. It's going to make this one even more exciting, as we're already getting pick and ban underway. I'm sad, no Jace Jungle, because I mean, we all knew that was a thing. It's still pretty viable, but watching Kaido, he made me feel things on that champion yesterday, man.
The Zyra was the one that kind of blew me away.
Zyra is the funniest champion, only because he took Red Smite, which you should. But if you take the blue smite, dude, you're running through the jungle, finishing camps, and just sprinting at like Mach 5, and it's the funniest thing ever.
Also, kind of nice to see Niles in the background now instead of the forefront.
Yeah.
He has been working well as a coach, but jumping into that jungle role was definitely a difficult task to do. He's talked about it in some of the interviews. But as we do get our first picks now coming in, alluded to it a little bit earlier, Vi has been one of his more standout champions when he started off in NACL. I remember you're talking about the Volibear. That was the ERLs. He played that a lot back then, was fantastic on that. I really want to see it in NACL, but, you know, eventually our prayers will be answered. It's just not today.
Not yet, because remember, there's still a couple other games. But yeah, he's going to lock the Vi. I mean, Vi is staple, standard. What else can we really say? Point and click alt, ridiculous. Unbothered by the nerfs to Sundered Sky, and why would she be? Doesn't change what her ult does.
I guess followed up with the Cass. Now, for the Cass, given a lot of the junglers on the table, you know, there's still Wukong, there's still J4. Miasma does have a lot of effect, even in stopping a Lucian from getting away from you. But that sets up the Lucian-Milio combo in the bot lane. Cupid going to forgo their bot lane until the next phase of the draft. So Maryville will have a little bit of time to try and take away some of the picks that can contest.
Yeah, that makes sense. I imagine a couple more bans are going to get thrown Yuji's way just to limit him a little more here in this game one. I mean, Xin is still available. Wukong is up. I think probably Wukong should definitely take that hit. It's just going to be about whether or not Cupid want to knock down both of those, or maybe Pantheon or something, just to, again, limit Yuji's choices.
Yeah, with the Xayah bound away, they're looking to take away a little bit of that safety that you can have. I want to see what else they want to go with here, because when I see Vi and Gnar, you do got some pretty good engage and some pick potential you can play around with. They are attacking Yuji's pull on the side of Cupid, as they will take away that Lee Sin, so that won't be on the table. If you do get caught out a bad time, you know, that Dragon's Rage, Yuji very much knows how to pilot that champion.
Oh, yes.
So, on top of it, Pete, with the targeting of Yuji, and I think, yeah, you got to give a lot of respect to Yuji.
Yeah, and I like the Xayah ban from MU as well. Deny that Xayah Rakan can play really well into double range lanes. Nautilus too. Breezy's taking kind of another hit in that way indirectly. Not sure if Cupid are going to want to grab the Rakan without that pairing, especially because you already have plenty of engage, as you pointed out, with the Vi and the Gnar. Xin makes sense too. I think any way they can break up Cupid's engage is not something they want to allow.
Let's see what's still on the table. And I
still
see
J4
to go for. Yeah. J4, Wukong. Oh, wait. J4? Oh, yeah. J4 is banned. Leaves Pantheon, Wukong is the two that stand out to me for this. Yuji can definitely play either of those. But lock-in now will be the Rumble. Crimson has shown he does have a pretty good hand when he's able to play that.
Oh.
And that leaves up another combo that we know all too well, the Yunara Lulu, to be locked in on Cupid's side.
I mean, it makes sense. You can go double range for double range. I would pretty confidently say Lucian-Milio is probably going to get some advantages in that regard with the healing with the range. But scaling, Yunara is really good. I think Lulu, that wild growth is so nice with Vi. Usually you think Rakan, Nautilus, Alistar to dive in, but the thing that's always nice too with Lulu, while she offers all that healing and that shielding, wild growth on a Vi after she's knocked up, it's the double knockup. You basically can't even move because you're just CC'd until you die.
It just gets sent to the stars.
Literally.
You hope there's no fall damage in League of Legends.
Oh, you're dead before you hit the ground, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be the one to tell you.
Now, I was talking about some of the fighters that were on the table. I do like Pantheon more than Wukong, just because you don't have a solid engage on Maryville's side, and Pantheon does provide that if you want to go for the long-range man drop to get the fight started. Could be a decent ball carrier. You do got a point-and-click stun that you can utilize right here. Not really going to have a true frontline for either team, so we're looking for kind of a game one that just scraps back and forth.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. Looking at both these comps,
you just play some long game.
scaling. I lean Cupid's way ever so slightly.
We don't want to go too
far. The
far.
more important thing is the interactions, and it's that you're looking at MU's comp, it's very combo based. If those ults go down and these fights don't end very quickly, I think Cupid wins the long fight. When you're looking at Yunara with a Lulu backing her, when you have a Cassiopeia, those long fights, as long as you're able to, auto throw your spells out, look really good for Cupid. So MU, they need to be decisive and they need to hit hard.
To be snappy in this game, number 1. Cupid versus Maryville. Cupid being one of the more dominating teams in the league. Maryville having UG back, the back-to-back most valuable prospect. And one of the most high players that's not named Zamudo.
Yeah.
And even then, can't really say much there. Zamudo, Yuji, why can't I have them both on a team?
Wasn't that a thing at one point? Am I crazy?
We did, yeah. That was Maryville.
Damn, I did not respect Lulu enough, clearly.
Ooh. Neither are Maryville.
True.
A little Yordle packs a punch.
Yeah, that is a really nice advantage already early on. Lane push for Cupid. Both mid and bot. It's going to do wonders for Music when it comes to fighting for that first Scuttle Crab, especially considering UG's pathing the same way. And if the lanes keep up, at least how they are so far, UG might have to back off that one.
It's like, Lulu has like a little pea shooter, but it's also a semi-auto one.
Yeah,
burst comes out from it. It's more for the comparison, less for the damage, but eventually the autos out, man.
Oh, they do. Very, very quickly. I was going to say, Breezy, I think taking that trade, getting a little too excited with that level 2 is going to hurt him a little bit. Now, he's low on that health, and I actually think bot lane is a little more precarious for Cupid than initially expected. Everywhere else, though, you got pushing lanes. I actually really like this move from Yuji. This is that perfect opportunity because Mobility and Breezy are in a tough spot.
Oh, wow. Breezy taking a lot of damage. Scary Jerry just wants to finish it off, but can't get close enough in time. Won't take the tower shot, but Yuji might be able to go for a dive here. Coming out from behind the tower, looking to throw the spear. Music is going to be in the area. So this is a little bit risky to stay here for a longer time. Music coming around the corner. Yuji going to pull the Krugs over to the bush. Music staying just out of vision, will be spotted. Now Yuji choosing to back off. Instead, jumps right on top of Music. Puts up the Aegis, not going to have any problem there. Diving for the kill, first blood. Going to be found for Scary Jerry.
Honestly, that's tough. I'm trying to decide how I feel about the trade at the end of it. Because Breezy got to finish the back. It's a 1-for-1. Yeah, you get extra gold for first blood. But Yuji, he spent a lot of time. And he foregoed his entire bot side to make that one happen. Look at the results. Music is way up. He got his full clear, and he's going to be able to go for that top crab. It did kind of hurt his first buy a little bit. Maybe it could have been a little better, but otherwise, Mobility's coming right back to lane. I would say I call it even, because he lost out on a little bit of creeps. Maybe slightly in favor of Cupid.
I was going to say that. I see that as a net neutral. You get the first blood gold. You deny a little bit of creeps from mobility at the cost of UG sacking a little bit of his clear speed for that. So no clear winner at the end of it. But I do like the fact that Scary Jerry did get some early gold going into his Lucian, because once a Lucian gets going, you get that Essence Reaver completed. He starts to hurt. Cullen starts to make a difference. And it's going to be up to Scary Jerry to be that difference maker. Yeah,
and of course, Pink Ward means UG is spotted. Used even more time. They did confirm Cupid is taking the Raptors, but at the end of it, all he's going to have to do is smite it. He's still going to walk away. Decent experience advantage, almost a level up. Could mean that Music hits that level 6 first. And the important thing, too, with this extra time Music has, can he actually do something with it?
Ooh. Really utilizing that Sheen. Scary Jerry going to work onto mobility. And keep in mind, it's not the easiest to trade, and Scary Jerry's figuring that out right now because Breezy keeps going unchecked.
Music's here now, too. Remember, Jerry, no summoner spells, just use the barrier. So he's going to have to back very respectfully because Cupid's fishing. Music's looking.
And this is one of the things we commended Scary Jerry for that is going a little bit back now, because Scary Jerry in the Dorado game, he was willing to play much more towards his laning and CSing and just farming up. This time, he's almost biting off more than he can chew, kind of disrespecting Breezy and the damage that Breezy can do.
Yeah. And he's going to be able to get some back. Taking the Gromp away from Music. It's got to a point now where he really just got rid of that deficit that he found himself in by overstaying bot lane. So Cupid not able to do much with that in general. And it's looking like Music and Yuji, they're just going to hit level 6 at the same time.
And both of those level 6 breakpoints are powerful in their own regard. It's a point and click for Vi, which can set up any chain of damage to come through, but Yuji can be anywhere on the map at any given moment with the man drop.
True.
I still edge it out over to Music, though.
Edge?
I think the assist and desist is, damn, you beat.
Got him.
You got me with
Yeah. Happens. You gotta stay on your toes, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm trying. Mm-hmm. For the audience, he was obviously talking about the WWE Superstar, nothing else.
True. On this day.
I see clearly.
And that is the end, because we don't want to get DMCA'd. But
well, we didn't sing it, so I don't think we have that issue.
yeah, it's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would count.
UG headed back over to grab his Raptors. Honestly, if we are using the comparison of Edge, it does feel like kind of the Royal Rumble when Edge returned. It's the same thing with UG.
Oh, yeah.
Just hear the music hit, the audience pop, and there's UG coming out of the smoke.
I was honestly, like, before it went live, trying to think of a way to reference kind of something like that. His name is Yuji. Boop, boo, doo, boo. I don't know. just something.
Ooh, look at the setup now coming in. Music, cease and desist, finds its mark. Miasma means you can't flash away. Comes out late from Aojun. And ABO will get the kill in the mid lane thanks to Music's pathing.
Yeah, no knowledge of it from Aojun. And unfortunately, Music ulted from too close range. He couldn't react in time. And that is the kill for ABO. Very important advantage. This lane only gets harder when Cassiopeia gets ahead like that. Not just the kill, you can see the CS difference as well. And ABO going for the Merc Treads too means that, fortunately, Aojun's trades are just going to be less effective.
And that's the power of the cease and desist right there. Especially in tandem with that Miasma, you saw how late it was for Aojun to get that flash off. Was forced to just eat those fangs, and by the time he did get the flash, it was too late. Sure, you're under the tower, but it's only one more fang. Get your demise. Now Yuji will reply with getting the grubs in his name. It's going to be a trade for Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a late one, but nothing too egregious here. And I think Yuji is maybe deciding what he wants to do. Could be a top 5 in MU's future. Order is about to go Mega. We got to see how quickly he can get rid of this wave.
Yeah. Does have his ultimate available. This is a tricky situation to go for, but the ultra rapid fire kick gonna find its mark, and Yuji will go down underneath the tower. Hoarder gets the outplay. ABO roaming up to the top side, putting the fangs into Obstinatus. Miasma goes down as well. Flashes forward. ABO will take out Obstinatus. Now Jerry looking to sidestep out from the poison. Cupid beginning to take over this game.
Yeah, that dive. Little ambitious, Eric. I gotta be honest with you. Meganar, full HP. Didn't work out. Went about as well as you could expect. Only bright side for MU is that no one's mid lane. Aojun's able to get a couple waves for free, and even a turret plate can help him close the gap a little bit between him and ABO.
I think to sum up that dive is best put with not even the words you said, but that little brief moment of like, yeah. You can't. It's very difficult to do that against a Gnar when they just hit Mega Form. You're usually waiting for that to expire. And the fact that he hit the wall, and that wall being the turret, you're just stunned, bro.
I think the real problem there was the fact that Obstinatus took the tower aggro away. If we're just looking back on that fight, I mean, since we're paused, maybe we can replay it. But the problem there was that Obstinatus walks out of the turret range, and to preserve his life, limit the damage he's taking from the Meganar, Yuji's popping that Aegis Assault. The problem with that is it's constantly doing damage, so once Obstinatus stopped tanking turret, this warmed up turret is like, oh, new target. And absolutely just destroyed Yuji.
I think they got false confidence from the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. I think I called it Ultra Rapid Fire Kick last time.
Yeah, it's okay. Marcus said that too, so you're fine.
That is a very difficult... Just the fact that you have, like, Mega Inferno Bomb, Super Mega Death Rocket, all these names, man.
I mean, what basic ability needs 4 words?
Yes, right. Chill, bro.
No,
just cast yours a break, man. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, I do think they got false confidence from that because it blocked the hop.
Yeah.
And then Yuji just didn't get out of range from the Meganar in time. It was a very risky dive to go for in the first place, but just that initial kick kind of fed into maybe we could pull this off.
Right. And now you can see a steady lead growing in favor of Cupid. And we already talked about how late game, I do like Cupid scaling a little bit more. And extra gold, especially in the hands of Music and Hoarder, just allowing them to become that much more tankier, allow them to extend these fights further as frontline. And if they're able to do that, we said it, I favor Cupid in the long fights. Really, MU, their ability to burst is hindered.
It's kind of a tricky situation because on one end, you want to slow the game down a little bit from some of these disasters going off, but on the other, you can't really afford to when you have the scaling on Cupid's side. So it makes it tricky for Maryville to figure out how they're going to approach these next steps.
Very interested. The Shockwave, I mean, was for some health. Refillable pod is going to give ABO most of that health back. I really wonder if he was calling for that Grand Starfall from Yuji. Either way, things are just going to go back to being chill, Eric. This is a tough start for MU. I know it's only 1K, but 11 minutes with these comps, it is a bit concerning. Even with Cupid getting those early Drakes as the team who scales pretty well, I think getting early Drakes is awesome. That allows you to extend the game that much further.
Ghost going to be burned from ABO thanks to the calling of Scary Jerry. Fight for possession of the river, more for the Scuttle Crab to hand that over to Yuji. Does now belong to Yuji, nothing else really left to fight for, so both teams will disengage. And it's important to state that for this, I still do think, even though I went for MU, that Cupid is the favorite team. They've been playing together as a squad longer. The entire summer split, they've been able to play together. They have a lot of competent players that they're working with, a lot of talent that has looked tremendous on past teams. And even though you do have Yuji, who's kind of a superstar within the NACL space, this is your first game back with them, so there are going to be a little bit of growing pains coming in. Cease and desist going to land on Obstinatus. Will use the Breath of Life to try and get away, but there's that knock-up you had talked about, beat down. Use it on the Vi, send Obstinatus to the sky, and he will die.
Beautifully said, Eric. That's a tough one. Obstinatus, this is the danger. Supports who are often used to playing the engage. You feel tankier, you feel confident most of the time being able to ward alone. The problem is, you're playing Melio, brother. You are none of those things. And you're flashless. At least his flash came back now. It just means MU gonna have a much harder time getting any real setup around this dragon that's coming up in 20 seconds.
And this is also another difficult part is Yuji, we've yet to see the first ultimate come out of Yuji. He hasn't found a good position to do the man drop. And that's pretty difficult because we've already seen a second cease and desist be successful for Music.
It's hard. I think a lot of that is going to come in value in side lane. But we'll see. This moment, MU taking advantage of the recalls to go ahead and start dragging themselves. Cupid, honestly, I don't think you actually care if this goes down. It's fine. You got the first one, so it will be quite a while before MU can actually threaten any sort of Dragon Soul.
Honestly, kind of feels like the Dragons are equalized in a way. Not just literally one for one, but it's like one's defensive, one's offensive.
Oh, yeah.
Who really wins out?
Again, resistances for Cupid. That's a good thing. They live longer.
Yeah.
My eyes are on the Herald, though. And now, Cupid's back on the map. Music's got his ult in about 7 seconds. Yuji used the man drop bot lane, I just realized. ABO, are you good?
Someone getting picked off here. Teleport's coming out, yeah. There's a fight coming in. Music's looking to try and help out with the situation, looking to bail out. Obstinata, Scary Jerry walking away. They don't want anything to do with the Vi. Here comes Crimson. Drops down the equalizer. Breezy gonna burn, but just a little bit. Now flashing forward is Crimson. Will be able to land one of the Electro Harpoons, but doesn't find much else on the back end. Flash burnt for what feels like nothing.
Yeah, that feels bad. Unfortunately, he's passive. He was already overheated just after one Harpoon after the flash, so he wasn't able to follow up in any way. Which is brutal. They saw the angle because Hoarder had just lost that Meganar, but Cupid had enough, including some flashes, to be able to walk away from there. And since ABO's backed, he's already heading top lane. You're seeing the pings from MU, but I think Cupid have a good shot at picking up this Herald.
And we're getting closer and closer to the time where Maryville is supposed to be more strong on the map, especially with Scary Jerry being on the Lucian. And it's not boding well for Maryville to have Cupid have this gold lead in their favor. A lot of that gold, allocated over to ABO on the Cassiopeia, who does need a little bit of time to get scaling. Is the culling going to come out? Hoarder now jumping in, gets hopped on by Yuji. Cease and desist, finds Yuji. A lot of damage blocked. He's polymorphed. He's slain. Music takes the kill, and Cupid grow to a 2K lead.
Man, this is brutal. MU, little desync there. We saw that threatened attempt onto Music, but the lane positioning really just did not favor MU at all. ABO was pushed in. Mobility Breezy had an easy track to basically go toe-to-toe with Jerry and Obstinatus. So MU, they lose out on yet another objective. Cupid have an avenue for a lot more gold.
And this is getting real difficult for Maryville University. They don't have that many answers to what's being thrown at them by Cupid. Milio Breath of Life, you're expecting some level of hard crowd control. You can't use that against Cease and Desist. You are still locked down immediately after that. And it's really punishing Maryville University. Anytime they get caught out, there's no real answer to get them out from that situation. And now 1.3k gold lead on Music. Vi, with early damage items, feels so oppressive.
Yeah. I think this is where you could make an argument. This is where you could have made an argument for UG to play the Wukong instead. Just because I think you're definitely able to more consistently land engages. And being the solo engage on the team, I think it works out for Wukong a lot better. But, this is where we are. And Jerry trying to make the most out of his lead and the power spike he's at. Just dropping that culling any opportunity he can, as we see Lucians do. Just to get space on the map, able to keep getting their farm up and try to force their opponents out.
I know it's one thing Rafa talked about a little bit with you, but the changes to Sundered Sky, wanting to see more Trinity Force play from Vi's. And for the most part, I don't think it's going to be a regular thing unless you get a lot of gold early. Music has a lot of gold early. He's got no problem getting that Trinity.
Yeah, I mean, it's an expensive first item, so I agree. I think that's probably when we'll see it the most. Speaking of picking up gold, there's that Herald. You got to imagine this is an easy first brick for Cupid.
Yeah.
No response. Oh, can you actually do it?
Struggling to get their answer, and now here we go.
No,
do you earn your driver's license today? Do you earn your driver's license?
Oh my god,
okay.
he hits it.
All right, Music.
For me, it wasn't the driving. It was more like, wasn't the Herald timeout? But I was wrong. So that's just free real estate.
I mean, that's still driving. He knows how to press the gas pedal beat.
True.
He knows how to put it down.
Dude, imagine being able to accelerate and decelerate with Harold. That would be so
I want
fun.
drifting. I want drifting, man.
I mean, it
like
kinda
in Mario
already
Kart
drifts.
when you do the hop drift.
Yeah, and then you get the speed boost.
Yeah.
August, please, if you're listening somehow.
Yeah,
Make
the
a video.
League Next update, please.
True.
This is going to be tough for Maryville right here. Again, the gold lead belongs to Cupid. It's on the right members to fight at this point of the game. Here comes the teleport coming out from Crimson. Crimson going to look to hold the line. 3.5k health remains on the Dragon. Take a close look at Music. He's looking to engage right now as he's going over the wall. Finds Scary Jerry. Out comes the equalizer. Hoarder will get them all. Music gets Scary Jerry. And Maryville University evaporate at the might of Cupid.
It's like they weren't even there, Eric. They get eviscerated. And Obstinatus is the only one left who has to watch as his team loses yet another fight. Bro, we got to start talking about game 2.
Yeah.
Also, that's my vote for Precision Prey.
That's mine too. I mean, the way Music set that up, no one was there to really mark him or watch him set up his play and get on to Scary Jerry, so it just got taken over. Once their eyes are on Music, now Hoarder's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah. That was a crazy follow-up. Really nicely done. And just like that, Cupid are up 7,000 gold, guys. Remember, this is the Cassiopeia Unara team that have a Lulu, and they're 7k up at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the power spike Maryville we're hoping for, yeah, that's not
Bro,
happening
it's coming.
anymore.
It's coming, gone.
Yeah. Your best chances are game 2.
Yeah, it's like remember that time where we were strong? Yeah, me neither. It's gone now. I mean, look at this confidence. Music's he's just sprinting through his enemy's jungle. He's like, yeah, this is all mine now. I don't care.
And this team really does play with a high level of confidence. We saw it in the interview with Bach. We've seen it in all their games. They've only faltered to NRG. Now Maryville looking to make a play. Man drops coming through. So is the teleport, but Maryville are a little bit too slow here. You can see Meganar now going to be triggered. ABO coming off on the side, looking for an angle to get the petrifying gaze. You got to watch out for it. Ooh, there goes Shockwave looking for ABO. ABO's fine. Now here comes Hoarder. 3-man wall slam. Hoarder will drop. Aljun follows as the poison ticks through. Polymorph, you can't do any more damage, UG, because Breezy will defend mobility and Cupid will win the fight again.
And the sad thing is that is exactly what MU are supposed to be looking for at this stage of the game. You gotta all commit to one side and hope you can pick up some shutdowns. Get your opportunity to sort of reset the map. But it just fails catastrophically. Because Cupid are able to respond. They were able to live and then turn it around.
We are going to get that precision replay over at the Dragon from earlier. Just watch music right here. I sets this up.
Yeah, it's the Vault Breaker. I'm pretty sure he hits multiple... Yep. With the Q Flash. Hits a couple. And is able to, of course, stick on Scary Jerry, who's been the target of his ire this whole game. Rightfully so. Of course, Hoarder follows up beautifully with the Gnar ultimate. And at that point, there's nothing left to say.
Yeah, what is there left to say, Beat? They got Hoarder.
Yeah, that's true. He did die. That's something. But Cupid are going to take the Baron. So it's like that meme. Trade, what is it? Trade. I offer you a trade. I get something great, you get something terrible. It's kind of what it is.
And the thing is, Maryville have no choice but to fight. Even setting up in situations like this, they just got to go for it. Because their comp's not going to get any stronger. Here comes Hoarder over on the side, grabs Obstinatus.
Hold on.
Cupid is starting to get low. Going to back away from the Baron. Yuji might look to take this instead. Music still has a way in. They're holding the Baron for now. The HP remains the same. 4k health. Music's going to look for the steal. Charging up. Waiting for his moment. Goes over the wall. Finds his target. And takes away the Baron. Says, I started it. I will finish it. Baron over to Cupid.
Man, that looked like it was going to be the moment for MU. Low health bars. Key ultimates and utility used, but even still, MU could not close the gap. They could not finish any of these kills. They couldn't even finish the Baron. That's unfortunately 2 opportunities there that MU were not able to fully capitalize on, and really just puts an exclamation point on the doom they're feeling this game.
And I'm going to say it again. It's a situation where I don't fault Maryville for the fights they're taking. They need to find a way in now. They need to take fights now. They're just not finding the ones they're looking for. And unfortunately, things are unraveling. They've been unraveling since the early game. And they don't really have much of a breath left.
No. Now they have Crimson in the side lane. Just trying to see if they can get something back, a petty prize, to try and equalize what bit of gold that they can. But of course, Cupid with the Baron buff, they're going to use that pressure to take the next dragon, and of course, knock down yet another turret, pull themselves even further ahead, and cement this victory that has clearly been brewing for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. And when you look at this Maryville squad, I mean, a lot of these players, you look at Scary Jerry, you look at Yuji, they've won NACL titles before.
Right.
And for the team of Cupid, this is going to be a big deal for them to take out talent that's been in the Tier 1 ecosystem. This is their way to prove that they deserve to be called up next into the LCS.
Yeah, and it's also going to be the winner here goes to winner's final, which is the thing too. You're already guaranteed a top 3 placement for some of these players. Haven't been able to get that far so far in the NACL. This is a big deal, of course. And yeah, making that argument. Be next up.
Siege set up by Cupid in the bottom lane, while Hoarder sets himself up in the mid lane, clearing out waves. Look at Yuji. He is setting up an angle for the man drop. He's just hiding, waiting for the dive to come out from Cupid. But Cupid are playing this slow and slow as they work their way over towards the turret. Equalizer used to just clear out the wave.
And now he's going to slow down a little as another turret goes down. Music just threatening the all-in. Again, MU have to respect. Just do as much as they can, as you said, to wave clear, Eric. Even now, someone has to answer top lane. MU's map just crumbling around them. They're even. Listen, man. I flame Chemtech Soul as much as the next guy, but even Chemtech Soul is against them because again, you get that damage reduction below 50% health, and the individual Drakes heal shield power, which is great for Lulu. All of these things are actually just so OP for Cupid. Man, that's tough.
Oh, Jerry, that's not your jungle anymore. We'll have to flash immediately, but Cease and Desist still catches him. Jerry's gone. Yuji walking away after watching his ADC get slaughtered. Cupid will lay claim to this side of the jungle as they set up for the top tower.
That's right, the final tier 2, final turret outside Maryville University's base. As the lead goes up to 10k. Right, Music.
Looking for Music, but there's that Lulu ult, man. Helps Music out, lets him stay in the fight. Equalizer goes down, but it's not doing anything. Aojun will get away from the Gnar ultimate. A little bit of flame on the back half. Hoarder says, hey, it was a little chilly anyway. We'll be able to walk out from that as the Blaze Olive brings the pain to Crimson.
Yeah, level 16, not scared at all. In fact,
ooh,
Crimson's done for.
He wants more. Crimson has to use his hourglass just to get out of that. And this does not stop the pressure that Cupid are applying.
No, not even a little. Deserex, this is brutal. We're at a point, too, where Cupid could win the game soon. May not even get to the Dragon Soul, depending on how these next couple of minutes go. But less than 2 minutes for Baron and that next Dragon. I think what is typical in ACL, these teams will keep it slow enough to get there.
And for Music and the performance he's put on, his early game really got Cupid going. I can imagine how much this would mean for music in particular to outshine a superstar such as Yuji and to start getting closer and closer to what could be his highest finish in playoffs yet. I mean, last split, we had music on Supernova. Sure, they finished second in the regular season, but it was fifth in playoffs, falling off short in what felt like what was going to be his biggest chance. Now on this new roster, showing up the way he is and taking down an opponent as strong as the current iteration of Maryville. Gonna feel big, but here we go. Looking to turn this around.
That's big.
It's a big catch on the mobility. That use of the shockwave with Yuji hopping right on to mobility is going to buy some life for Maryville.
Yeah, that command dissonance too. Really giving a great chase onto CPD. And with this now, the 80 carry's gone. A big part of this composition needs the
Teleport.
MU. They have to go for this Baron. Can they finish it?
10k health remains. Hoarder's in Meganar form. They have to watch out for Hoarder. Obstinatus. Ooh, the kick is now on cooldown. So if Hoarder jumps in, it can take him down quickly. Yusik has already won one smite fight. He's looking to win another against Yuji. Has to burn the Vault Breaker. 3k health remains. Music's looking to step up. Down goes the Equalizer.
Are you kidding?
By Music! He's putting on an MVP performance for the ages. He goes in with the cease and assist. His Guardian Angel will be popped. Hoarder now looking to do some work. You still don't have your ADC though, and Music will go down, but not without stealing the Baron from Maryville.
Oh my god, yet again! MU's opportunity to maybe claw themselves back into the game, denied by Music and Cupid Esports. And even though they're down numbers, they stole the Baron and they have the Dragon Soul once again, cementing their position as the leaders in this game.
This is insane performance coming out from Music, being able to outsmite Yuji twice now. Again, the teams this man has been on, he's felt like he's always scrapping to try and make a name for himself. And today, getting the better of Yuji like this, that is a name established.
You got that right, Eric. That would be huge. Remember, this is still best of 3 here until the winners finals. Means that Cupid could get themselves an early top 3 minimum finish here. Take that first step if they win here in game 1, which is looking, I mean, it's the next couple of minutes feel like a formality at this point, Disrex.
Everything you try and do gets taken away by Cupid. Dragon Soul belongs to Cupid off the back end of that Baron. Music will not have Guardian Angel this time, so he can't play as risky, but with the 10k lead, you're looking to just wallet check at this point.
Yeah, and your wallet's huge.
Oh, here we go. Yuji able to jump in. Out comes the Equalizer. Going to cut off a few of the players, but Maryville still can't close the gap against Cupid.
And the problem is, Hoarder didn't even need to participate. He's still keeping mid lane pushed in very nicely and applying that pressure. MU committed so much, and they couldn't even beat Cupid a man down. So it's just Cupid whittling away at MU's defenses. And MU just waiting for another potential opening.
Ooh. Music going a little bit too far forward there. We'll get caught out for a brief second, but Scary Jerry walking to Miasma has to be careful. Meganar for Hoarder. Tower down, Inhibitor going to follow in the mid lane as Hoarder will claim that. Now another wave hitting the bot lane tower. Aojune's getting low, has to flash out, caught by the cease and assist. Music won't even give his life for it. He will get Aojune, he will get out. It is Music to my ears. Nexus Tower is now under attack. Maryville putting up their last defense in game number 1. Scary Jerry looking to hop away from Mobility. As Mobility brings the hurt. It's an attack onto Music. Music survives another onslaught and brings the pain to Maryville. Hoarder flashes forward, grabs Scary Jerry. And a statement has been made in game number 1. Cupid will take the victory.
And even in a 30-minute game, pretty handedly, Eric, they had control of this game for the vast majority of it, and really once more making a statement as a team to fear when it comes to the upper bracket in the playoffs, Eric. This might be a short series.
It might be a short series indeed. For all the hype of UG coming back, you always have to keep in mind that this is a team that has played without UG for an entire split. And for Cupid, again, 5 talented players who have always been at the top of the discussion when it comes to their role, coming together and bringing that level of domination onto Maryville University. It feels good. I know Bach is all smiles about that one. And when you're talking about that gap before, is it going to be a role gap? Bach said no. And this really did show why.
I mean, even Music, I think, really outshone Yuji in this game.
Yes.
When it comes to just how he was able to lead these fights, of course, both Barons being able to secure those ones. And it's just, again, wonderful showing for Cupid in this first game.
Wonderful showing indeed. We're going to see if Maryville can bounce back, but only after this break. So stay tuned. We got game number 2, Cupid versus Maryville.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, where we just saw, wow, I don't even know how to explain it. The stomping, the mud hole that was just stomped into Maryville by Cupid. That was a performance that really highlighted how good this team Cupid has been throughout the entire summer season.
Yeah, I don't know if they still make threads or post VODs to Reddit, but heck, it's not safe for work, guys. Whoever's doing that.
And this, again, was supposed to be one of the bigger performances from Maryville, given they had UG back. But I just want to throw all the spotlight onto Music, what he was able to do in the early game. Finding those, first two cease and desists were incredible in getting leads for the mid lane and making sure that this game kind of just snowballed out of control. I mean, it says a lot when you're Vise buying Trinity Force so early.
Yeah, I think Music had a great game. I think Breezy had a great game too, other than that level 2 debacle. I think it was a good Lulu game overall, and I think everybody just performed very nicely. I think there was a lot to be said about how Hoarder played the Gnar, surviving that very ambitious dive by MU, a lot of great follow-ups to UG's, Music's engage, and we're just kind of firing on all cylinders here on Cupid.
It was a tough composition for Maryville to have to pull off because they needed an early lead. They needed to get the ball rolling very early. And some of the plays that they made, they would either come with sacrifice or they'd go completely awry. Bot lane dive. Scary Cherry sure he got first blood, but he ends up giving his life back to mobility for it. Top lane dive. They kind of underestimated just how good Hoarder can be in catching someone in a Meganar, taking down Yuji and surviving. A lot of that has to be polished if Maryville are going to take us to a series.
Yeah, I mean, this is the upper bracket, but of course, just winning this series is so huge for these teams because you guarantee themselves, again, you're in winner's final. That's a guaranteed top 3 finish already. Less matches to play overall. And yeah, just in summary, you want to win here. Crazy thought.
Crazy thought. I wouldn't have guessed.
I know, man. This is what I'm here for. I got you.
Good.
Winning is good. Not just feels good. It objectively is good.
So first man's now coming out. Jack's Vayne. Jay's going to be removed off the Rift. Cupid focusing more into the jungle pool, taking away the Nocturne and the J4, rather standard for that regard. The junglers that we typically see, a lot of the fighters, Vi and Pantheon are the only one removed from the Fearless end of that pool. This does leave up, as we're mentioning early, Wukong, if that's an angle you want to go for. I always like having some level of engage paired with it if you are going to go to the Wukong. But playing it safe on the first pick, Maryville will grab the Ezreal.
Gotta imagine they're angling for that Ezreal Karma pairing. I think we're in game 2. Even Bard is up, and you can pair Ezreal with so much. I can't see Cupid really trying to break that one up unless they want to pair it with a Jhin or something like that. That's kind of what I'm expecting. But they secure the fighter, the assassin, in the Nefiri. One of the first champions this split where I saw Music play. Oh, he can play with gold. All right. And he's bringing it out here today.
Yeah, Nefiri.
I feel like Lee Sin doesn't want to play this game into Nefiri. Like, any champ whose spells can just get soaked by the pack just feels terrible.
So there's that Wukong we were alluding to a little bit earlier. When you do go on the hunt for Nefiri, you are susceptible to crowd control even when you are mid-air, so well-timed Cyclone could stop a Nefiri right in her tracks. But yeah, Nefiri is very dangerous in the hands of Music. Both games in summer played so far, only one death between the two that we had seen, and a lot of kills to put on top of that, so... Music knows how to play with champions that snowball and can carry the game. And now we got some late game carry coming out from Cupid as they'll take the Sivir paired along with the Karma. That's a lot of movement speed to get around the map.
Yeah, it's just they synergize really well in terms of getting in and getting out of these fights. They're going to stay on top of champions like the Ezreal, the Wukong when they're trying to run. That's going to be very useful. And of course, the scaling element, the wave clear, lots to be excited about these days when Sivir is on your team. And now, for MU, my immediate concern, looking at their comp, is firepower. And I'm curious if Cupid want to try and sort of attack that route. They're going to deny some burst damage with the Annie. I wonder if they're going to look at something like maybe a Azir. Azir, I think, has been popping up a little bit more. Not really something you imagine with Wukong, but that's partially because, no one's really playing this champion a whole lot. I think that's something Eojun could bring out to really add that DPS element to this.
If you want to go the Azir, we've been seeing a lot of Victor as well. It was briefly taken out of the pool due to a bug, but going to be placed back in, so that is an angle you can go for. But I would like to see, especially in the top lane role for Maryville University, is to grab something that makes it dangerous for the Sivir to have to step up. We've seen certain champions be able to do that. Ambessa, Aatrox are the two that immediately come to mind. But of course, you still have to play for the lane. That's the tricky part here, Cupid. We'll have the first pick, so we'll see if Maryville can apply some threat to the Sivir on the bounce back.
And I like the Ambessa ban. You called it out. I think it's usually a big signal when they're when someone's banning the Renekton. I think it's another element of dive and all in that MU couldn't afford to let go. So instead, we're pivoting over to the Rise, presumably for ABL. Who knows? Seen mages all over the place, Eric.
Yeah. Oh man, Jungle Sivir. No way.
What? That's crazy.
I kind of like the Anivia here. Anivia's really good at punishing short-range champions, and you get not that much range from a Sivir and a Rise, so the Anivia could work out.
I like it because of the wall. When you have a comp, not a whole lot of dashes, blinks. Really, the only one who has it at the moment is Music. If you're getting run down, I think that wall is a great way to both create some space for yourself and also lock in members of CPD who, again, as you say, if they're playing from a short range, punish them big time.
Yeah.
And control space. I think, honestly, this would have just been a hilarious Ornn game or something from Hoarder just because the damage is, I would say, pretty lacking on MU's side. But instead, they're going to go for the counter pick, the Gwen, who we saw for the first time this split, I think, yesterday. And it's a good matchup into Cassante. Kind of owns things.
Yeah. At the very least, Cassante can play weak side well enough, so even if it's a lane where you're going to be put behind, you're kind of okay with it for the most part. It's a role you have to play given the counter pick was going over to Cupid. I do think there are some good answers on the side of Maryville. We already talked about the Anivia, but the crowd control, that's going to hold them down into the Anivia ult for longer. Some good catch with the Bard Tempered Fate for these shorter range champions. My concern is going to be the scaling. I really do like Cupid scaling at the end of the day, and if they do get early leads like they did in that game number 1, late game Sivir, late game Rise, even late game Gwen can run the map.
Absolutely, and I think even though I pointed out the potential damage issues from MU, because CPD are without a tank, I'm not so concerned about that anymore. I think MU do have that firepower to win early mid game. I think it's going to, I agree with you, Eric. It's going to be important that they do. The thing is, I at least think this time around, they have better tools than they did in game 1 to be able to do so. I mean, you have a consistently a winning matchup in mid. I think you have a matchup you can get a lot done in bot lane. Any advantages they can find in those lanes are going to be very critical.
Game number 2, Cupid versus Maryville. Maryville now on the back foot. Put into the corner, 1 game away from being knocked into the lower bracket. Can they see this game go their way, or are Cupid going to assert domination and look for a match in that winner's finals?
That is going to be the question. Early vision, I think from both sides, should reveal the path of these junglers, and that path is going to be the same path. Much like game one, going to end up on the bottom side. So I'm curious how that bot lane matchup is going to go those first few levels. Like we were saying in game one, it's going to be a big determinant on how well these junglers are going to be able to fight for the Scuttle Crab.
Definitely hoping to see more out of... I love the thumbs up there.
And the recall too.
Yeah. I'm hoping to see more out of Yuji this time. It was a rather lackluster performance for someone we see in such high regards. I know he's spent some time in Mongolia earlier in the year. He was playing the Esports Nations Cup for Team Mongolia, which did qualify. But now, back with MU, got to see things start to sync up once again.
Right. Now we'll see. He is the Wukong again. A lot of agency to be able to start off plays. And he has a dive buddy this time around with Crimson on the Cassante.
Yeah.
I think it will be a little easier for him to interact with Cupid than when he was on the Pantheon. Still, pressure on the laners to be able to perform in this early game. Use some of these advantages they have.
I feel like there's small banter going on because Mobility was expecting that Mystic Shot to hit him. That's why the Spell Shield went up. But instead, Jerry just aimed straight over for Breezy. And now Jerry going hard on to Mobility. Mobility's getting low. Has to burn his flash to get out. Will get away from the Cosmic Binding.
Wow!
One more auto, and Scary Jerry will take down Mobility. Music on the opposite end shows up to the fray. And we'll get a kill back in his name.
I feel like I'm seeing a repeat of game one. Scary Jerry first blood. Music shows up first. With that response onto Scary Jerry. So at least they get something back. I think the real downside here for MU, though, is that is a big wave they managed to crash back.
Yeah.
And hopefully the home guards for Scary Jerry will be enough for him to collect some of it. Oh, delaying that back is nice, too.
Yeah, almost the opposite situation that we had, because even though Scary Jerry did get first blood in game number one, he still denied minions from Mobility.
Right.
Because it was on the tower. Now his wave hitting the tower, that does feel a little bit bad.
Yeah, for sure. I will say I like how he played it. Good use of that exhaust there.
Yeah.
I think will especially be useful with the Nefiri trying to jump onto you later on. I think Music was hunting Scary Jerry all of game one with the Vi. I think Scary Jerry, he heard that and said, okay, try this game.
All right.
Let's see.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm here to throw hands.
Yeah.
Them fisticuffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I always say I like having a level of engage with the Wukong, because nothing feels better than being able to E in and use your clone for the Cyclone in the team fight. Right. When you have to use your clone to like kind of gap close, it feels miserable because you're losing out on that extra damage and zone control. Having a Bard kind of helps that situation. You do have bonus movement speed, which is the part you have to get by from Cupid. Thanks to the Karma, you can put the Mantra on the shield, the Thrill the Hunt for the Sivir. But if Obsnatus can land this, it can put a situation where Yuji go to town onto Cupid.
That's the question, can they? I think the difficult thing right now is what's going on in mid lane, Eric?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a good matchup for the Anivia, but ABO, I mean, Rise, very comfortable and very good pick for ABO. He's actually getting the advantage of Eojun here. Isn't even rocking a TP. Eojun forced to use it, big advantage.
Flash burned out of Breezy. Magical Journey. This Bard is in my walls, and so is his Ezreal. Forces out the recall and summoner spell.
Yeah, Jerry able to get ahead in this matchup. A couple of CS, and of course the kill means he's sitting on like a long sword's worth of gold over Mobility. Neither one going for the call, even though we usually see a lot of that. I think for Jerry, particularly important to just hit that 2-item mark as fast as possible. Even curious to see if Yuji's going to spend more attention on that side to see if he can facilitate something like that.
kind of hoping for one of those lucky hits on the Cosmic Binding that hits the dog and the Nefiri.
Yeah.
Stun with that. I don't know. Nefiri always either feels really good or really bad to play against. In the Bard case, really good. If you're like a Lee Sin, you're sad,
or an
man.
Ari, dude.
Like, why is my charm hitting the small dog? Riot, we have problems.
Rito! Yeah. That's no fun. But now Yuji was able to get that second crab, hits level 6 very critically. Remember, guys, no flashes on Mobility and Breezy, but they're low health. So we'll see if they'll be able to actually do something here.
Level 6 for Yuji, looking for the Cyclone in. Will use it alongside the clone. Turd aggro goes on to Yuji. He's forced to flash away, but Scary Jerry will still claim him. Scary Jerry trades his life. That's 2 times in a row. It's been a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. This time the kill going over to Breezy doesn't feel as bad, though.
Yeah, I think that's really the saving grace there. They managed to take out Mobility even through his barrier. It just feels bad for Jerry. He arcane shifted in, still didn't have flash. But again, just getting gold, and especially him going up in that trade versus Mobility is still really important. So I'll call that one a success. If a dicey one for MU. Anything that gets Jerry gold.
Yeah. I think the most important thing there, actually got to hold that thought, because here we go, Blaze Olive getting caught out. The wall goes up. Aojun's running out of mana, though, so he can't fight for too long. Going in is Music. We'll be able to hop up. Oh, invuln. And no one going to go down. Aojun stepping out.
Ooh. Tough one there. Kill onto ABO would have been pretty huge. Even trying to force his flash. But he's able to keep it calm, keep it collected, only uses the Ghost, which means he still has that option if another play is made on him. Oh, hey!
Obsonatus has been very active on this map. Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Supportal Combat. Which ADC is going to show up first? I don't like the odds for Obsonatus suddenly, but Scary Cherry. Thrill the Hunt going to be used by Mobility. Forces away Mobility from helping out the situation.
Yeah, I mean, even Agent Sheen. Jerry's feeling good about almost everything that could be happening here in these engages. Yeah. And with Yuji in the area, yep. Here
we go. Obsonatus has got to be careful here, though. And there's the flash from Mobility. Obsonatus goes down. Here's ABO. The bot lane of Maryville crumble. Double kill for Mobility.
Roam more from ABO. Again, a matchup that he's not supposed to be doing so well in. Able to use that advantage, forcing Aojuna back to turn a play for MU into a successful run for Cupid. And there's that flash he saved.
And that was incredibly ambitious to go for in the very first place. I mean, Obsonatus was so low headed into that. You know a Sivir has Spell Shield. It's very hard to kind of play around that alongside the movement speed that you have. So high risk, no reward. Instead, the reward goes over to Cupid. And then Mobility, who wasn't receiving any kills in these exchanges, now just equalized with Scary Jerry on the kill feed.
Right. Now even Mobility slightly ahead. Huge damper in some of what we were expecting to be MU's early advantages. Even now, 10-minute first Dragon really does not bode well for how these next 10 to 15 minutes will go. But still early enough that Threatening Soul is a very real possibility. But again, the clock, the timing, so tight for MU once again.
$2K is the lead for Cupid. Every play that Maryville have made has not come without consequence. And they are desperately hoping to find one without giving one right back. But look at Music. He's right on the back end, hiding in the wings. Hound's Pursuit is off cooldown, but spotted by a control ward will clear that out.
Yeah, still the pressure from Music's presence alone. You can see Scary Jerry, Obsonatus have to respect it. They're backing all the way up. The threat is there. Yuji, yeah, he's on the Gromp. Still, it's just not enough. You can see the spawn lane from CPD really starting to get ahead of this.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're calling him CPD.
I don't know why I do, but I don't know. Like, it just kind of happened. Feels like a police department.
It has more syllables. It does feel like a police department.
Yeah, every time I say it, it's like, damn.
California, Canada PD? I don't know.
Yeah, we do not have that, but
we don't have that in California either. You know?
Yeah, true.
I'm just trying to find what works with C. Here we go. Cyclone. I know Blaze Olive. And Cyclone gone.
Yeah. Kind of it. They just don't have the firepower. Eojun, no stacks on the Rod of Ages, so unfortunately...
Ooh, mid lane.
He just doesn't have... Oh, hold on.
Oh, we're just going again. Run it back. And it does work this time. Obstinatus was the one holding the aggro. He'll drop that, and that's a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, much needed reprieve for Eojun. He has passive. Early, he'll be fine. Splitting that plate 3 ways definitely doesn't feel good, but anything you can get to equalize mid lane a little bit, very important. I will say, now that I mentioned the Roa, I kind of wish Eojun went for something with more immediate damage, just because, again, the scaling factor is just not on your side this game.
Yeah.
You need damage ASAP.
I don't know, if you don't go the Roa, I feel like an Anivia without a Roa...
Anivia builds. No, it's doable. There are Anivia builds where you don't run it. I can't remember what the first item is, but I've seen just more burst-oriented, less scaling-focused builds, and I really think that's just called for this game.
I'm curious. Anivia mains in the chat, let us know. What would you run?
I mean, Blackfire Torch. You still get some
Blackfire Torch works, yeah.
Yeah.
Just go double burn with Leandries on top of it and fight breaking out. Crimson going after a Hoarder underneath the tower, though. Will eat a tower shot. And here comes the needlework. Flashes on the other side. Crimson trying to get the outplay, but he does not have the damage. A little off the top. Hoarder will get the solo against Crimson.
And there it is. Hoarder already making good on a beneficial matchup. Crimson close, but not close enough. Maybe Koenig Rickard will help now that he's built it. But on the other side of the map, Music, feeling his power a little bit. It's going to pressure Yuji, because he's got his laners close by.
These Smite fights. That counts.
They're not fights.
That's another one.
Fights, bro. It's
3 for 3. These Smite deficits.
Bro, it's like Yuji's not even there.
Oh, here we go. Cyclone going to be used, but the wall not used in the most effective way. Hound's Pursuit still around the corner. Blaze Olive is low. One more auto comes out from Eojun.
Oh, wow.
He'll get the kill, and now Music's in too deep. Yuji looks to finish him off. Shutdown picked up by Eojun. Teleport now coming in from Hoarder. It gets matched by Crimson. You're going the long way now. Gets picked up. Slammed against the wall. Hoarder steps out, and 2 kills for Maryville. And we're not done just yet. Yuji spots out Breezy. Disengage going to be found. Scary Jerry fighting it out in the mid lane. Going to step out from the Tempered Fate. Jerry wants to find the solo. Gets in with the backup of Obstinatus. Maryville, no consequence this time, beat.
Needed, so badly needed from Maryville University. That is 2 successful plays for the first time this series in Maryville's favor. Huge. This was what they needed to be able to, again, reach those breakpoints that are so critical that much sooner. It looked like we were going to see a repeat of game 1, but Eojun picking up his second kill. The shutdown is so big, and Scary Jerry winning out yet again against Mobility should start getting MU pointed in the right direction.
And by the skin of his teeth as well. You saw how low that health bar was.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything. A slight breeze.
Could have spit on the guy. He would have died. True.
Very nice turn of events coming out for Maryville. And as you said, like going into the 20-minute area of this game, Maryville do not want to be behind. Scaling favors Cupid. So Maryville finding their angles into this, even with the Tempered Fate not landing, still worked out well because it pulled Mobility back in.
Ooh.
Rift Herald going over to Cupid. But the eye gets denied.
I was going to say, not necessarily. They get the, that initial benefit, the fast back for anyone who helped, but the eye itself, it's looking like that's going to expire ungrabbed, which, I mean, for MU, you're very happy about that.
Oh, here we go again. Crimson looking to fight it out with Hoarder underneath the tower. Doesn't want to give any more plates. Hoarder will simply walk away, and a little bit of security detail coming out for Maryville will stop the eye from going to Cupid.
That's right, and I think we see, is that a little skirmish topside? I see attention. I
Yeah, a lot
see
of
dots. Yeah. We're backing up. We're backing up. So, Cloud Soul for MU. Actually, I think that is quite good. Not the firepower you always hope for. No Infernal Soul, no Hex Tech. But I think just looking at the ultimates here, especially Anivia, I think is going to love that one. But most of MU University, I think, can really make great use of that buff that MU are halfway towards.
Yeah. You're starting to see win conditions for Maryville. 2 dragons, as you'd mentioned, working your way towards that at a time where you should be pretty strong in the game. For when that soul does spawn. And a lot of vision control coming out from Maryville as well. You can see that line of control wards. There's 5 in total. Everyone is using a control ward.
Yeah, just trying to protect UG's topside jungle at the moment here. Really the main benefit. Now we're 3 minutes away from that next dragon. And I think soon we're already seeing MU shift that focus here onto the bottom side. I don't think Gwen, Rise, Sivir, Baron can be taken kind of quickly, but still.
Tempered Fate comes out, looking for an angle onto Breezy, but they won't chase through. Instead, the play going to get called off.
Still, it's pressure. You're chunking out Breezy, means you're preventing him from being able to actually lay down vision there for his team. It's going to allow MU to keep control.
Here we go.
Aljun, though, really die.
Realm Warp onto Aljun. Aljun puts up the wall, but it's not going to do much. Still waiting for some backup, but no one's going to come here in time. UG calls off the play. They realized Aljun will be fed to the wolves.
Yeah. It's tough. I think Aljun maybe overstayed a little bit, especially with that play onto Breezy. Needs to know that he is the target in that situation. So CPD, they get a good amount back into their pocket, and ABO in general feeling very strong in this game.
What's a city that starts with C? Chicago. Go.
Yeah.
Chicago Police Department.
Is that a show?
I
have so many cop shows.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's like on Tubi or something. They have a lot of random shows there.
Dude, Tubi's next. I don't even know, man. Anytime I see a clip from there, I'm like, this literally top to bottom.
How did this get a budget, you know?
I mean, what's the budget if I can make ChatGPT do it all?
Well, into the future. Dread it. Run from it. I'm going to do both. I don't even going to say the same.
I'm just going to choose to believe ChatGPT will not come all the same.
I hope not, but here we go. Attention down into the bot lane. The turret falls. Music looking to chase through. Crimson in a lot of danger. Magical Journey coming out from Obstinatus will protect Maryville's top laner.
Yeah, and we'll get... It costs him some under spells. Still, I was going to say, Eojun can get some alone time with the turret, but Hoarder TPs.
Oh, there it is. Those dogs working against you. Finds it with the Cosmic Binding.
Yeah.
Music having to get out of there. Flash coming out. Aljun now looking to chase down Breezy and Ablaze Olive. Chain the crowd control and take down the Rise. Aljun gets the kill.
Nice find, but it did require quite a lot of numbers, so look what's going on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
That's a turret, and this Gwen split pushing only benefits Cupid big time. More gold in his pockets means he's going to be increasingly difficult for Crimson to deal with.
Scary Jerry looking for an angle onto mobility, wants to grab that plate. At the same time, this is where things get dangerous. Obstinatus is there trying to help out the Cosmic Binding. Will stun up Music again. Here comes Yuji, gets the cycle and finds the knockup. Breezy's in a bad way, and he gets taken down by Scary Jerry. Play turned around. Maryville will find the mid lane.
And this is what we talked about. This is that mid game that is so crucial for Maryville University. Their ability to fight. Their ability to turn a fight instantly. This is where we are peaking. So MU, they need to take full advantage of it. They get another successful fight. They get their soul point, and the hope for them is to keep up this pressure long enough to get Dragon number 4.
Get that Dragon Soul. It's on the mind of Maryville. But again, I just got to point out how funny it is that these damn puppers keep betraying...
I know.
The Neferi, like the Cosmic Binding, getting a free stun like that, man.
Dude, Bard hard counter Nefiri, guys? Like, what do we think?
It's pretty disgusting.
It's actually,
and hilarious.
It's kind of unplayable, yeah.
Music's going to be hating that. Tweet one out. Let them know. But either way, that's the situation right now. For Cupid, you do have to look on that top side. Order's been doing a lot of work. 2 items now completed with a 2K lead against Crimson. In fact, without Order there, Marival would have the gold lead in their favor.
Right. I think it's a really good shout. Because, yeah, Hoarder's advantage is very large. He's not around. It's a really good fight there from MU. And I honestly think Crimson offers enough utility just where he's at right now to still make this fight pretty even, despite how strong Hoarder is. Oh.
Roll the Hunt going to be used.
Defensively.
I mean, the range of a Sivir is so short. That's why I was a big fan of this Anivia. Tempered Fate lands on to 3. Obstinatus is disgusting with it. Double kill for Scary Jerry.
Oh my god, guys, I need to sit down. I need to sit down. Oh my god, it was beautiful. And that's the angle. 20-minute Baron, not what I was expecting to be in the cards, but after a fight like that, what option is there other than to sprint for the Purple Worm? Cupid, no jungler. Should be no problem for MU.
Hoarder's here. Hoarder looking to step up, using the Hollow to Mist. But remember, it is 5-on-3. Hoarder's going to have to pull out a Miracle. Has to flash away. Mobility now looking to create some distance, but he's walking into the Anivia. And that's damage you have to get through if you want to deal damage. A Blaze Olive's by himself. Crimson says, give me a piece of that. Maryville University take the gold lead.
Welcome to the series, Maryville Saints. They are starting to run away with this game. We talked about how critical this moment here in Game 2 is for them with the spikes that MU's players are reaching, and they are utilizing them perfectly. Successful fight after successful fight earned them this early Baron.
Give me that Obstinatus play as the...
Precision
replay.
Yeah.
That right there, like, ball in hand, puts it between the legs and dunks onto 3 members of Cupid. But that's what got everything back into the favor of Maryville. As you said, welcome to the series. It feels good for the Saints right now as they take control.
That's right. Now, with this Baron, it's just an avenue to even more gold. Of course, Rise Sivir, you do have wave clear, but it's really dangerous for you to walk up this way to actually get it off. That's why you're seeing MU have a lot of free time.
Oh no, tower's about to go down to a Blaze Olive. Bye-bye. This is not your town. Crimson claims them. Mobility on the run, looking to return fire, but that puts you in threat range of the Saints. Teleport comes out. Hoarder joins the fray. Hoarder looking to be the difference maker.
Oh,
burst of damage. Shut down found by Hoarder. Looking for more. Yuji flashes out from the fight. Aljun showing up at the very end. And that is the difference that Hoarder can make.
Big time. And the response there from Aljun was way too late. So he ends up TPing, not able to actually commit too much. We're going to watch it. There it is. Your precision play by Phillips Norelco. 1 play. That is 3 with the Tempered Fate. You don't see that often, guys, with Bard play here at any tier of gameplay. And the way MU followed up on it was beautiful.
Yeah, Obstinatus, take a bow. Because that is exactly what MU needed. Now, even with that last exchange, MU did come out ahead in the grand scheme. Right, Hoarder, sure, he got a kill. MU got a kill plus the turret. So the gold will still go into their hands, but we are seeing that when Hoarder's there, this man is a threat that MU are going to have to deal with at some point.
Yeah, that's right. Again, I still maintain that Crimson, he's got a lot of utility, especially Kainic Worker and Thornmail. He is very tanky, difficult to take down. So as long as he's able to keep space with Hoarder, and just help CCing key targets of CPD. I mean, mobility, ABL are the big ones. It's still playable here for MU. The question now is they're pushed out surrounding this Drake. This is their soul. They really needed this one, and I don't think they're going to let this go. They have to commit.
They have to commit. They have the tools. You want the cooldown of that wall to come back up. Cupid aren't pressing the situation right now. Hoarder's looking for a flanking angle. Out comes the wall once again. Does block out a lot of Cupid's members. And there's that zone control that you have from the Anivia ult. Blaze Olive taking it to Obstinatus, getting over the wall. Here comes Hoarder. Hoarder's looking to get in on this one. Puts down the Hollowed Mist. Crimson's going to run right at him. Yuji needs to get in, and he needs to get in fast. The dragon will go the way of Cupid, but what about the fight? Hoarder's low. Hoarder's fallen. Maryville University. Crimson goes after Breezy. Doesn't find him. Mobility is on the wrong side of the map, and Scary Jerry thinks this is Dead by Daylight. He will get a triple kill as he hunts down Cupid.
MU really wanted that dragon, but still winning the fight this handedly is nothing but a boon for them. Once more, they are able to find these superior engages with Yuji on the Wukong, and you can just see it in every fight. Crimson, he's able to keep Hoarder at bay. Watch this replay here. Look at the Gwen, who's trying to threaten that backline. Crimson, he's able to keep him back so easily, create so much space for the rest of the team, and if Aojun and Scary Jerry are unthreatened this entire time, they have too much damage that Cupid can't ignore.
I really loved the way Crimson played that. Even though he fell behind for so long in this game, right? All he had to be was the goalkeeper. Keep Hoarder out from the fight. That is your one job. You don't necessarily got to kill him, and he still did that as well.
Yeah.
So it feels great for Maryville to come out ahead. They don't get the Dragon Soul. That's the only downside of this. But taking the fight and getting a big shutdown with Hoarder falling is still going to bode well for the Saints.
That's right. Now the next thing to fight for is going to be that Baron. It's not going to be so easy for MU to just start it. They're looking for another engage like they had previously. Again, with Yuji, Obstinatus, these two are so good at finding these key engages for MU. This is what we hype up with Yuji. This ability to find angles for his team, to find the right target so consistently. It's just been a wonder these last 4 years. We're starting to see that really shine in Game 2.
And also the Ezreal play from Scary Jerry. The value of this Anivia. We're seeing these tools that Maryville have drafted. They're winning out these team fights incredibly well. It's hard to collapse on a Scary Jerry without going too deep, and he's got a lot of protection with the Arcane Shift. And that wall, every time it comes up, just feels bad, man.
Yeah. Even though lane didn't go well for Aojun.
Oh no. It's not good for Music. Music looking to get right over that wall. We'll find his escape. But that is going to be your flash burnt. Meanwhile, look what's spawning.
The ABO has no TP. He is on the other side of the map. So, I mean, he just can't show up to this. This has got to be a Baron. But I think they're calling it off.
No. Calling it off right now. Aojun did recall to go deal with ABO. ABO has Realm Warp, so that is a good tool for Cupid to utilize to try and pull apart Maryville. So ABO going to go into the jungle. It's going to go neutral overall.
Yeah, but ABO just doing his best Fiora cosplay by just sticking it out in that bot lane. Anytime it looks like they're ignoring him, he's just going to go right back to it, but I think he's got to run for his life. Look at the minimap. They're trying to get him.
Mobility sees a way in on this. Realm Warp coming out. ABO's not going to take it. Yuji was thinking it was right there, but now he spots out the rise, hops forward. Cyclone was used earlier, so ABO gets out.
I think that even without the kill, you get the Ghost out and the Realm Warp. I think they getting control of mid and bot. I think there's still that big benefit for them there. Now you're seeing someone answer top lane. They need to push that one out in prep for this dragon. You don't want to let multiple Cloud Drakes go over to Cupid, because they can use those stats just as well as MU can. And I think the Soul is that final piece of the puzzle here for MU if they want to take us to this Game 3.
Agree with that completely. Cupid are not out of the race just yet. It's not like in Game 1 where Cupid had a 10k lead against Maryville. Maryville only have a 2.4k lead thus far. And again, Hoarder is kind of the big it factor for Cupid. Crimson responding well to be that linebacker and block him out. He'll have to do that again on this next dragon.
I mean, I think the way Crimson's playing it, Hoarder's lead means nothing. I think this lead is much bigger than it shows for MU. It really is just going to fall once more. Yuji, Obstinatus, they keep finding these angles. And if they can keep that up, MU will win this game. And we got 20 seconds till that next straight.
Look at Yuji, the way he's playing this, finally gets spotted out. Tempered Fate comes out looking for Breezy. Breezy gets caught by the Cosmic Binding, but flashes before the stun actually hits. Now Yuji looking to back off. Hoarder's by himself. Puts down the Hollow Mist, looking to try and survive. Try and get Scary Jerry. You're not going to get anything. You're just getting a gray screen. Jumping in. Yuji Cyclone on the back line. A Blaze Olive can't even finish off Scary Jerry. Kills across the board. 3-0 Maryville University.
They just keep winning it out. And now Cupid, they only have Music left, who's zoned off here. So instead of going straight for the dragon, Cupid can't solo it. So now they're just going to go ahead, take this inhibitor. Wait, these are long spawn timers. Eric, I think they're going to look to close the game. They have a wave. Yeah. Music's trying to cut it.
It's got a cannon too. But this is a very small wave, even with the cannon being there. Music still trying to do work. He has a smite. If he can get onto that cannon creep and smite it, it would slow down the chance that you have. And yeah, cannon creep goes down, but so does Music. And with the wave remaining, the Nexus towers fall. The Saints fight back from a dominating game 1 to take us to a series. We're headed to game 3.
Look at the energy. Look at the excitement. Game 1 made us think this was going to be a fast night for Maryville. But they know it, how big this win is for them, and now they've tied up the series, giving them a shot at winners finals.
That was fantastic coming out from Maryville's end. Overall, yeah, what you had said, after seeing that game 1, I was like, okay, maybe it takes time for them to kind of rework their synergy with UG. No, different players were able to step up to the plate and hit home runs. Obsanatus being one of the biggest ones there. The fact that he got that 3-man Tempered Fate gave so much gold and power over to Maryville. And once they had that, with Crimson body blocking the only Fed member of Cupid, it was lights out and a game 3 on the way.
Man, what a huge bounce back there from Maryville University. Again, the Wukong, we were asking Yuji to play it, and I think he played it to great effect this game. But top to bottom, I think the performances were really good from MU. Awajun struggled in lane, but I think once we got out of it, the Anivia gameplay was good. Yeah. Was serving his purpose, was laying down the damage. It's a great look.
A short range Sivir, walk up, see what happens.
Better mid always wins, guys. I don't make the rules.
But splendid play. We are going to game number 3, so we're going to take a quick break while we get ready. Cupid versus Maryville. Winner heads to the upper bracket finals. We'll be right back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL 2026 Summer Playoffs. And this time series has appeared upon us. Maryville University, great players coming out of them to bounce back after that defeat in Game 1.
Yeah, a really good look for them in a comp that needed to really spike hard in the mid-game. I think MU did a great job of that. I mean, we got to give a shout-out to Yuji. I think that was a great Wukong game from him. Him and Obstinatus, I think, really linked up very well on that Wukong Bard, just to be able to get some very critical pickoffs that allowed them to snowball the game.
I think everyone kind of played their position really well. Scary Jerry positioned well in a lot of those fights to get the kills that he got, but even in the lane that lost, Hoarder was kind of demolished in lane. Not Hoarder, excuse me. Crimson was kind of demolished in lane to Hoarder and still played his role perfectly to keep Hoarder out of those 5v5 fights around Dragon. That's not to say that it wasn't without resistance, though. Cupid put up a really good fight, but all the tools working in favor of Maryville alongside Obstinatus and Yuji. Even Aojun, shaky lane, doesn't matter. You're still Nivea into a short-range composition that you can zone out any day, any night.
And now that's gotten MU, the series tied up now at 1-1. Remember, guys, still on best of threes for the last time in the summer split. The winner is going to go over to that winner's final, and again, guaranteed top 3 for 4 out of 5 members of Cupid Esports. They've never gotten that far, exception being a Blaze Olive, of course. And on MU's side, Yuji, Scary Jerry, they've been all the way in back, of course. But you look at Crimson, you look at Aojun, Obstinatus, who's newer to this league, they haven't been there either.
Yeah. Out of everyone on these rosters, he's really going at it. Out of everyone on these rosters, I mean, Yuji, Scary Jerry, and Blaze Olives have won Tier 2 before. ABO going back to, it was TSM Academy, I believe that was 2019, what I had looked up before. So it's quite a ways back, and you'd love to have a trophy in the current day, 7 years later, alongside a team that, you know, as you said, hasn't seen past third place. So this would be a very significant win for Cupid to get everyone up to standard and ready for the road that awaits them. Meanwhile, Maryville, they're looking to reclaim the throne. This is a strong system, strong program. And now only one game separates either of these teams from making it into that winner's finals, as first pick for Cupid will be Victor.
Yeah, banned away from ABO in that last game. Finally going to get picked up immediately. Curious to see how MU is going to be looking to respond to that one. A lot of the usual, like, hard dive champions, not really available. I know Vi, Wukong can kind of get around that gravity field a little bit. Not there. Even Nautilus, who can get at him from range. So MU, they're just going to play with some range of their own.
Oh, wow.
Instantly lock in the Ashe Seraphine, who you haven't really seen a lot of.
Yeah, it's kind of sparse. We see it every now and then. But it still is pretty strong. Spring was the meta for Enchantresses to be online and be present. But you still have that combo you can very much utilize. The Ashe slows into a instant snare from the beat drop. Now it's up to Cupid to see what they respond with, because you can just try and take something that looks to get into the face of the Seraphine and do a lot of damage real quick to punish the fact that Enchantresses are squishy. Jhin is one step for that.
Yep, a lot of range utility. Still able to offer quite a bit out of lane while, you know, ideally being able to avoid what Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are working with here. And the Rel, I mean, someone's got to close the gap. It's a rough job. I think that's why we're seeing Breezy hover and then lock in that champion.
And this means that Obstinatus has to be very careful with his positioning, because if the Crashdown comes in onto the Seraphine, Deadly Flourish is pretty much guaranteed there. You're going to be locked down for a while.
Right.
It's a lot of damage. This bot lane is something that you want to work in tandem in your 5v5 more than anything else. And it does have a lot of control and a pick it can do, but here's an interesting one now coming out from Maryville's side of things, is they're going to take the Lock, the newest champion in League of Legends.
Not what I expected. When I'm thinking about Seraphine, I'm thinking long-range engage, Seraphine Ashe in general. So, you're used to seeing fighters, especially in the jungle. That's why I'm kind of wondering if Yuji's going to go that route like the Xin. That hasn't seen play yet. But, the Lock kind of works too. You go in there, you can get that encore to bounce off him. And when they're charmed up, it's a lot easier to get those resets on your dash.
Yeah. And the snowball potential is always going to be there.
Yeah.
Fedlock, the moment he throws down to Purgatory, it's like, where did my carries go? Why are they no longer on the map?
Did I have
I didn't even
carries?
see their health bars. Am I crazy?
It's actually kind of stupid. This is nerfed Lock too. So, he's not as super disgusting, insane, release broken, but he's still kind of broken.
Yeah, as this draft shapes up, I would like to see something that's a little bit more snappier from Cupid. I do like the scaling that comes out of the Victor and the damage that you get from the Jhin, but I would still like to see that role that Music's been playing where he's looking to bring damage and fight into the face of Maryville to be reprised in this game number 3, as Yuji will be on the Trundle this time.
I mean, and that's the kind of answer I was looking for. You have a lot of gank potential when you're looking at Victor and Jhin. You can even sort of interrupt that crash down from the Rel with that Pillar of Ice. And of course, when you're sprinting towards the enemies, that's a great target to bounce the Encore off just to extend it further. Make sure you can get those massive charms.
Kiana getting locked in. This was played by Music in their game that started off playoffs against Conviction. Did its job pretty well. Should be interesting to see how it plays into this. I mean, you're bringing more damage, which I think is good because as you get into the later stages of the fight, you don't want to see a second rotation from a Seraphine, and you want to burst down the Lock the moment he gets in there. So some interesting answers to come out of Cupid as they'll finish off with the Renekton.
Yeah, safest blind left. So it's really just kind of curious what Crimson is going to be showing us here. Whoa, that would be fun.
Don't buy it.
Yeah, you're right. The Rivet would be funny, considering who his family is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I really believe in that one either. Do I think there's enough damage? Kind of where I'm at with the whole idea of tank versus bruiser. And it's looking like MU believes they do have it. It is going to be Sion. Another great target to extend the Encore. And, if I'm being honest, Sion is kind of laughing at the champion's showing. As long as he can go even or only fall like slightly behind. Like Jin's a tickler. Maybe Victor can do something. Kiana, no.
Yeah, Jhin isn't exactly known for taking down big tanky targets. Eventually, you're just kind of hoping you get the late game 6 items, and then Sion hasn't scaled more than you from his, the Glory in Death, where he just keeps getting more and more health when he kills minions. That's what makes Sion. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. I remember I looked up passives last time we talked about them. Because I just wanted to...
You're welcome.
I haven't stated them enough, so I kind of felt the need to. But it does, as I was saying, give a scaling factor on the tank side to a Sion, which makes him so deadly in the later stages. So I think he's feeling pretty good being on that champion. I also think there are some decent answers for damage for Maryville University. And even if someone does get tanky on the opposite side, you do have the Trundle to still away those stats. Now, winner will head to the winners finals in the upper bracket. Loser will be fighting it out in the lower bracket. It's going to be decided in this game right here, right now. Maryville versus Cupid.
And now I feel like we have a sort of reversal here from how some of these early games have gone. Just in the fact that I think now it's Cupid who are hoping to get some kind of value early on. I mean, I'm looking at particularly Hoarder, who I think wants to get as much of an advantage as possible. I really think this Renekton is going to be pretty important in this early mid-game. Post level 6 to be able to help Cupid get ahead on some of these objective fights. I think as time goes on, again, the damage from music and mobility when it comes to the front line MU's working with is really going to diminish. And I think in this comp, it's going to be too much pressure on ABO if Cupid aren't ahead.
By the way, I had to think about it a little bit more. It's the Soul Furnace. Because it's from his W passive. It's not his actual passive. His actual passive, Glory and Death, is the zombie mode.
Is that wait, is that really what it's called?
Yeah, yeah. Soul Furnace is his W. That's what he gets. No. Glory and Death.
Oh, it is Glory and Death. Sorry, I thought you were saying the passive is just called zombie mode, and I was like, what?
Oh,
There's
man.
no way.
I thought I was at least going to get a B, but I kind of failed the test again. We got to go back to the shop, study our passives.
True. Just hit up the wiki, bro.
Yeah.
And we'll try this again during the promotion tournament. Hear that, Liga? Put us together in the tournament.
Please.
Jesus.
It's going to be interesting to see Aojun play the lock. I wasn't thinking as much of the champion pick as the player who's picking the champion. Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of those where it's 2026. That's the newest champ. You better play it. So you gotta imagine every mid is putting their time on this guy. I know ABO's had a couple games through this split.
Ooh.
I mean, that's luck, baby.
I just want that statement to end right there. It's burst of damage coming through in exchange. Summoner spells being burnt. The ghost, it's a heal. The heal. Those burned on Maryville's side burnt earlier. Breezy surviving the last onslaught using that heal.
And Breezy gonna just sacrifice as much HP as possible to see if he can hold that wave. He does have flash, but he's...
I don't think you want to sacrifice that much. Oh, is he just... Wow, he's just dead.
Okay. I thought he would flash it. Maybe he is internal calculator, not quite working the same way as Riot's. So he dies. On stuff.
It's just one of those deaths, man. It's just one of those deaths.
Yeah, I guess the idea too is like music's in the area. You really want to save that flash for some kind of snap engage. But if I don't see said engage in the next couple minutes, I'm gonna be judging. I'm gonna be judging. Also, Breezy has Hex Flash, so I'm kind of already half judging.
I am too. I think our saving grace here is Obsnatus got the kill. And you're typing in chat if you're Breezy, worth.
He accomplished nothing, but sure.
Saved my flash.
Oh, true. I take it back. He's a genius. Of course, he
go.
did. Hey, look at Hoarder, bro. Look at this guy.
At him. What's he doing? What's this croc doing in Ontario, Canada?
Actually, I don't even want to get started on that. What were you going to say?
That is what I said. I had nothing else with it.
No, you had something. I know you have something.
Oh, I was going to comment on the Gator.
Okay, good.
We were both talking about Hoarder proxying.
We were. The reason I said that was I almost went a different direction that I just didn't want to. So, Yuji's going the direction of First Dragon. Great look. I think he's going to have a mostly pretty easy time doing this one. I think he's going to use 2 charges of his Smite, though, so maybe easy is an exaggeration.
Breezy getting pressured once again. It's a little bit rough. Like, if you really want to take down the Seraphine, you're calling for music, and you're also somewhat wishing you had, like, a Nautilus to just hook her in. But without that, it's a lot of control over to Scary Jerry and Obsnatus. And because of that bot lane priority, first Drake goes over to Maryville.
Yeah, really good. Early Mountain Drake for MU, and it's a really early start to that Drake stacking. Which, yeah, I mean, the bot prio is wonderful for them. Now, what I'm most interested in how are the grubs going to be looking? I think denying the grubs is going to be pretty huge. Order, I think, is going to be that split push threat, whereas Crimson, less so. So, are we going to see that rotation? Or are we going to see Cupid just commit as many people early on to try and get some kind of win? Because now Hoarder, he's gotten level 6, he has his ult.
Yeah.
And we talked about it early on, how much, I think, value this Croc has in this early mid-game that Cupid needs to leverage.
Ooh, Slice and Dice was used there, so Hoarder's forced to flash. You can see that Scary Jerry and Obstinus were waiting in the wings for that Slice and Dice to go down, but now that they got the Summoner spell, you're pretty happy about that, as Scary Jerry, Obstinus going to be on the top side, waiting out the grub spawn.
Yep, there's the rotation. Looking like we aren't seeing the swap from Cupid, even though they have information on how this one is going. The way Mobility is walking too, I wonder if Cupid really are going to move all 5 up. Nope. I lied.
I'm still very curious at how this lockpick is going to go. Is there things I like about it, things I don't like about it? For one, I was talking about the player playing it. Aojun is not been known to be more of the like assassin type play. It's usually the control mages that we see from Aojun. Like Anivius is most played throughout his career, then it follows Ryze, Talia. You know, it's not exactly within that wheelhouse for that playstyle, Aojun. And even then, back on like CCG, Aojun was good at facilitating what Dardoch needed, which meant usually taking a little bit of a backstep for some of Dardoch's carry play. Not to say that Aojun couldn't take that role in the first place, but it just wasn't really assassin-oriented.
Yeah. I think part of it is just because in the mid lane, assassins really haven't been viable in any meaningful way in quite a while. You have the ever so occasional Zed pick, sure, but otherwise, you don't really see Katarina or anything like that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, lock. Yeah. So I don't know. I wouldn't put that all on Aojun. Basically, is what I'm saying. Where it's just like we just don't see mid assassins a lot. It's kind of the nature of the role.
That's fair. Yeah. Fight 4, Grub's gonna happen. Cupid getting priority over there by keeping Breezy onto that top side.
Oh, look at bot lane.
All Grub's gonna be acquired. Aojun still putting pressure. Meanwhile, we'll throw out the Purgatory. Doesn't go for the chase on the end. Music now stepping in, looking for an ultimate, flashed out by Aojun. Times it well and will not go down.
Interestingly enough, if Aojun kept that Purgatory, I think he kills Music. But he got his threat down. He used that, forced Music to use that Supreme Display of Talent and his Flash. At the end of the day, I think damage is done on that bot lane. We didn't really see it other than the minimap. Mobility forced off a number of waves because Scary Jerry and Obstinatus have the 1v2. You can see that reflected in the CS.
Yeah, kind of going down the line with CS. Or just gold in general. I mean, it's the bot lane winning out for MU. That's the only significant thing here. Not by much. It's just like a small component worth of gold. Still very much in the air as to how this game will go. I want to see more of the mid lane, though. This new look of Aojun has been fun.
Yeah, it has been. Been able to get a lot of pressure onto ABO. You can see on the minimap, he's still trading on him aggressively. Overall, I think it's interesting MU didn't go for any of the grubs.
Yeah.
They used that time to just pressure Mobility and kind of slow him down. We already talked about how hard it will be for Jhin to affect the front line of MU, so I think slowing him down is really just going to exacerbate that.
Interesting call right there to try and lock down Mobility. They'll burn 2 major ults in doing it. Puts Mobility in a little bit of a bad way, but it does mean those ults will be down for the next Dragon. The recall is now being called out of UG, but look at this poke, man. It's a lot. It's too much to handle for Cupid. Yeah. They'll take the recall.
They're dodging the tower. In that whole exchange, that tower shot we just saw was the only one they took. So that is... that's brutal. And that's the power, again, the Ashe Seraphine that we don't see as much of.
Yeah, the meta really gave way to engagers again once people started doing the catch-up XP roam out at level 3.
Right.
So it's nice seeing the Enchantress get back into that support role. Also, the mages as well. That was it's quite the way to go. As now, Aojun hopping right out of the gravitational field, will not be caught. Next topic will be this dragon again. Major tools were burnt earlier from Maryville, so not a dragon that I don't think they want to go for.
Right. They were able to get that kill. It's a different story. Onto Mobility or Breezy. But now I think they're baiting this fight.
Getting in slowly. Still got a little bit of time before the ECA comes through.
Whoa.
But Obstinatus is burst down. Yuji now looking to come in. Here comes music on the run. Purgatory is going to land onto nothing. Hoarder, Dominus gets popped. Crimson is there. Crimson looking for an angle on the music. Instead, it's Hoarder who goes forward with a slice and dice. Catches out Scary Jerry, who gets burnt down. Music steps up, and Scary Jerry will step away. Aojun finds Hoarder. Curtains are closed. Mobility and a Blaze Olive now on the run. Yuji, wrong side to be. Almost gets taken down. The Honey Fruit's not going to save him in time. Now Mobility is in a world of hurt. Crimson chasing onto the kill. Aojun takes down Mobility. A Blaze Olive looking for his way out of here. Not much mana on Crimson, but Crimson is one big tanky boy. Decimating Smash to slow him down, but that ends out the fight in favor of MU.
Overwhelmingly in favor of MU, and I love the call. They
Shut
can't
down.
really fight the dragon. What did I just miss? Oh, I guess Jerry, you wanted that wave. He had really low health by the end of it, so greedy, but also Breezy getting the shutdown. That could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, what's Aurel going to do? Get tanky? Trundle says thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So, honestly, not a big deal. MU, really nice call to go for that fight after the dragon, knowing they didn't have the tools to take the dragon itself, and knowing that Soul, not as important to them as it was at these past 2 games in this series, Eric. So now, they get the gold lead, which is the most important thing.
You get a gold lead. We kept Scary Jerry alive at the back end of that. Music was trying really hard to find an angle in. And let's take another look at this. This is what happened to Scary Jerry, unfortunately. He just got ran down. Got mogged.
Yeah. Not much to it, but we needed to know for sure.
How did you die? Horse just ran me, bro.
Arrow.
Chanted Crystal. Ooh, so close.
Wait,
Pillar comes down, though.
Oh,
Top lane. It lands onto Hoarder. Hoarder's like, what's this? What just happened? Where am I?
Calculated. I think that's the Chaos Arcane Storm. Maybe it was gone.
Good trigonometry right there.
Of course.
Knows the Sokotoas.
Oh, damn. That takes me back.
Right?
Yeah. I couldn't do that anymore.
Trig was a fun class.
Yeah.
I like math in
Also a
general.
math major, so
Yeah.
nerd.
Hey, now.
Hi.
Well, what was yours, huh?
Criminal justice.
Oh, God, that goes hard. I got no... I can't compete.
Get mogged.
And named Beatdown Boulevard, that goes so hard as a combo.
Dude, it's so funny how, like, that never even occurred to me. It's literally just a Brooklyn Nine-Nine reference, but I'll take it. Unexpected synergy.
Aojun's taking a lot of damage. Music might be looking for a way here, but there's that pillar. It stinks. It makes you slow. Music can't get close enough.
Ugh, yeah, I don't like that skin. For that exact reason. This looks like a pile of sludge.
A pillar of filth.
Literally. Yeah. Oh.
I personally like the baseball one where it's the trophy.
Yeah, see? Now we're talking. Also, that pillar is nice too, because delaying those recalls gives MU first touch onto that Rift Herald. And they finish it though. Hoarder's backing.
Yeah.
And I think he's going bot lane. I think MU should have more of a presence, but are they actually going to commit?
Not just yet. I do think their odds are decent enough. They have all their engage tools online, unlike the dragon fight from earlier. You do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Encore.
Right.
Yuji chasing away music and getting some mid lane control, setting up for this Rift Herald. MU want to go for it.
All right, just pushing their waves, getting themselves that space.
Oh, here comes Breezy. Finds a way in on Scary Jerry.
Wow.
And he's absolutely deleted. Bot lane gone. Aojun getting out of the range of the curtain call, and Maraville said packing.
That is an easy 2 for 1, or 2 for none, excuse me. Crimson doesn't match the TP, so you have to imagine that was a call from MU to just let this one go. But it's tough. They lost 2 in the process, so I mean, yeah, you get first brick, you get gold onto the Scion, but that feels really bad because now this Jhin, who you worked hard to set behind, is collecting gold. This Kiana, whose best hope this game is to get ahead, is ahead. And Cupid, their chance this game improved quite a bit.
And it's always funny seeing Breezy on Rel, because this was shades of what he did last time against Conviction. Is now jumping into the fight. It's going to be Crimson. Decimating Smash. Gets the knock up on Blaze Olive. Dragon going to be secured by Cupid. Purgatory goes out, looking for Hoarder. Hoarder's taking a lot of damage. Scary Jerry on the opposite side of the wall. Will throw out the volley. Slows down Cupid, but doesn't get them slowed enough. Cupid claim the Dragon, and they get out.
All right, that's a healthy win. Doesn't cost too much. ABO had to flash, but otherwise, you're halfway to an Infernal Soul now, which is really good for this burst comp that you're working with. I think that will help close that gap and allow champions like Jhin just to be able to do a little more this game. And I think that's the major win con Cupid are now looking for.
Ooh, Obsnatus.
I mean, did we even need the supreme display of talent? Like, I think he's just dead 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah. Looking like one of those like Isekai trucks. Kick the MC out of this game.
Oh yeah, into another world.
Oh, Yuji stepping in. Cupid pull out, no problem.
Nice and easy.
What's the other world? League Classic? Oh, it's not over.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it could be over.
Another world.
Yeah. I mean, there are plenty of isekais, so.
Way too many. Janet Cruzeiro comes out. It's going to find a Blaze Olive. Gravitational Field is on cooldown, so one more volley. Puts down ABO. Maraville finally able to get something back into their favor. There's that deadly flourish along with the stun set up by Breezy. It's an alley-oop to get the kill on the music.
That's a great call out by you, Eric. That combo has just been so nasty for CPD this whole game. And even though they got a shutdown on the side of MU, you could get so much more. A kill, a turret, the Herald doing so much work. And now Cupid are the ones with the advantage for the first time this game. MU, not many answers available to them right now.
This is a big struggle for MU and their composition. You want the 5v5. That is where your comp does a lot better against Cupid. Skirmish and getting caught out in rotation, you're gone. You don't get you really don't get a chance to play given how squishy a lot of these champions are. I mean, 3 of them, it doesn't take long.
It really doesn't. And now, I think small upside for MU. Cupid's comp doesn't do Baron very fast.
All right, here we go. Aojun. Orders low. Purgatory goes down, but unable to land it just yet. Supreme Slice Pallet comes out. Scary Cherry's going to finish off the croc. Aojun will fall. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. Now jumping into the fray is going to be Crimson. Looks to slow down Breezy, but doesn't have any targets to hit with the Decimating Smash. It's a 1-for-1. Hoarder for Aojun.
That whole time, Crimson didn't even lose any health. It was just the shield. Oh my god. A 1-for-1 though. Still fine for Cupid. We're still a minute 40 from the Dragon, even though Hoarder is on gray screen. Things are still fine for the most part for Cupid. It's just about whether or not they can actually get set up and be able to hit this Infernal Drake. At Soul Point, huge boon for them. They're able to secure it. We see how well they're able to win these fights with that snap engage if they find the hits. I think MU haven't had any ways to stop them so far.
You can see the way the gold has shifted in the game. Cupid, 1.5k lead. Now in their favor, a lot of this through these skirmishy picks. Good amount of them led off Breezy. He's great at finding engages when a team needs it. That's what we've known him the most for. In fact, the quote I remember you the most for, beat down. I mean, you know it.
I was wondering when you'd bring that up.
A gank so deep, even King Arthur couldn't pull it out.
Oh, that was a funny Alistar game.
Oh, it was.
Times. But yeah, Breezy, he's got the deep flanks. He's had the great angles so far on the rel this game. And he's got to keep doing it if he wants CPD to make it to the winner's final. Guaranteed top 3. Again, a first from 4 out of 5 members of Cupid.
You can see how little damage Crimson takes when he is locked down. And this is where that shielding of Obstinatus is going to be pretty clutch. Once you use it, alongside having the empowered one, you will get a heal, and Chad Crusader not going to land, but the Encore will onto Mobility. Mobility now trying to run away, but Aljun will assassinate Mobility and walk it straight over to the Dragon.
Still, that is a lot of ultimates used to secure one single Jhin. I don't think it's impossible for Cupid to play this one out. I mean, you have to be respecting that.
Oh, watch out for Breezy. Watch out for Breezy. Here he comes. Fine, Scary Jerry, and he's gone. Supreme display of talent going to be used. Obstinatus looking to run away from Breezy, but the rest of MU collapsing onto Hoarder. They don't find much. He slice and dices out of the situation. Gravitational field gets a stun onto Crimson. Crimson now stepping up alongside Yuji. Engage off the table for Cupid, but they'll still run this anytime, anyway. Music gets the smite, secures the Dragon. Dragon Soul Point now set up for Cupid. Breezy will be the sacrificial lamb. Aljun takes that kill, but Cupid snap engage to take the head of Scary Jerry.
Ooh, Aljun. Okay, is there a spectator bug? Because literally every Lock player I've seen so far just ignores the skulls from the Purgatory. Like, guys, it increases the execute threshold. It refunds some of the cooldown. I'm so like, what am I not seeing?
No, I'm just gonna assume it is, because Aljun was right there when he took the kill in the mid lane. He could have just grabbed that and ran.
I will accept that. You know what? I won't accept that. Observers, can we hover the ultimate of Aljun? Because that's how we can check. It will literally say how much the execute threshold is increased. I'm curious if we can do that. I actually really want to know. Because I've seen ABO do this, I've seen other Lock players in the league do this, and like I'm just so like, help me see
Help
it.
her boy. Help be done.
I don't want to flame. But don't be bad. Okay, hold on.
I don't think it shows us from that screen, sadly.
No, it's okay.
It's all right.
I'm just gonna ask Aljun after the series. Like, listen, man, level with me. Do you hate the skulls? Do skulls make you uncomfortable? You know?
For some people, it does. We don't want to be reminded of death. We'll be reminded that we're aging and we need more novel experiences in life to slow down the transition of time. Truly. I'm sorry, I got too deep there. My bad.
Yeah, you kind of stunned me for a second, but you know, I usually do that to you, so I feel like it's only fair.
Yeah. Still thinking about that game 1.
Edge?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but here we go. Hoarder flashing out. Almost gets caught by Crimson and Yuji. Forces out the teleport from ABO, and with little committed, so I think you're pretty happy with this for MU.
Yeah. It's really not too big of a deal there. So, it did cost the Unstoppable Onslaught, but that's going to come up way sooner than the TP. Does mean Hoarder is going to be the one playing weak side in preparation for this next Dragon. It is Infernal Soul for Cupid. Again, a big boon for them and their composition, giving them the tools they need to close out the series. And will MU let it happen?
Do you feel like this game's still in anyone's hands? Looking at the late game expectations, Crimson's still going to be that brick wall of a man that pure meat and muscle that Cupid will have to get through. And we're also hitting some good breakpoints for Maryville right now. Infinity Edge was just completed by Scary Jerry. It's going to bring a significant amount more damage for Scary Jerry. Here's the tricky thing, though. You can't get caught by Breezy. Seen it happen a little too many times now.
Yeah. Breezy, basically anyone he hits with that Aeromancy, they kind of get owned. Either by Mobility's follow-up, Music's follow-up, just pick someone.
Well, minus Crimson.
Yeah. Crimson's very tanky.
Crimson's chilling.
He's almost on 3 items. That's actually kind of really important for MU. If he can frontline effectively, dude, they're gonna need... It's gonna take a lot to kill this guy.
If you get a fight to be front to back, it benefits MU so much. Taking a look at the Dragon Timer, 55 seconds before Infernal hits the map. That will be Soul if Cupid are able to get it. And keep in mind, the history of this series so far, Music has been winning these Smite fights against Yuji.
I think he's won all of them. Down, even from as little as camps or major objectives. Like, he is hitting them all. And that's going to be the problem. The 50-50s don't favor MU at the moment, and we're 30 seconds till that Drake. Everyone's alive, but MU critically have that first look. They have the vision. We got to use Blue Wards for Cupid. Get an inkling on what's going on. Again, I don't think a Baron threaten is real for Cupid. They take Baron almost pathetically slow. So it really is just coming down to the streak.
Crimson gets stunned up for a brief moment, shakes it off. Got no problem. He's a big boy. He could tie his own shoes. But with this Infernal now being up, this is where things are going to get rather spicy. Gravitational field to zone out Maryville, make the track a little bit harder to get there. Scary Jerry, this choke point can be worrisome. Supreme display of talent could put you in a bad way, as now the fight going to begin. Scary Jerry put in a spot where he can go after Hoarder rather early. Hoarder getting attacked, will be the first one to drop. Encore goes out, doesn't catch anyone. Music has to go over the wall, and Maryville fighting a fight on their terms will get the better of Cupid.
That's the angle they needed. Flash from Music means Cupid are just letting this one go. MU halt the Drake stacking, very crucial for them this game. This was a must-win fight for Maryville University, and now they can start to put some pressure on this top side of the map.
UG, look at this angle now coming out. Waiting for that pillar to go down, slows down a lot of Cupid. Purgatory from Al June, sentenced to death. No chance for mobility.
No, sir. It's now you see me, now you don't. That was a magic trick right there from the lock. MU find another successful play. And any extra bit of gold they can get for themselves. Huge deal here. And again, for the next few minutes, another fight like that for either team could guarantee a Baron.
Everything now coming online for Maryville. And it's starting to look damn good. UG finding these angles, great use of the pillar right there. That's the power of this Trundle. Yeah, you're a great duelist. Yeah, you're the anti-tank. But you can also zone off immobile members. Look at Victor. He does not have a dash ability. Same thing with mobility. You're pretty much just hinging on a Blaze Olive using a rocket belt to get away from that. But once that pillar goes up and you're in a bad way, it's lights out.
Yeah, we talked about it in that draft. Again, the Trundle for Yuji was so big because the best way to escape it in a crucial moment for ABO and mobility, it's unfortunately their flash, which is both down at the moment. So very vulnerable to similar plays. Also Cupid. We got a big focus on this side of the map. Aojin playing very respectively though. And Cupid, they're bleeding for this one, Eric. You look on the bottom side of the map, Big Wave lost to that turret. I think now they're just gonna maybe try and bait that TP from Hoarder. No, they're not even going to start it. Just going to make this side of the map dark.
Out of line still drawn as Maryville put a lot of presence. Mobility's got to be careful because once again, the combo comes through. The pillar will take down Mobility as Scary Jerry will hunt. Now teleport's coming in, but Crimson can absorb damage for days. Hoarder goes in. Ruthless Predator stuns Crimson, but Crimson does not care. Maryville will not allow Mobility to play this damn game.
Flash down against MU's comp. Like, you can't be on the map. It's just clearly very illegal. And now, not only did they secure that kill, now they forced Hoarder's teleport. And they still have Aojun on the other side of the map. He destroyed a turret. He is still farming it up. So MU, they lose nothing. They win everything in this exchange.
Fortunately for Cupid, with everything given up, this will give them a little bit of map presence to push their vision line forward. It will clear out some of the wards for Maryville. But these picks have been so damning for Mobility. He should have his flash up, or the next time a situation comes up, which should be around that dragon once again. That's a minute 30 before we see that fourth Infernal hit the map.
Yeah, and MU still very much in on this side of the map. A lot of pink wards up top, but you gotta imagine they're gonna be shifting down low very shortly, as MU can just basically play 5 Knights at the bottom side river, making it very dangerous for Cupid to walk around.
With his vision control, you can see the struggles. There's not much deep vision for Cupid to try and play with flanks, to try and play with angles to catch out Scary Jerry, Obstinatus, or Aojun. 50 seconds left before the Infernal hits. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on cooldown now. Crimson holding that line right there.
Look at Breezy. He's going deep. I think he's already spotted on a pink, though.
Yeah.
They know who they're playing against, MU. They recognize how deep this guy goes. Well, they're going to back off immediately.
Baron getting pinged out over on the side of Maryville.
It's so fake.
Yeah, you can tell right now that Cupid are trying to get Maryville to fight on their grounds. And right now, Cupid going after Mobility. Oh. Mobility does have his flash this time. At the very least of that, but here comes Breezy. Flash out. Breezy still gonna be in the thick of it all. Hoarder going deeper, looking to find the back line, but they can't find Scary Jerry. Flashes onto it. Here comes Music. Slams Jerry against the wall. ADC down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Hoarder for Jerry.
Big deal, too. The fact that Mobility, he has the flash, didn't even need to use it, and ABO living is the difference maker.
Aojun over the wall. Gravitational field stuns up Crimson. He gets rooted for a while. He's getting lower and lower. And suddenly that wall is looking breakable. Aojun wants to find a way in. Aojun looking for the flank. He has an opportunity to go for it with Purgatory, but he needs someone to set up the play. Aojun now getting poked at. This is Dragon Soul. UG needs to get in there, deny this from Cupid. Now going in as Crimson breaks off the rest of Cupid from their team. But again, AD carry is down. Gravitational field from ABO. Gets the flank through. Maryville are split and they're breaking apart at the seams. Dragon Soul for Cupid.
MU falling apart now. They just gotta hope that they can run away. And okay, cool. Aojun has a lock moment and is able to get something back in the interim, but at the end of it, that's a huge buff Cupid pick up.
You need ways to take down Crimson. Now, stats kind of work for that, and hey, we can grab a Baron while we're at it. Cupid playing it perfectly. Even a Blaze Olive in that fight, using the Rocket Belt to get over the wall.
Oh my god.
It leaves Maryville empty-handed. No Dragon Soul for them. It's Dragon Soul for Cupid and Baron for Cupid.
All right, my bad. I didn't realize how quick Cupid take that Baron. That was alarming. Now it's another avenue for gold generation that Cupid have gotten for themselves. A lot of tier 2 turrets up too. I'm kind of curious. We have a second. We should really watch that last fight again. And I think it's just the quintessential fight win for Cupid is exactly what we saw. Music coming from behind, Porter doing the same, getting on top of the carries of Scary Jerry, especially with Flash. It's not playable for Scary Jerry or Obstinatus. If they get literally touched by music, they explode.
Yeah. That's a 516 Kiana.
Yeah.
And look at the itemization, man. That's so much lethality.
Build.
You have a full build on top of it. Yuchi now stepping in, wants to find mobility, not going to be that easy. Breezy goes on the body block, Blaze All also there, music, getting damage onto Breezy. Suddenly Crimson is isolated by himself and locked down. The front line is dead. No one can hold the throne for Maryville. They're on retreat.
That's right, Crimson can tank a lot of damage, but if he's the focus and his team is away from him, he is still going to collapse as well. Cupid, now the big front line. They don't even have to worry about circumventing him. They're just going to walk it down mid and start knocking on MU's doors.
Aojun goes to the bot lane, but realizes he cannot stay there. Inhibitor goes down. Cupid, they might look for an angle to end this right now. Deadly Flourish lands onto Yuji. Yuji stunned up for days. Out comes the Encore.
Yeah.
Hoarder gets rooted up for quite some time. Aojun's going to be in the thick of it. Right in the middle. Flashes out. Scary Jerry's able to grab Hoarder. It's killed down. Nexus Tower down. Another volley goes out. 4 strong is Cupid. Only 3 on the table right now for Maryville. Coming off the respawn, you'll have Crimson to even out the odds, and Maryville defend the base.
Whoa. It was looking like the end of the series right there, but MU playing...
Aojun!
Oh, my God. Aojun, buddy, that's not a good look.
What he did to ABO now returned in kind. Trying to walk out of his base. Cupid say no. They put a hard stop to that. And now the death timers not in the favor of Maryville.
No, not even a little. I will say, one thing Maryville has going for them is that, again, if I were to summarize how these two teams want to win these fights, you need to front to back as MU, and for Cupid, you just want to circumvent the front line. You just want to get around it, jump terrain, do whatever you have to do to get straight to Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. That's your way in. You kill this Ashe, these fights fall apart. Jerry is the linchpin here.
Yeah.
And I think Cupid have done a good job the last few fights trying to take him out.
Beat, this is what you were saying in draft. The damage profile for Maryville University, it all hinges on Aojun and Scary Jerry. You take one of them away, Maryville don't have the damage anymore.
No, they don't. And the fact that Cupid have ways to take them out and target them specifically, something they've been utilizing to great effect this game. And I will say, here's the saving grace for MU. This gold lead on CPD, it's literally all jungle. Look at the differences, guys. And that gold lead, honestly, I honestly think it's inflated in a sense. Music has already been, for the last 10 minutes, at a level where he can explode Aojun and Scary Jerry.
Yeah.
So any more gold that he gets ahead of Yuji, I would argue is functionally meaningless. So that means MU, despite this huge lead, MU have ways to play. It's not easy, but it's certainly playable.
I personally want to know what you think about the Guardian Angel choice here for Scary Jerry, because my personal thought is if he's getting picked and Guardian Angel popped, the team fight's probably already lost in the first place. I don't know if it's the wisest decision to go for it.
I think just nut up and build Zanya's, bro. I think that's just the answer here. I'm not even joking.
Yeah. Here we go. Yuji over the wall. Crimson's taking a lot of damage. Ruthless Predator stuns up Crimson. They're looking to chop down the tree, but he escapes and instead will ring the dinner bell to run back home. And these engage tools not working for Maryville anymore. This frontline tank not working for Maryville anymore. Cupid are bringing the noise, they're bringing the damage, they're bringing the boom.
And in 13 seconds, they're going to be bringing that Elder Dragon unless MU can do something about it. Immediate base and TP from Hoarder. Spend what gold he's earned, and we're going to do this one all over again.
Watch out for Breezy here. He still has the Magnet Storm. can get in there with the crash down, so that's going to be one of the big tools available for Cupid to take this next fight. UG right on to Hoarder. Cupid getting pushed back very slowly. China Crystal Arrow is online. Scary Jerry looking for his angle. Infernal has been pulled. Hoarder looking to step away from this one. There is no deep flank this time in favor of Cupid. You only have Hoarder on one end, but Breezy's looking to change that situation. Now Hoarder under attack. Gets hit by the Enchantress Arrow. UG's by himself. Out comes the Magnet Storm. Breezy looking for a way in. Will take down the jungler of MU. Now Outjun forced to run away. Out comes the arrows. Looking to find Breezy. Breezy's going to be the first one to fall. Now Music able to jump in and find a way. Curtain Call can open up. Hoarder's going in. Out comes the Encore. There's the Infernal secured by Cupid. Scary Jerry fighting tooth and nail. Guardian Angel going to be popped. Music still up. Crimson gets the kill. It is not over just yet. Crimson going to work, almost claims Hoarder, but this is a march for Cupid going towards the base of Maryville.
Super minions are there. Mobility is on the way. Cupid are looking to hit top 3 for the first time.
A team built together to reach new bounds and dominate the NACL. Inhibitor respawns, but the death timers are too long. Cupid will put an arrow through the heart of Collegian and advance into the winners finals.
And look at the hype, look at the smiles. Cupid getting a tougher series than they may have bargained for, but they still come out on top and are now going to wait for the winner of our next match.
Big win for Cupid. Top 3. We were mentioning it, man. A lot of these players haven't been in this position before. Hoarder, Mobility, they've seen top 3 before. It's Music, who's been 5th place in playoffs a few times. Breezy, highest he's seen is 4th place. Now this whole team coming together, again, it was kind of a shotgun team made for summer, made to take over the NACL and compete for that LCS promotion slot. And performances like these, you can absolutely see why it is a possibility.
For sure. And I think just the way they've been playing all split and even the new heights we've been seeing from Cupid so far in playoffs are just continuously reinforcing the narrative that this is the top 2 team. This is a team that can take it to NRG and a team we have to respect as a legitimate contender for winning the split and going in as our first seed into the LCS promotion tournament.
Yeah, the only team they fell to in the regular season was NRG. And with the way Cupid's been shaping up, NRG had a lot more time to work together as a squad through spring going into summer. Cupid is still one that you can say, hey, is still finding some of the grounds, even if they've already started at a very high level. But seeing this game, this was a great display. Game number 1, absolute domination come out from them. But this game number 3, this was the true test right here. They kept getting picked out in some of these crucial moments, but when it mattered the most, they found a way to break the wall that was Crimson. Music was so clutch in finding the backline and getting rid of Scary Jerry, the main damage that Maryville had. And it all resulted in, you can see that overwhelming pile of gold for Cupid.
Yeah, and I really want to give that shout out to Breezy as well, because I really think his Lulu in game 1 was great, and I think the Rel was really instrumental in those picks. Yeah, Music found a lot of those angles. I think we also got to shout out the setups there, the Magnet Storms, the flank plays where he's able to jump over walls to get on top of Scary Jerry and really just be a key factor in his elimination in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I gotta echo that sentiment. I think at the end of the day, this was a team effort, but it's the jungle support synergy that really came through for clutching things out. Breezy was fantastic. The Lulu played its job perfectly. It wasn't the craziest job to play, but sometimes that's all you need from your support to know what the priorities are when playing that Lulu and popping that ultimate on the right target. And Breezy on Rel, you already know it's good. You already know it's going to be good. He can just walk up slowly, down smash your team, and take over a game just like that. But for the MVP, it has to be Music, man. I really like what he was able to do in game number 1, but in this game 3, I do think it was a jungle support synergy type situation, but his role played in game 3 to constantly find angles that put Scary Jerry at risk is what made MU crippled in taking fights.
Yeah, and I think the Vi game 1 was also phenomenal from Music. And we talked about that jungle matchup today and how exciting it must be, or exciting it is for us to watch Music, who's been on this path of growth this split, to face off against Yuji, who is Mark very correctly called Thanos as far as NACL goes. And for him to perform so well, especially games 1 and 3, it's gotta feel great.
And we are getting word that we have our player interview ready for this game. So let's go ahead, Beat. We're going to need you to step aside. And we got to celebrate the good times with a member of Cupid. So let's go ahead and pull them on to the broadcast. It's going to be Mobility. Mobility, how you doing, man? Big win, winners finals.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I didn't get to have too much fun in this series. They were kind of just... Their jungler skipped every camp possible and just stood behind my tower all 3 games. But shout out to my team. Like, they capitalized on it, so it feels good to win.
Talk to me about the matchup against Scary Jerry. You guys were kind of going tit for tat for the most part in a lot of those early stages in laning where you would take each other out. So, how was it facing off against Scary Jerry? Someone I know you have a lot of history with when it comes to the Winthrop versus Maryville rivalry.
Yeah, I feel like in the Winthrop best of 5, it was like AD diff. I feel like in the series that we just played a couple weeks ago against them, it was also AD diff. And this series felt like they have UG back, so their jungler, like I said, just stands bot lane and makes sure, gives all his camps on top side and make sure Jerry can play. I mean, that's kind of like how the UG Jerry teams work, is just Jerry picks a really strong bot lane and has UG stand there like a dog behind him, and that's usually why he looks so good.
I mean, fair enough. Say your truths, man. Say what it is. For this year, I want to look at the entirety of the year. You've had a pretty storied career. I remember even going back to like Evil Geniuses, Winthrop. This has been your best look so far. So talk to me about what's been making you such a big competitor within NACL. What's made this year what has made you stand out this much more this year?
I don't know. I've just been working really hard. I think the time at Dig that I had, even though it was pretty short, actually I learned a lot in that quick time. And I was able to bring that into both NACL splits. I feel like I just feel like I leveled up as a whole. I've just been working really hard, and the experiences that I've gotten with Dig and any other thing has just helped me become a lot better player.
That's good to hear. What about this squad, though? I know this squad, this is kind of seen as almost like NACL Avengers. A lot of you are very high skill players who haven't seen the top of the mountain just yet, but look rather energized to get there. So how's it been playing with Breezy in the bottom lane, pulling out good old ABO, Hoarder, Music? How's it been with the team?
Yeah, it's been super fun. This is the first time I've been on a team where I come into the split and we are like anything but top 2 is a failure type of thing, or like anything besides winning for us. But like as a predictions from everybody on the outside, like the lowest people had us was 3rd, I believe. So I don't know. It's definitely a new experience. It's super fun. It's super motivating to every scrim we play, every match we play. Everybody's very locked in and tries really hard, and we all hold each other accountable. So yeah.
In the upper bracket, the other game that's going to play out today is Winthrop versus NRG. Now, I know NRG was the only team to hand you a defeat in this split. Otherwise, it has been smooth sailing. So looking at what your potential opponents can be, what thoughts do you have there?
I do think Winthrop is going to win today. I think Winthrop looks really good. I think Wilson and Kim Down, when it becomes playoff time, they are very good players. As I just played with them. I know what it looks like. And I think NRG doesn't have their full 5. I think Sushi is a big part of why they have success. They kind of sack him a lot in their games, but then he kind of comes back in the team fights, and we'll see if Shogo can also play that style. He's never been known to play that style. So I think, I just think the synergy of Kim Down Wilson and then Tomo also being a very good AD carry, I think they'll take that series, and we'll be facing Winthrop next week.
All right. Off of that, do you actually keep in communication with some of your old Winthrop comrades?
Yeah, mainly Kim Down. I mean, me and him are very good friends, so I talk to him here and there.
You guys do some duo queue together or anything like that?
Nope, duo queue is still not allowed.
Not allowed?
Yep.
Okay. Well, looking forward into the future, I know, we got to see Denethor get promoted into the LCS. What are the goals for you? It feels like with the performance you've been having and the leaps and bounds you've been jumping, that seems to be a very realistic endgame for you.
Yeah, I think it is a real endgame. I think last split, I was on a team that was projected to demote and like be bottom 2 or bottom 3, and we ended up 3rd. And I feel like I was a big part of that. And now I'm on a team that's expected to be really high up, and we are really high up. So I feel like that kind of speaks to the impact I can have on a team, and just overall, like just on your eyeballs, like watching me play the game, I feel like I've looked like the best AD carry. Maybe despite this series, I didn't have like a great series today, but this might be the only series in the last like since spring playoffs that I've had like a bad game. Yeah, I think I'm just consistently playing well, and I think, like I said, all the things about the team stuff, it speaks to like the impact I can have on a team, and yeah, I think both those things, hopefully NAGMs can see that and give me a shot.
Oh, I appreciate you, putting it out there, because I think the play that we've seen, the growth that we've seen, it's all fantastic. It's all very valuable things when it comes not just to developmental, but tier 1 play and making it in there as a rookie. I hope to see it in the future, but before I let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to give?
Shout out my girlfriend. Shout out my team. I got carried today. Shout out, Yuji, laning bot lane. He wasn't a jungler this series. Yeah, and see you guys next week. I don't know. Thanks, guys, for casting.
Thank you for the fantastic game, man. That was a banger series. Want to wish you the best of luck in the rest of the playoffs. Congratulations on top 3.
Thank you.
I like it. The confidence is there. It's not just
it should be
a box situation. The whole team seems to feel confident right now.
They should be. And again, respect the mobility, as you said, just putting it out there. Like, hope NAGMs give him a shot. I hope NAGMs give him a shot. Again, the growth of this player over the last 3 years, something to be excited about. When it comes to talent, we can hope move to the next level. Of course, there are must-haves like Yuji Zamudo, and I think Mobility's really put himself in that conversation this year as a player who we as fans are like, yo, get this guy up there, man. He could really make it happen.
I think more this year than any year, because if we do look in the past just a little bit, Mobility has always been someone who is on the cusp of being in the top ADC picture, but never quite broken through until 2026. And I think that's a lot to be proud of, especially to be on this squad and carrying your weight like that. So awesome display from him. Awesome display from our MVP music as well. But we are ready to move on to our next series. And what do you know? It's Mobility's old team. It's Winthrop University versus NRG. For Winthrop, this is a team that's been rebuilding and showing leaps and bounds in their identity, while NRG, they're the big dogs on the block, where this was a developmental project started up rather early in spring, and now this is where we're looking to see the fruits of the labor.
And you got to give that respect to for Mobility, shouting out his old team, saying he thinks Winthrop are going to win. And while I didn't vote for Winthrop, I respect the vision, because I really think Winthrop have leveled up big time this split, and it's been a wonderful thing to see. So I think with that note, we have the interview with the coaching staff from Winthrop. That's right, Eric. I'm going to cut you out. I'm just going to send you away for a couple of minutes while we do this interview. Bye. And here we go. We're with yet another face of the coaching staff here from Winthrop University. This time it is Blue. Nice to have you on the show. Nice to meet you. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have you. So, personally, when I heard you were doing the interview, checked out your Twitter. It is the first time we're interacting and speaking. And for those who don't know, including myself, can you talk about your role specifically when it comes to Winthrop University? Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm one of the analysts for Winthrop, and so I do a lot of deep diving and finding all the little nooks and crannies teams have, and also just studying what we like and how to make what we like better. It's as simple as I can put it.
Fair enough. So how long have you been with the team? What's your experience been like with Winthrop?
I actually started with them during our playoff run of last split. Like different, like let's say I wasn't doing as much as I was doing now, but I have upgraded in what I was doing, and hopefully it has shown some things. That's about what I can say.
I mean, team's playing well, drafting well, so
yes.
You gotta pat yourself on the back.
I will not take full credit for that. I've definitely helped, but we have a good team of staff here, so it makes things a lot easier.
Then can you speak on maybe the biggest challenges you've had personally and maybe the team has had this split? It's hard to imagine any challenges because you guys have looked so good, but I'm curious for your perspective.
My challenges is just like, how would I say? It's very, like, I'm self-motivated, so when I feel like I'm not doing enough, I keep putting more pressure on myself, which leads to some late nights doing who knows what, searching, research, whatever. Team-wise, it's like, we've had our moments during scrims, but like nothing bad. Like, we're developing, we're scaling. People can see that we're not, I think we're playing above a lot of where a lot of people put us at the beginning of the split, so I think we can go even higher.
Well, speaking of higher, you have a chance for that today. You're facing our #1 seed in NRG. What a lot of people are saying, best team in the league. Mobility, I don't know if you were seeing that interview post-game, but he has you guys winning. So I'm really curious about your thoughts on NRG as a team. Have you scaled enough to take a big swing at them, and what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I definitely think we have scaled enough. Like, this should be a very competitive series in the way of, I think we are in the top 3 of like different champs played, and like just being like our drafts, you can never understand what we're going to do. Like, it's very hard to read our drafts, so that's one of our strengths, and I think NRG has maybe not a problem per se, but they are very standard or like readable to me. So I feel like that's our biggest strength going into this series.
Would you say one-dimensional? Is that a way you would put it?
No, like they have their like they have their moments of brilliance. I just think it's fairly easy to read if you do some research.
Fair enough. As you said, you do a lot of late night research, so I imagine you got NRG's number and you've committed all the time possible to make that one happen. I'm excited to see what the game plans are going to look like.
Yeah, I can't really say none of them, but we've definitely been cooking,
of course,
like usual. Like, we're definitely cooking.
All right, well, I'm excited to see what that meal is going to look like. But Blue, I think we've taken enough of your time, and we got to get things rolling. I'm sure you do too. So thank you.
Yep.
And as your first time on here, what are your shout-outs, man? What do you want to say before we let you go?
Shout out to Tails and like everyone, to be honest, because I didn't really think I would be in this opportunity coming to Winthrop. So being here is nice. My mom's watching. Hopefully, the timing has been a little bit. So hi. But it's just the team entirely. I love working with these guys. It's awesome.
Amazing, Blue. Thank you so much for your time. It's nice to meet you, and good luck in your series today.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sure we will, won't we, Eric?
We definitely will. Yes. This is a good day of games. I'm excited for this.
I know.
Also, what a charming guy. You know, it's just very happy to be here. I love the fact that Collegiate allows for opportunities like this, because oftentimes it's more common to go for established talent, but seeing Blue in that analyst role and, you know, having the reads that he has, I hope they come true, at least in some regard, to make this a competitive matchup, because, again, this is a very tough team that you're going against. We're going to start pulling up the rosters, starting off with Winthrop, excuse me. Where Winthrop, this is a team at the very start of the season. It's a rebuild, right? You no longer have Denethor. He got called up to Dignitas. You no longer have Mobility, who went over to play with Cupid, and then, of course, bringing in Samikin into the mid lane. It was a question of how long would it take for this team to find their bearings. It was not long at all. They started to form up rather early, Pete.
Yeah, and it's only been an upwards trajectory from there. It's been great to see, especially the solo laners for this team. Barrick, a very late addition to the team, and someone who, you know, he's had some good moments in the NACL, but nothing, I wouldn't say the highest of peaks, but he's really grown a lot this split. I think he slotted into Winthrop very nicely. Samikin has grown a lot this split, really showing us more of that standard style, and more importantly, showing that confidence that we've never seen from him ever since he joined the league, and it's been wonderful stuff.
I love that you call out the confidence. It's something that we spoke to Samikin about when we had a post-game interview with him, where, yeah, we know him as the Lux player, as a Zoe player, as the Hue player who can play these artillery-style mages, but now seeing him get more comfortable onto just standard control mages, you know, it does diversify. Rise. Yeah, Rise as well. It does Victor. Diversify his playstyle, knowing that he's confident in it. It's really nice to hear in terms of the development of Samikin, who's had this set identity for so long in Blue Otter. Also, big shout out to Kim Down. I mean, we talk about engages. Kim Down is one of the kings of that. But let's go ahead and pull up NRG. As I said a little bit earlier, this was a long-term project. They started off in spring, looking to develop this team over the course of the year to compete for that LCS promotion slot. And now they're here waiting to reap the fruits of their labor. Only change here, Sushi, I believe he did have a surgery. It's nothing major, just getting something taken care of. It's going to be Shogo slotting in.
That's right. And what a great time to be in the upper bracket to have a sub situation like that. I believe it is just for this series today. Shogo is going to sub in, but I think so much of what makes this team strong is still here. We praise the top side of NRG, 3 players who I'm very confident are going to be first all-pro in their row, undisputed. Especially with how Kizno, I think, has leveled up a little bit more this split. I think NRG still looking very strong in today's matchup.
Yeah, this is a very capable team. We talked about Phi Mini. He's definitely in contention for a lot of people's most improved on the year. As you look at his play from season to season, what he's done, it's very easy to say he's going to win. Zamudo, last split's most valuable prospect, and probably, arguably, the best player in the league overall. So it's a tough team to have to go against, but now that you know Shogo's there, it's no offense to Shogo, team's just used to playing with Sushi, which might change things up. But let's go ahead and pull up our face-to-face. That has to be mid lane. Samikin versus Phi Mini.
And it's really incredible to see how these two have really shaped up. Phi Mini joining the league a little later than Samikin. Really leaped ahead of him, I think, at the beginning of this year. And now it's been fun to watch Samikin kind of catch back up to a degree with how much he's grown as well. I mean, you look at the stats, and they both have some of their advantages here and there. I still think overall Phi Mini is the better of the two, but I think Samikin has finally gotten to this point here, especially recently, that I feel that he'll actually be able to really challenge him, and that's why this matchup is the most exciting for me.
It is by far the most exciting to me too, because we had a talk before the broadcast about most improved, and we both agree Phi Mini is number 1 on our books, but Samikin is somewhere in that top 3 range if you look at his play going from Blue Otter to Winthrop University, and again, that bolster of confidence that he's had. Again, this was a player that we kind of thought was going to be a franchise player for Blue Otter for as long as time can go, but now seeing him on Winthrop and in a collegiate system where he is growing and learning, it makes this face-to-face between him and Phi Mini a fun one.
And to summarize, we weren't wrong about Samikin. We just weren't right yet. He's really stepped into that franchise player role, I think, here on Winthrop University. And again, player to be very excited about. We'll see how they match into each other. And it's got to feel good for Samikin, who's really rounded out his pool. Cassiopeia being another champion. He's added to his wheelhouse this split. And yet he's still pulling the Zoe bans. The strategic advantage. Like, it's crazy.
His Zoe is so good. Teams that have been able to beat it only came up, I think it was recently as last split. And the only reason is they would literally draft to take down Zoe. Which, it's intelligent drafting, but it still shows you how much respect these teams have for Samikin when he is on it. But if we're talking about some tried and true champions, I think we got to talk about that Lee Sin that was just locked in. This has kind of been a Wilson special in this resurgence of play that we've had from Wilson through the last couple of splits of Winthrop. The head of that spear, in terms of his champion pool, has been Lee Sin.
Absolutely. It has just been a great year for Wilson, but yeah. The Lee Sin is just something special to watch with this guy. It's unbelievable. And it's a great way to, I think, start things off this game for Winthrop University. They have some tools to make a little bit of space, and they're already making a composition where it's like, yeah, you want to come inside? You want to come here? All right. See what happens.
Yeah, put down my asthma. I don't really care. I'm going to walk through it and axe your face.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very polycom, man.
At the start of that point, I was like, oh no, I think he took the wrong message. I should have trusted you. I apologize.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Don't worry, I'm keeping track.
Good, man.
Jace locked in here. And I'm just going to be honest. I don't know where it's going to go because Tomo has been, just one letter difference, man, has been a mad scientist in the bottom lane. Also, the most willing to pull out a lot of these mage picks for the ADC role. I know we had some buffs for the marksman role. This is not a mage as well, so I'm kind of going off on a tangent for no reason. But just to say that Tomo is willing to take anything, man.
I agree. I think it's a worthy point. Barrick's going to play Jace. It's going to be Barrick. But it would be funny if it was Tomo.
I'm just saying, man. It might happen.
We can't say it's impossible.
Might happen.
Yeah, it could.
A non-zero chance.
Yeah.
Hello Kitty guitar in the background, by the way.
Oh yeah, I think you commented on that before, right?
I kind of want that guitar.
Steal it from him.
I don't know.
Oh my god, the dog.
It's a cute dog. He's just living the high life, man.
Dude, yeah, what a nice chair.
Jeez. What nice hair. This is a Glaze Speaka stream now.
I know.
But we got to do our jobs, so, Enchantress is banned. Winthrop University side, going after both the Seraphine and the Karma. ADC pool is getting attacked, which is looking to just crush my dreams of hoping that Tomo plays ADC Jace, but it was a low chance, man. I know. Tomo's fun.
Hey. I agree. Wasn't here to rain on parades, just, telling you my prediction. Now, oh my god, are we Callista Renata-ing this?
Ain't no way.
That would be so fire, actually.
Oh my god, this would be the earliest spiking I want to fight you team you could possibly have right now. But here's one of the bad things about going Callista. You are rather short range, so maybe going the Caitlyn. Maybe going the Jhin could help deal with that situation. But having a Renata in your back pocket means, hey, we're fighting.
Yeah, and how are NRG going to take that champion away? I don't think they will. Shogo, really big on the Kog'Maw pick. So they're just going to go for that Kog'Maw Lulu. We saw what Lulu was able to do in those early lane phases. In game 1 of the last series, Mobility and Breezy having a fun time there. So now they're going to try and challenge the double range that Tomo and Kim Down are looking for.
This is a very old school pick from NRG's side of things. Especially if you're playing in the olden days of League back in my day. It used to be called the Raise the Puppy comp. Having a Kog'Maw where you're just trying to raise it into the late game to take over in hyperscale. It was often paired with a Lulu. That was the type of strategy you would go for. But yeah, this is a fun one to see the Kog'Maw Lulu. They synergize very well. You get the bonus on hit damage when Help Picks is used on you. So it's a deceptive amount of damage that a Kog'Maw can pump out.
Yeah, so already, bot lane's going to be a scrap. It's going to be a mega fight. And that's going to be fun. Really excited to see how these junglers are going to path down to bot lane. So you got to imagine that's just the inevitable conclusion that we're drawing towards looking at this draft.
And you can still put the Kalista top and take the... go on.
I mean, that's... You know what? If Olaf's Undertow didn't slow, I would humor you.
That is true,
Kalista, I think Kalista would hate that. So very bad. But you know what? Maybe Barrick's the GOAT. Maybe Barrick's just him. I mean, he's not, but what if? He's not that kind of him.
Calm down.
No, bro, like, you know what I mean when I'm saying, how the emphasis on him to play Kalista top right now, like, come on, be for real. We gotta be serious, you know?
Game number 1, NRG versus Winthrop University.
Don't pout.
NRG, perfect season, not taking a single loss in series. Winthrop University, a story of growth throughout the season. It was a little bit rough in the first week of play, but man, did they start to shine as time went on. Both of these teams on a collision course, but only one can head to face off against Cupid in that winners finals.
That's right, Eric. Already have our first half of the winners finals set. Now we're going to see if Winthrop can make good on Mobility's faith in them in the interview, stating that he believes Winthrop are here to win. And of course, Analyst Blue in that pregame interview saying that they got some things cooked up for NRG.
It's easy to say those things, but when you got to put your money where your mouth is, it's not just the draft, you got to be able to get the gameplay going. I do know that Tomo has been one of the more vocal points of this team, which is kind of true to Winthrop's identity. Mobility was also very vocal when he was on this team. But I think it's a very valuable player to have, considering the amount of experience that Tomo brings to the squad.
Oh, Spica, down in experience. Must have missed some XP that I didn't see. Otherwise, early bot lane advantage to Tomo Kim down, and this Kalista Renata is just too powerful of a duo here. Now, it's looking like junglers actually they pathed away from bot lane. Just going to let them fight it out, while top is going to be their focus.
We used to have an old saying about Kalista Renata when this started showing up in lane, and it's basically your win condition is to brutalize your lane. If you don't do that, you're not playing this bot lane right.
Yeah. I think it's very accurate. It's too strong of a duo. I think also Renata's kind of allowed Kalista to scale, where before this champion came out, that really just wasn't why you picked her.
Yeah.
It was about lane. It was about dominance, but Kalista really gets helped later on into the game by Renata. And of course, the snowball in lane always helps when it comes to scaling.
Wilson headed up towards the top side. Looking to deal with Zamudo rather early. Ignite goes down. Wilson hops in, waiting for the Sonic Wave. Knock him back and drop him. First blood goes to Wilson.
And it's exactly how you want to be playing against that Olaf. Pre-level 6, you want to try and get this guy in the dirt as much as possible. No response for Kizno other than taking those respawn Raptors, which, you know, is something. I think Barrick, as long as he plays out these next couple of minutes well, should also be feeling that benefit of that gank a lot more.
And that's step 1 on the mission for Winthrop to take down, again, in summer, an undefeated NRG and go see their old teammate Mobility in that upper finals. More pressure being applied. Kizno has ended his path towards the bottom lane. And this is a lane that's definitely going to need some help. Shogo hasn't been able to farm as well as he wanted to, given how much pressure Kalista Renata applies.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Kim down Tomo, very practiced on this one. He found great success with it. in pretty recent games. Otherwise, the rest of the map, I think going pretty fine for Winthrop. I think one thing we haven't talked about, Eric, is... Oh, hold on. My mini? Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
Cassiopeia, I mean, just, if you play mid lane, Eric, Cassiopeia is so... Words I can't say on broadcast, man. It's actually so disturbing that, like, dodge the Qs, bro, or you lose. Genuinely, like, the way she can run you down in the early stages, it's disturbing.
Yeah, for someone who's, like, going... It's a little less often now, but we used to always see, like, double scaling items where you get the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages. It's like, why does she do this much damage already?
Yeah! Oh my god, man. Now that she can build boots, everybody's like, oh yeah, cast stonks, baby. I think for good reason, she's incredibly strong. And Samikin, he's already off to a great start with that pressure on the Midi. I think that constant pressure mid lane too, something that both Samikin and anyone playing Cass have been able to use very well, is get pressure, move to any skirmish on either side of the map. And when you have strong lanes top to bottom like Winthrop do, I mean, Samikin, there's a lot he can roam to.
Gizno, being on the J4, still has a lot of authority and agency he can bring to this game. Just needs to find it.
Gizno if he steals it.
Gizno. He just snatches it.
Yeah, that's a level 6. And now Midi's on the move too. Could show up bot lane. A pretty big advantage to have over Wilson. Wilson's still gonna tick over to 6 now. I think all Gizno did was really slow him down.
I think the only thing about playing the J4 is it's a little tricky to lock down Callista. You have to read which way she's hopping, and then she can hop out of the Cataclysm on top of it.
I was gonna ask, because I can never remember.
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Huge.
Because I know she can hop over shallow walls.
Yeah, is the Cataclysm shallow enough? That's the...
It is pretty shallow.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
First Dragon. Winthrop University going to secure that. And more pressure once again being applied by Tomo. It's just anti-fun for NRG's bot lane.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not anti-fun if you're playing it. When Tomo came down, they're loving life right now. Because, of course, that broad prio means easy dragon takes. And now we actually have the lane swap coming through here. Alleviate some of that pressure there for Shogo and Spica. Tomo delaying the back a little bit. Wants to collect that plate. Any bit of advantage he can get. Something they'll happily grab for themselves.
And the Callista, you know, I know I've been staying on it for quite some time, but there is a lot of history there for Tomo's side. This is something he played quite a bit in the early stages of his Tier 2 career. We're like going back to like 2020, 2021. Even back when he was on FlyQuest, they dominated Evil Geniuses. That was an Evil Geniuses team that had Jojo Pyun on it back in the day. But yeah, that was a pretty... It was a pretty solid champion for him back then, and it's kind of cool to see him back on it here in 2026. We go, Wilson. Safeguards right back out. And there it is. The Cataclysm going to be used. Dragon's Rage gets in return. Hostile takeover. Not going to find Shogo. Shogo trying to get out from this situation, but he's no longer got a flash. He is a dog locked in a cage, and Tomo will euthanize him. Now jumping into the fire. Zamudo bringing the axes down. Gets onto Samikin. Wilson trying to run away, but there's another axe, and it's got Wilson's name on it. Finally, the handshake pulls away Zamudo, dodging away right out. But Wilson cannot finish off the kill. And just like that, the fight goes everywhere, and it's a 2 for 2.
And I guess Winthrop are going to be fine enough to just go 1 for 1 in grubs. I think the denial of all 3 grubs going to NRG is more than sufficient. But Zamudo really showed us kind of an answer to the question that I was getting ready to ask. Is there really a way for Winthrop to deal with this Olaf? It's starting to look like not necessarily. Because the big concern is that you have so many threats from NRG And the fact is, I mean, watch Zamudo. He's unencumbered. There's a lot of damage that Winthrop have, but I don't think they have kill Olaf damage.
Yeah, you got to be quick about it. And this is not exactly the burstiest or like highest DPS for the threshold of when Ragnarok's going to be used.
Right.
And that does make it quite the complication to have to answer. And again, Zamudo, one of our most capable players, who I perceive as the best player in NACL. It's very hard to stop him once he gets going. And even when he does lose lane, he tends to lose lane in style and still get a gold lead, which it's nice for Barrick that he has a lead against Zamudo right now, but this Olaf can become a problem quite quickly.
He certainly is, especially looking at the range most of Winthrop are playing from. Gotta keep an eye on him for the impact that he can potentially have on this game. Now though, minute 30 till the next Drake, Winthrop already started some early Drake stacking with that first one. But are they actually going to be able to get more? You can see now that Fimini is the one getting the push here. Gizno's been doing quite a lot of invading. Steals the Raptors again, and you can see this farm lead really start to grow.
Yeah. Shogo hitting level 6 at least will help last hitting minions that he's zoned away from. So there's that. And I don't think Shogo has fallen that far behind in the grand scheme of everything.
No.
Still is nice that Tomo did get a kill against Shogo a little bit earlier, so that helps out the situation and building the divide between this Callista and Kog'Maw.
Right, 700 gold. Not the biggest deal, especially for a duo that's gonna scale, gonna get raised, as you so nicely put it, Eric. As long as Shogo doesn't really let this gold lead get too out of control, I think he's gonna have plenty of ability to lay down damage in this game.
It's not the way I put this is the way it used to be called back in the day, the raise the puppy.
Yeah, but like I wasn't there, so I'm just gonna put it on you.
I think a lot of people referred to I think it was UZI who made that a popular term.
What?
Yeah.
That cute. No, I mean that Q, bro.
Oh! I thought we were.
I went around the blue buff. Am I crazy?
Bend the bullet.
Yeah. Am I watching Tenet?
Might be. I was thinking a different movie, but okay, here we go. Handshake pulling in Spica. This might be a pinch coming out for Fimini. Blast Point going to be used.
Whoa.
Gets Winthrop out before Scatter of the Week can stun them up.
Yeah, but now what's the angle here for Winthrop? I mean, we're looking at components. I don't actually like their angle. But it's looking like NRG. Also not a big fan of it either. There's those camps to farm. They're just going to go ahead and walk it up. Winthrop, though, that is going to be their second Drake. Halfway to a soul, which, again, nice for them. This soul's going to be pretty huge for them finishing this game. It's Ocean Soul, which honestly feels a lot worse.
Uh-oh, why is my ADC hitting me? That's the hostile takeover being used. Wilson coming out from around the corner. Shogo's doing a lot of damage, but not enough to deal with a 3v2.
No, sir. Guarantees that they're going to be able to finish this one with more than sufficient health, and I think that's first brick we're looking at, Eric. Only one grub, and one grub is enough. Nice injection of gold here as the gold between marksmen continues to widen.
Movie I was thinking of, by the way, was Wanted.
You know what? That's literally bending the bullet.
Yeah.
You know why? I brought up Tenet because I wanted to flame it. I hate that movie.
I just remember it was like Angelina Jolie was doing it in that movie. A weird, like you would like do a hook with your gun and the bullet would bend and completely impossible, by the way. That just does not happen in real life.
I find it very sad that you felt the need to clarify that. No flame to you, just that's just where we are today.
Yeah, there's like a Mythbusters episode on it, I think.
We did not need to make a Mythbusters. Okay, man. What the hell, man?
I don't know. I think the myth is now plausible now that we've seen Tomo. Tomo. Oh my God, I'm so all over the place. Wilson do it with Lee Sin-Kyu. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know why I called him Tomo?
I
Because I was about to call him Tomio for a second.
No, you know what's even funnier? I just realized that's why we were on that conversation. Dude, I completely forgot about the blue buff.
Yeah.
Bro, that was like 2 minutes ago. Oh my god.
What a summer got to end, man.
Here. I know. I know. It feels like the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, man. Very sad.
But anyway, getting back onto the topic here. Rift Herald.
Yes.
Coming up. So some presents from the bot lane of both teams being sent over towards mid lane. Shogo does have his Rage Blade completed, so the damage is there to be able to have some presence in some of these fights. The tricky thing is, how do I stay alive? How do I get this Lee Sin off me and this Renata and all these dangers I hear howling in the night? Rift Herald started up by Winthrop.
I mean, just the way NRG's front line and how this comp wants to work, I think Shogo in the 5v5, he should have opportunities, especially with that W, to be able to get some pretty good damage off. It's really just going to come down to, again, I think Zamudo, this Olaf, is really key to turning a lot of Winthrop's strengths around.
Yeah.
A lot of how you want this to work is Wilson goes in there, you follow it up with the hostile takeover, but if Zamudo can just sprint straight through that, toss the Ignite on you, it really breaks what Winthrop's trying to do this game.
I'm just noticing now, 1.2k lead for Tomo.
Yeah.
It's pretty up there. I think the saving grace here is Kog'Maw going the on-hit build is usually a cheaper build that
True.
You can kind of get online with a little bit earlier.
You do fall off faster, though.
Yeah. But you look cool before you fall off.
I don't know how that's cool to you or anyone, but I kind of catch your meaning.
I enjoyed Zerg in StarCraft.
Can you do the one Kog'Maw emote?
I'm not doing the whole thing.
Damn! I actually thought you were gonna. We need Yanni in here for his Fiddlesticks impressions. Dude, have you heard them?
I don't know. I'm terrified to hear Fiddlesticks impression. Like, legitimately terrified, not jokingly terrified.
Oh, I see. Then don't listen to it. He actually sounds like it. Yeah, you don't like horror movies?
I do like horror movies. I don't like horror games as much.
Really? I'm the complete opposite. You have agency in horror games. Movies, I just gotta watch people be dumb and die.
Yeah, but like, you get the best out of a horror game when you like have your headphones on, and then the jump scares just hit that much harder.
No, see, I like myself, so I don't play them like that. Holy, we are tiramisuing hard today.
Oh, man. Speaking of tiramisu, I actually got nothing for that. No.
Okay, me neither. I said I liked tiramisu yesterday. I actually lied. It's fine. I can't say I like it.
I love tiramisu. Oh, God, we're going into it. No, stop it. Stop it. This is gay. Dragon starting up. NRG. Sorry up, Dragon. 4 players right here in the position. Kizno going to use his flag and drag. Miasma goes down. Scatter of the Week's going to land onto nothing. Dragon still gets secured by Kizno nonetheless. Teleport now coming out as both top laners looking to arrive to combat. Flag and drag misses, but flashed out by Barrack. Now Ragnarok going to be used, but nothing is there to whack your axes on. So instead, NRG just getting the Dragon. And the fight not going to continue. Turret going down in the mid lane, however, as Tomo's farming up.
Okay, I mean, I understand that.
Barrack, run! Barrack, no! Oh, okay.
Got him.
Okay, we got our horror movie reference.
I mean, why even drop the Ignite?
Barrack going down, but here comes collapse now from Winthrop University. Wilson not going to land that Sonic Wave, but Zamudo is very low. Dragon's Rage finds its mark on to Shogo. Shogo getting pulled in by the handshake. We'll cleanse that right out. A lot of damage on a Kim down, but gets pulled in by Tomo. Sent right back into the fray. Zamudo's like, I'm just going to farm up whatever I can. I'm going to clear this wave before I go down because there's no chance against the Snake. A couple more fangs sinking in. Will take down Zamudo. And NRG trying to counter punch. Come up empty-handed.
I mean, they got Winthrop get the 2 for nothing there after that fight. For losing Barrack, I guess the 2 for 1 really. I'll give it to Zamudo. He drew that one out quite a lot. Had he died sooner, I think Winthrop could have stood to gain a lot more from that exchange. In fact,
Tomo flashing out from Scatter the Weak. Still doesn't get much immediately after, but Wilson is looking to grab Spica. Samikin is oh so damn fast. Now Wilson sets his sights, lands the Sonic Wave onto Phi Mini. One more Fang to kill off two. And Samikin and Wilson mid-jungle synergy.
And look at this, top to bottom. They're only just now on the side of NRG hitting that tier 1 turret in mid lane, but while Zamudo was on the gray screen and that was happening, Barrick's pushing top lane. He's collecting turret plates. So Winthrop collectively, globally, just earned so much gold off that exchange and have pulled themselves ahead by 2,500 gold. And oh, buddy, they're not done.
Oh, they're not done. This is around the world for Wilson as he's looking to hunt down every single lane. Forces out the flash from Shogo. Wilson's presence on this Lee Sin is massive for 1 and 2.
Yeah, no way. Man, the map is just a mess for NRG. You see a big wave just bleeding bot lane. Phi Mini having to walk his way down to respond to it, and as soon as he shows, Winthrop are going to fight.
This is tough for Shogo. He's getting poked out. Hostile takeover comes in, and Shogo is just isolated. They leave the puppy to fend on its own, and it is slain by the Golden Eagles.
I think, just with the knowledge Phi Mini's going bot, I think NRG needs to back way the hell off. Instead, they give up another kill. It's going to be a 21-minute Baron. This is dangerous, though. Wilson's getting low.
This is very dangerous, Wilson. You got to stop this. Like right now, I can see Zamudo foaming at the mouth for this fight.
Yeah. Still, it was worth a shot. Now NRG have the moment to try and make a play on this mid-tier one.
3.3k lead in the favor of the Golden Eagles. A lot of that onto Tomo. I would say it's a decent job from Tomo. You wanted to stomp out the lane a little bit more, but you still got Shogo in a bad spot where he's burning flash anytime the Golden Eagles set his sights onto him.
Yeah, it's a tough one here for the Kog'Maw this game. Even with the Terminus, at least that will add some resistances, but Shogo has been the target this game, and Winthrop have been good at keeping him off balance. Even Zamudo, who we're highlighting as someone who can kind of break Winthrop's comp. I think Winthrop have been playing around him pretty well too.
Yeah. A Viking pain in the backside, but you take the time to play around it and not really hard engage while he's there. Does afford Winthrop's composition a lot. Now Sammy can see Shogo. Shogo better run. That's the whole case right there. This has been the constant story, but now Kim Down's in a bad way. Ultimate gonna be popped. Tomo getting picked off, but look at that. The Cataclysm's working against Zamudo. Zamudo falls. Wilson goes back in. Out comes the hostile takeover. Phi Mini's stuck for a little bit longer, and Wilson's going deep. Double kill for Wilson. Chases onto Kisno. Barrick finishes off Shogo. The Golden Eagles will soar.
That fight could not have gone worse for NRG. Not even exaggerating. Zamudo in the 1v3 that he's just not equipped to win means that Winthrop are going to get themselves the Baron, and Winthrop's gold lead just explodes this game.
Oh yeah, they're going to be wearing purple on top of it. They didn't lose a single player. The way they played out that team fight, every time NRG thought they had a catch, flag and drag. I knocked up Tomo. He hops out of the Cataclysm. We thought we had Kim down. He gets pulled in by the ultimate of Tomo. Nothing works. And the Eagles, big lead now secured for them.
They're going to walk it right down to their third dragon as well. One away from Ocean Soul, which is not maybe the soul you're hoping for this game. At the end of the day, healing, that mana regen, Samikin is going to love that one in particular. Otherwise, a buff's a buff.
Winthrop looking fantastic right now, man. And what a great game to come out of Wilson. You know, we've seen past iterations of Wilson. There were these questions. Has Wilson kind of hit his ceiling already? Are we not really going to get much else out of him? And this year on Winthrop, that has been completely shattered. He looks phenomenal on this team. He does a lot to facilitate for his squad. And of course, on his tried and true Lee Sin, being able to put on this performance 6-1-4, being one of the more veteran members of Winthrop, and now leading them to march into a siege on NRG's base.
And a very successful one at that. Zamudo, other side of the map, TP available, does mean that these turrets are falling apart like paper. Winthrop's base is getting decimated.
Turret goes down in the bottom lane. Turret at risk in the mid lane. Inhibitor under attack now. Winthrop University should be able to claim this. Zamudo looking for a flank. Does draw some caution out of Winthrop as they know they need to respect this Viking. Scout of the Week going to land on to nothing. Inhibitor down. Tower down. Now focusing on to Zamudo. A chunk of damage onto him. Zamudo only heals up well if he's able to auto, but he can't stay into that position when there's that many members of Winthrop around. 2 inhibitors now fall as the Golden Eagles looking to drive it home to NRG.
No way. Are they actually going to try and close this one out? And this is the angle.
It's going to be crazy.
Zamudo's at 2 items. If he can get on there, get on top of Samikin, on top of Tomo, maybe they can make it happen, but Winthrop are keeping him at bay. They're just slowly whittling away at these turrets. They're about to expose the Nexus.
It's so close. You got 2 cannon creeps right there. Baroned up. Super creeps have already walked into the base from when that inhibitor went down. Looking to chase down on Samikin. Samikin's taking all that damage. Out comes Lulu ult, knocking up Samikin for days. It's a shutdown found by 5 Mini, but now having to peel out. Zamudo can't stay in it for too much longer. Kizno looking for a way to flag and drag Cataclysm. Wants to get it onto Tomo. That's the big damage source right now for Winthrop University, but they can't find it. They will get a pick and stop the siege from Winthrop, but the base is in flames. Beat down.
That last Nexus turret is hanging on just by spit and twine. As Winthrop almost win the game right then and there. NRG finally earned themselves a reprieve with that skirmish. Again, the Olaf being the saving grace here for NRG, but we're at the stage where I think that's too much pressure to put on Zamudo for all we praise him. The rest of the map is just falling apart.
Oh. Wilson might be caught out. Instead, puts the Dragon's Rage! Makes it look stylish as he puts boots to asses, and he's dominating Kizno.
Oh, Wilson. Wilson's looking good today. Everybody on Winthrop are just firing on all cylinders. NRG, the pressure. The accelerated shock blast. They are just working their way down to a close. Look at bot lane, actually.
Oh my God,
Wilson dies.
Okay, Wilson should go down here. A good bait now out of NRG, but yeah, look at the base. You're absolutely right, Beatdown. Zamudo playing around, but getting caught out. It's very difficult to get past Kim down, get past Tomo. Scout of the Week does land. Living Artillery gets a shot onto Tomo, but he's not low enough. That leaves the top tier 2 exposed to be attacked by Winthrop, but instead Samikin gonna peel away.
I think the fact that they didn't all-in Tomo Kim down really shows you how strong they are.
Yeah.
4v2, and they just herded them out. They didn't go for that engage. Tomo's on his 3rd item. If that Ruby Crystal means what I think it means, I think he's just never going to die this game. 0 deaths. It's probably going to stay that way.
And Tomo, a very... Oh my God. You just finished the item outright, Beat.
Oh. Okay, that's not what I thought he was going to build.
That was a completely different road.
No, I was really expecting... I thought he was going to build Jack Show. But alright, he wants to survive the Syndra. As long as Syndra doesn't burst him down, I guess he feels confident in his ability to survive.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
All right, Wilson now stepping up from a flank angle. Winthrop, they won't really need the dragon if they just take the fight right here. They got to pick it very carefully. Mini was not there, so that's why they stepped up. They weren't fearing the Scatter of the Week to catch out Samikin. Now Mini will have to lead the charge here. Find a pick. Find Samikin. Takes a bit of damage, but will be okay. You still need Tomo to go down. That's a 1.5k lead he has against Shogo. The damage is there for NRG, but they got to play carefully. Petrifying Gaze is going to go down. Handshake comes out. Zamuto's already low. Zamuto going to pop the Ragnarok, but Tomo doesn't care. He'll fight in the face of the Viking. Double kill for Samikin and NRG. The first seed in summer will go down in game number 1 against Winthrop University.
And the crazy thing about this one is that this was convincing. We saw some looks from NRG, but Winthrop made it look like they're the first seed.
The Golden Eagles mobility said it in his post-game interview. He believes they're going to win. I believe Winthrop have that faith in them as well. Game number 1 to Winthrop.
They got a lot more than faith, Eric. They have the map play. They have the hands and the skill to match. What an amazing start to the series here for Winthrop University, and we're one step closer to NRG being knocked into that lower bracket.
I loved it. Tomo, fantastic. The Callista really did put a stranglehold onto Shogo's Kog'Maw. And then Wilson. Wilson is the player you have to just commend all day, all night for that Lee Sin performance. Knowing where he needed to be, right time, right place, finding the picks with his Sonic Waves that would literally bend around blue buffs to find the targets that they were looking for.
Yeah, that was a funny play. And I love what it did to us for a couple of minutes, Eric.
Just broke
very
us.
distracting. Yeah, seriously. But Winthrop, man, they break NRG at the beginning. And we're going to watch the precision play by Phillips, Norelco, One Blade. And oh, I'm so happy it's this one.
Yes, this was sick.
You think Wilson's caught out? No. You don't catch Wilson. No. Wilson catches you.
Yeah, that chase comes through, takes out Kizno. Stylistic. That's the thing about Lee Sin, man. When you make good plays, they're highlight reel plays. So great performance out of Wilson. We're going to throw out a short break while we get ready for game number 2 and see if NRG can bounce back after that loss to Winthrop University.
The NACL is presented by Phillips Norelco One Blade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Phillips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Phillips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Phillips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Summer 2026 playoffs. NRG versus Winthrop University, the first seed, now bleeding in this upper bracket as Winthrop were able to take game number 1 beat.
Pretty convincingly, no less, Eric. It was some incredible stuff from Winthrop University. Just from the draft to how they played out every single lane, where they had leads, they had push. And I think Wilson used that very well to be able to get advantages and play the map well enough that I just watched NRG bleed for like half an hour. That was basically my summary.
Yeah. The biggest threat was Zamudo. They were hoping for Zamudo to be able to do more. The thing is, Winthrop played around him perfectly well. They didn't engage fully on to the Olaf. They chose to kite back when they needed to, and it made it hard for Zamudo to find a way into it, effectively neutralizing him from the entire game.
Yeah, and it got to a point where even when Zamudo did get on top of them, it wasn't very effective. I was watching him
especially at the end,
auto attack. Yeah, Tomo on Callista, and it was fine.
Tomo was like, "Yeah, I could take it on the chin." What do you got next?
Apparently nothing. Next game.
And like, even though Shogo does have the most damage on the team, it's not the story of what NRG did there. He was getting autos in, he was doing damage, but every time it was because he was caught and had no choice but to auto because you're going down anyway. So a rough showing from Shogo trying to show up for the squad of NRG, and a brilliant game plan from Winthrop to say, hey, we're just going to dominate the lane with Callista Renata and continuously dive this damn Kog'Maw.
And like, literally, what's he going to do about it? There was just no way for him to deal. There was no way for him to interact much with what Winthrop were really putting out there. So now, we're here in Game 2. Winthrop, 1 game away from winning the series and facing off Cupid in our winners final.
Bans now coming out. Zoe ban, always going to be a respect ban for Samikin. ADC focus otherwise. Not going to allow for the safety of the Ezreal to get through. Jungle focus over on the side of Winthrop. This does leave up some jungle choices like the Pantheon Wukong, kind of the situation we had in Game 2 of the last series that we were casting. It was a Rumble banned away. Rumble, Zamudo very capable on that champ, but Zamudo can play almost everything here. Now first pick over to NRG. See if they want to go for the mid lane here, and yeah, it's going to be a Victor. I was more kind of thinking the Orianna, but Victor has been a little bit more of the safer kind of blind to go for. You get some great scaling into the late game, and you kind of poke out with a lot of trades into other champions.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have a lot of range. And a little bit of anti-dive there with that gravity field, so makes sense there for Mini. I think it's a champion he's played very well, and this would be a matchup that I think he's played very well on Mini's side. So I'm curious if Samikin is going to be able to find an advantage, kind of like what he did in Game 1.
Yeah, Orianna versus Victor will be the matchup for the mid lane. Samikin mentioned feeling so much more confident as of lately on some of these control mages, and showed in the last game. He's going to have to show it again on this Orianna versus Victor matchup. Next pick now coming in for Winthrop. Varus. So I'm starting to see some control of the battlefield now coming in for Winthrop University. I do think it's a good first 1-2 punch of carries. Now I want to start to see what's going to get the ball rolling and hold the line for Winthrop. Gives NRG an easy blind to go for as they'll take the Gnar.
Yeah, especially with that Vayne out of the picture. Zamudo feeling very comfortable about taking that one early on. Really great front line. This way to engage fights, disengage from fights when that Mega Gnar is up. And how are we going to round this one out? Could just be a marksman response. Maybe they want to pick jungle and hold on to that potential flex there. I know Shogo hasn't been playing in the NACL at all this split, but he is an 80 carry in the year 2026. So you got to imagine he's got some time on the mages. You got to acknowledge that he could be piloting the Victor.
Yeah. The Trundle is pretty solid right here for Kisno. One of the things we saw that worked well with the Trundle, going back to that Maryville matchup, was the Pillar against something that's immobile.
Yeah.
You don't have that much mobility on a Varus, and the same thing with the Orianna, so this does allow you ways to slow them down and set up the fight in the favor of NRG. So I like the way this draft is going early for NRG. I do think they have some pretty good answers and ways to get into the face of Winthrop University.
Yeah, and I like the Wukong better than the Xin here for Wilson. I think at the end of the day, you're not going to outduel the Trundle. I think having an escape is good. And, of course, that all-in potential there, especially if you E in and save the clone for maximum Cyclone value.
Maximum Cyclone.
Exactly. Is going to work out a little better for Wilson. But I agree. NRG will have a pretty solid core at the moment. I'm curious because I think both these teams, there's going to be a bit of flexing around, guys. Remember, Varus top exists. It is real. It can hurt you. And again, we still don't know where Victor is going. So I think a lot of room for shenanigans in the back half of this draft.
And Tomo is the guy who's willing to let go of that Varus and say, pick me Vladimir or something like that.
True. Would.
Another ban
Especially
comes
if it ends
in.
up being Victor bot. Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
One more ban now for NRG. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep attacking the support pool and try and get rid of some more engagers. I know Leona is on the table, as well as Rel and Alistair. And Kim Down is a filthy frontline engage to have. To have that set up a Wukong would work wondrous things for what Winthrop want to do with this composition. And you can tell that NRG are giving respect to that. They take away the Rel that was mentioned just a second ago. And we'll see what Winthrop look to go for here. Start hovering onto the Seraphine. Never trust the hovers, though. And, oh, that one is going to go through.
I guess we can trust that one. And Seraphine is interesting. I mean, this really just solidifies my belief that Varus top is on the table here. You don't really see Varus Seraphine. I'm wondering if it's just going to be that Ashe on 5. You have enough engage that even though Wukong is really the only front line you have, I think that's playable for Winthrop, and that's a situation I would like, because with no true tank, you limit the value of the subjugate from Kisdell.
I don't know if this is the engage I like for Winthrop, though. Encore long range.
Wukong solo engage kind of goes hard.
No, the Wukong engage is fine, but I do like someone who goes in. Oh my god, it's a cat. It's a cat. Oh, that's a little tabby boy. Shogo's trying to win us back after the Kog'Maw play.
Wait, what am I looking at?
I'm sorry, I got distracted so hard. What are we looking? Oh my god. Okay. I don't know.
Is it Victor top? No, wait.
No.
Galio support.
It's Galio support. It's Galio support for sure.
About Galio support. It's Galio support.
Who do you send mid? Is this just the Mel into the ADC? Yeah.
Yeah. You see, it's Melbot. Plus, I think the W really nice into Seraphine. I think that's a really big cooldown that Kim Down is going to need to be aware of, because I mean, one rebuttaled Encore is very fight defining.
Ooh. Oh, you're not kidding. Yeah. Be brutal. And now we got a dog in the background.
He's awake now.
He's a cute little boy. Cats and dogs. Cats and dogs. But we are now ready to hit the rift. Winthrop University, they were able to deal first blood into the first seed NRG. For both of these teams, it's different periods of growth. NRG a developmental project starting back in spring. Some of the word was they took spring as more of a scrim season, as there's less stakes there, but stakes in summer are significantly bigger for that LCS promotion slot. Winthrop University, however, a team that had to grow a lot in a short amount of time, and they've proven they can do it. Now at game point, Winthrop versus NRG. Game 2 starts now.
And again, Winthrop off the back of a very convincing game 1. Now have a very interesting draft here in game 2, as well as NRG, to try and close out this series. And NRG, of course, they want a do-over. They want another chance.
Yeah.
So they can have a chance to stay in that upper bracket and get to those upper finals themselves.
I do like NRG's comp more. I feel like there's more answers here.
Yeah,
the rebuttal was a big one. I really do enjoy that, but I think Galio is also nice for denying some of these angles and protecting some of these mages. You have great field control is the biggest thing here.
True. I think actually, I think it's tough, but I like Winthrop's comp. I think Wukong is very fine solo engage. He has a lot of follow-up, and again, I think Kizno, Trundle, only as tanky as his tankiest opponent. And if the tankiest opponent is Wukong, then I think Winthrop are pretty happy. But both teams have their ways they want to play.
Yeah.
You're really looking at Zamudo to get in on these fights, Zamudo and Kizno, and Spica to follow up on one of them. But if Winthrop can keep space and take these fights on their terms, it's very much like our first series with Maryville when they were running that Ashe Seraphine comp. Take the fights on their terms, they win. But if NRG can get on top of them, there's really no escape.
That's the thing, though. I do feel like NRG's comp is really good at getting on top of them. Flash goes down, the immobility of a lot of these champions gets punished so hard by a Trundle, even if there is no tank. That's going to be my concern into this. I want to see how Kizno plays this. I know Kizno's very capable. Seen great things from him, and he's going to show it right now in the bottom lane as he catches out Tomo, forces out the flash. Solar Snare, taunted, crowd control for days. He's knocked up to the sky, and Shogo will shoot him down.
I must have missed something, but I guess they didn't know that Kizno was walking down that river. I guess Wilson wasn't close enough to see, but yeah, I mean, Kizno sprints straight bot after his topside clear into a very effective gank. Tomo blows all sums, still dies. Means that is a very repeatable gank in the near future.
Yes. And that spoke exactly to what I was saying. Just, it's Trundle.
Yeah.
You flash over the pillar, you're still slowed by the tail end of the pillar. And then that crowd control, it was 4 CCs, and Tomo was dead.
Yeah. It was really not playable. I gotta give you that. And that could be a sort of precursor of things to come. You're welcome. Tomo, yeah, again, no cleanse. There's not a whole lot of cleansable stuff here. This means that his positioning has to be crisp.
Oh, Barrick. Oh, Barrick!
Goat!
He just walks down Zamudo and takes his head. Barrick's been a pleasant surprise, seeing him with Winthrop. I was a little bit worried. I remember him back in the UCI days. He had his play, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be a tier 2 level, and he definitely did show up here. But here's that repeatable gank you were mentioning, Beat. Flash forward from Spica. Solar Snare comes out. Tomo suffers the exact same situation of deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, what's the counterplay? Truly. So
die faster.
Yeah,
so get back to
so
lane.
You can come back faster, yeah. So, Gizno, nice second gank coming through here. A player who we praised a lot all year for really good early game plans that he's able to set up. I think in spring, struggled a little bit to transition into that mid to late game at times. It's something he improved a lot on here in summer.
And guess what? Deep. Flash cooldown. It's only at half.
That'd be so funny.
Kizno can do this again. He can absolutely do this again.
Oh my god.
And look at his pathing route. He's going to end up bot lane again before that flash is back.
Probably. That is crazy. I think good thing, though, for Winthrop is that, you have another marksman. As we saw, it was the one that solo killed Zamudo. Who did it in the wave, by the way, which I find disgusting. But it's neither here nor there.
Ooh, Barrick. He's taking a lot of damage from Zamudo. Will not fall, but with the recalls coming out of the bot lane of Shogo Spica, this means that Kisno does get a little bit of time and work his way over. Grab those wolves and be ready for a potential third visit to the bottom lane.
Oh, Lord. We'll have to see. Oh, my God. I'm so confident if that boomerang lands, Zamudo just jumps in there. Ooh.
Scuttlecrab is spawning pretty soon here. Teleport coming out from Shogo will get him back into the bottom lane. There are no camps up, so Kisno is at least able to take note of that.
Except Owen Wilson's doing. He hits level 6 first. I don't think there's an actual play to be had unless they want to jump this guy, but yeah, he's just kind of out of there.
See ya.
Wouldn't want to be it.
This is why you're the GOAT.
Thank you.
You did the chicken butt one earlier, too.
I thought you missed that.
No. I had to run through it before I admit defeat.
True. Can't have another edge incident.
Yeah. On this day.
I see clearly. Dude, I don't know why.
Kisno has come to life.
I had a mini stroke because I'm like, yo, that's the Edge theme song for sure. And I don't know why, but something in my brain was telling me that's not what he's referencing. But I also knew. I don't know what's going on.
The game getting flipped on its head this aggressively early does things to a person. Kisno's ganks are affecting you now.
Yeah, true. Also, I don't know if you heard, but whatever I was eating on break, it was some pretty tough meat. Actually, my jaw is cramping. And it has been ever since we came back live. It's quite distracting. I can't lie.
It's a horrible situation to have.
It's actually probably the worst I've had in a while.
Wait. Here we go. I got the segue. Speaking of tough meat, here comes Kisno as he runs right into Samikin, forcing the flash out. Shockwave goes out, pulls in Spica. Cyclone onto Spica. Spica has got the time. No, he does not, because Wilson flashes right back after him. Kisno is low, gets the chomp, and gets out. Stunned up in the middle of it all. Kim down, not looking too good, but Kisno, why'd you come back in, brother? He falls, and Samikin takes him.
I mean, Kisno was goated for all of 4 seconds there. I don't know what he was thinking, but still, gotta give it to him. Played that one out really nicely, getting that level up. Oh, okay, that scared me for a second.
Oh man, this is still kind of scaring me.
Yeah, 5 minutes gotta leave. So it ends up with the double buffs over to Samikin. I think it's part of why 5 minutes gotta go. And now we already have a move up here. Still, grubs, I don't think are such a simple thing for Winthrop to be able to fight. Yeah, Barrick's doing pretty well here, but Einar, level 8, I think just brings too much value to this situation.
Yeah. At this point, Barrick isn't really going to find those solos anymore. And, oop, Chain of Corruptions. That's going to be down.
Right.
This is where I'm dropping the missing pings on my jungler.
True, jungle diff.
Just get over here. Wilson.
Kill this guy. We'll see. Things have slowed down quite a bit. Nobody going for the grubs at the moment here. Just trying to see what else Winthrop have for us, because I think you're right, Eric. A lot of what NRG have shown us is that they can definitely get on top of Winthrop's carries. So at this rate, I think the later stages are going to be very hard.
One filthy pillar does it all. Oh, there it is. Oh, except this one is the Coke bottle. Oh, Kizno. Takes a lot of damage. Will pop the ultimate. The flash coming in from Spica. Taunts up Samikin, but Cyclone trying to run interference will grab a couple of fruits on the way out. But Wilson will not allow his mid laner to fall.
Holy. That was tough. Well, the sad thing is, Winthrop spent a bunch of resources to escape an objective they were never really going to win. That one feels bad. There's no response, and it's all 3 grubs being very easily picked up by NRG.
Nice little honey fruit clutch, too.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Took a combination of things to save Samick in there. What do you think a honey fruit tastes like? And don't you dare say honey.
Sweet?
You can go a little bit more than that.
I mean, I just kind of always.
All right, here we go.
Here
we go. Yeah, ping's coming out on the top side. Barrick's forced to burn the flash into corruptions. Lands onto Zamudo. That's a flash down. And again, immobile champions on the side of Winthrop University. So you just got to get out of there because here comes Kizno.
Yeah, and it's just going to respond into Dragon take for Winthrop, but it's taken pretty late, so I think NRG very happy with that. Flash up Barrick, some gold in the form of turret plates able to be picked up. And I can't say Winthrop really have a whole lot to show for it unless... Are we diving Shogo, guys? What are we thinking? No? Okay, yeah. Not a whole lot to show for it.
Take a look at the state of the game right now. Relatively even, slight lead going over to NRG. First Dragon went to Winthrop. We'll see the second one spawn in 4 minutes, 30 seconds, so we got some time for that. Again, NRG has a comp that responds really well to Winthrop, and they've been able to develop some leads thanks to that. Shogo being 3-0 means a 1.3k lead on the Mel. Does have a lot of range, can be quite punishing some of these team fights.
Yeah.
The lack of mobility definitely hurting Winthrop in these early stages. That's kind of a double pun, isn't it?
Wait, say it again.
Lack of mobility hurting Winthrop.
Damn. You're good, man.
It's not bad. I didn't intend for it. Oh, just like Samuto didn't intend to flub that ult. But now Barrick.
6 seconds.
Going to turn this around.
He's got ult.
Hunts onto Zamudo, waiting for the chain of corruptions. It finds its mark. Zamudo will claim first brick, but he will get claimed as Barrick takes him down.
I think across the map, gold-wise, that's still a big win there for NRG, especially with Tomo on his lonesome down here. Yeah, I don't think him down is really able to flip that one. So we're going to watch the replay. Okay, thank God. I thought we were going to replay Zamudo whiffing. That would have been very sad. But they all in. There's not much to be said. It's just some Mel things. As we see on the respawn, Wilson helps secure that kill top side. It was really a solo kill. I just wanted Wilson to feel included.
I'm glad he feels included.
I hope he does. I actually have no way of knowing.
He deserves it. After the Lee Sin game, he absolutely deserves it.
Ah, true. Actually, very true.
Yeah.
So, the problem Winthrop have is kind of the same one we've been talking for a bit, because I'm thinking to myself, Eric,
Tell me
next
the
objective
thoughts.
up, it's Rift Herald. Okay,
Yep.
cool. What does that involve? It means gathering around a specific area and trying to control it, and I think that Winthrop, it's kind of hard for them to do that, as we've seen time and time again. So, only hope really is somehow getting there first and making sure Kim Down can't find the ult of destiny. Because if I'm being honest, I want you to really quickly look at Winthrop's entire composition. Tell me a reason other than Seraphine ult that Shogo's pressing W. I'll wait.
Chain of corruptions.
Nope. Don't care.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't care. It literally, it has to be the Encore. And really, I think, as long as that ability's up, Kimdown really just can't press the arc key.
Yeah.
He hasn't even used it at all this game so far.
This is a big part of why I wasn't the biggest fan of the Seraphine pick. I mean, the other part of it is, like, I love Kimdown on engage. Hard engage tanks. It always feels so good when you see Kimdown playing that. But the fact that it allowed for this Mal counter to happen is going to be a big struggle. Teleport now coming out. 5 Mini looking to show up into the bottom lane. Wilson also nearby the area. Will hop right onto 5 Mini. And yeah, kill that guy. It's also going to get returned, though, as Kimdown does fall. It's a 2-for-1. No, Barrick flashes out before he falls. Wilson going to hold the line a little bit.
Oh, Kizno.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, gets bit. It's Barrick. Fallen to Kizno. Rift Herald now going to drop in the bot lane. And there it is. Once again, that water bottle goes up, says, "Are you thirsty? I got something to give you." Takes another bite into Tomo, but finally it gets returned. Kizno going a little bit too far forward. Doesn't matter. Zamuda will clean up the kill on Tomo. Tower falls in the bot lane. Shogo's going to leave this Rift Herald in to get in some more plates.
Another charge, another injection of gold. NRG continuing to grow their lead in this game. 12 seconds till that Mountain Dragon comes up too. I don't think they're in a position with Kizno down to really go for it. But again, that first Dragon was taken so late. I don't think you care much about Drakes or denying Drakes.
Yeah.
From Winthrop University. So I think NRG very happy with the state of affairs this game in every way.
This has also been one of the funnier Kizno games. He's playing well for the most part, but every so often will just kind of int a little bit. I don't know.
I mean, the only one I'd really call int is when he flashes away for the double kill, and then he just like walks up and
then he comes back in. Yeah.
I that's the one where it's like, bro, if we're interviewing him, I almost want you to let me do the interview so I can be like, bro,
Kizno,
this is what you boot camped in Korea for.
Here's the play. We saved it just for this interview. Just
replay it right now. I was like, talk to me about it.
Otherwise, pretty fantastic play from Kizno.
Yeah. Good stuff.
And he's been around the block for quite some time. And seeing the development of Kizno, I think he really started to shine out back on that Conviction roster in it was Split 1 2025, the one that took down Near Airport with Chrome and Darkwings.
Right.
Like, that was the time where I was like, okay, Kizno's absolutely legitimate. And since then, he keeps making an argument for himself.
Yeah. Sorry, because
like, here we
analysis paralysis was funny.
Oh, that pillar is so pesky, man. Forces the flash out of Samikin. And it's another situation where Wilson is burning his Cyclone just to disengage.
And Samikin is flashing, risking losing his life instantly. And that's just pressure. NRG have so much. One basic ability this game applies so much to Winthrop University that they just have to respect it over and over again.
The Trundle conditions are immaculate.
Yeah. That's the only way to put it.
And this is allowing Shogo a much better game this time around. And the Kog'Maw game was pure suffering. You suffered in lane.
Yeah.
You got out of lane, you suffered there too. Now getting some respect put on his name with this Mel.
Getting some meaningful jungle ganks as well. Kizno visited bot lane many times.
Yeah.
During the lane phase this game.
Turret falling in the mid lane, 2K lead now for NRG. Winthrop looking to push back, but the side lane pressure is starting to be applied on the side of NRG. Zamudo down in the bottom lane. Fi Mini going to catch that wave up top and set up a wave of his own. And you got plenty of time to play the map before the next dragon does come down.
And even then, oh, hold on.
Oh, Meganar is almost there. There's another pillar. Tomo was on the right side of it this time.
Very dicey. Again, just shows you how dangerous Kisno is to all of Winthrop University here. And now with little side lane pressure Winthrop were able to place, it's kind of over. They now have to fix these side waves before they can really get anything done across the map. And it's really crazy to see the stark contrast between Game 1 and Game 2. Winthrop in Game 1, they were running Summoner's Rift. They were yanking NRG, top, mid, bot, all over the place, forcing NRG to just respond, react to everything they were doing. This game, it's so hard for them to interact in any meaningful capacity. Well, now they're the ones who are just responding, reacting, holding on, rather than trying to move ahead.
And that's a struggle. Like, the kill score might tell you a different story, it being 6-7. Anyone who just made the meme, I'm going to fight you in real life. But the map play that you're getting from that's it, Beat. I'm sorry. I'm flying out to Canada. Okay. But the map play has been the bigger story here for NRG, and their ability to expose a lot of these weak points. Is Cyclone's going to be used again. Even with the shockwave, there's nothing you can do to escape that, and Wilson falls.
Wait, what damage is there? Tomo, he's not able to interact unless he's using the curtain call. It's too dangerous for him. Merrick, who is a big source of damage, nowhere to be found. I think that's the awkward thing. We're in concept. Draft has its strengths for Winthrop. They are struggling, not allowing Barrick to actually help.
Oh! Okay, Barrick, okay, does he live? He does, Ooh. But Kim Down gets the kill. And that's the heartbreaker of that all.
Little, but you still get the Gnar off the map, which is more than nothing. Too bad, though, for Tomo. Or not for Tomo, for Barrick. Doesn't have enough health to continue that push. Forced to recall and get out of there. This could be an angle. Winthrop being a man up, and especially that man being the Gnar who's gone, could move in to try and take this dragon, but Eric, I cannot stress how quickly they need to do this dragon and leave if they decide.
And I see exactly why. 10 seconds left on that death timer with teleport available.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get a very angry Zamudo back into this fray quite quickly. And yeah, teleport's already being burnt. So Zamudo will be on site. So recall called from Shogo, but he can teleport back in as well.
He is.
As he'll go get one more purchase. That's his death cap completed, so he's ready for this fight.
Oh, he's very strong. Winthrop, yeah, they're here first. But again, no longer questioning NRG. Oh.
All right, here we go. Combo landing on a Spica, but Spica's absorbing all that pressure. Not much of a threat found by Winthrop. That's a big engage. That is now going by the wayside. Encore on cooldown, Shockwave still available. And Meganar's there. Barrick hiding on one side of the map. Meganar going to time out pretty soon, though. How much time left here? Here comes Barrick. Throws out the Chain of Corruptions. It finds Kismo! Kismo's picked off! And now Barrick fighting it off against Zamudo. Shogo is there. Samikin's looking to find him. Solar Snare does not land. Dragon secured by Winthrop University. And all doubt aside, Winthrop, the pressure was on them. Barrick finds an ankle onto Kisno.
The flanking Varus, the hero we needed, ends up removing the smite angle from NRG. Still, though, Winthrop, you could see it. They were scrambling at the end of that to look for more because Eric, they got the dragon, but they need more. They actually want to be able to find the reins in this game because those kinds of flanks, hard to depend on repeating such a thing every time there's an objective fight. NRG will certainly be prepared for it going forward. And it just shows you again how hard this game is for Winthrop. Gotta give it to them. They made that fight work.
In your own words, it's not nothing. It's the start of something at the very least. And it shows
the beginning of something.
Yeah, it shows that there's a way for Winthrop to get back in on this. As now Shockwave goes out. Phi Mini quick to respond to that.
I like that bait. This is what I'm talking about, Eric. A little more fishing for Winthrop to try and catch something. Doesn't kill Phi Mini, but you get his flash. Means they try something similar later. It'll work. Hopefully. Ideal.
Oh. Okay. Thanks for the leash.
There's no unique experience.
I felt a lot of weight in that comment, B.
Nah, it's just funny how, we come to the same conclusion about a lot of stuff. It's fun.
So Winthrop, they haven't gone into a full bleed at the very least. It's 2.4k, which has been the gold lead for quite some time now. But here comes an angle. Kisno on to the monkey. Pillar goes up. Cyclone's going to be used. Pillar doesn't get much else there. It does force out the Cyclone, which is a big engage tool, or Winthrop. Now off the table in the fight for red buff.
Yeah, Okay.
Will
they live? Okay, then it's fine. I was going to say, this is stressful, but Winthrop, they get the red, they walk it out. Using Cyclone's tough. Gotta give it to Kisno. It's a very nice pillar, interrupting the dash from the Warrior Trickster. Forcing him to Cyclone to save his own life. So now with 2 minutes till the dragon. I was gonna say not many options, but. Alright, rebuttal's down, Kim down, drop the ult.
Go, 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 go.
Go, 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 sing!
No, dead innocent.
You ever watch Phineas and Ferb?
No.
Dude, okay. They have a lot of great music, but I feel like there's one that you will love because it just talks about how blues is like the like foundation of so many types of music.
Yeah, very true.
It's actually a great song. I think you would love it. I can't believe we've never talked about it. But anyways, that ruins my analogy that you didn't know ahead of time. So, curse you.
My bad. I'll play better.
Real, though. Yeah, you should. You should.
One thing I do want to point out, all the gold is on Shogo right now. I think it's a good place to have the gold because it's still an artillery mage. You can play back and play pretty safe. Yeah, it's going to be Zamudo, Kisno, Spica who are in the thick of it all. But that is kind of a weak point you could focus on. If you could find Shogo, that leaves a lot of damage suddenly removed from NRG.
Right. And a lot of their advantage, I think, is really important. It's worth mentioning, too, though, that I think from an identity standpoint, NRG's comp works very well, I think, as we've seen over and over. And over again, Eric. So, keep that in mind. 35 seconds until this next dragon. Can Winthrop get set up enough to win another fight, despite how NRG's been winning a lot of these skirmishes lately? Winthrop have found their ways. They found their angles.
I like that little interaction with Shogo and Tomo for a second. Shogo was baiting out Tomo to go after him, but here we go. We do have an angle in as the teleport comes through. Zamudo
Mega's
only
gone.
Gets the clone right here. Meganar's going to be down. And you can see how close Shogo was to going
rebuttal.
down. He doesn't have rebuttal. He doesn't have rebuttal. Oh, he flashes out, gets away just in time. Fourth shot will not land. But that's flash down for Shogo. As Winthrop start to gain ground, going forward, looking for more. Cyclone goes out. Wilson's low. Wilson gets caught by the pillar. Mini will take his live teleport as Shogo looks to rejoin the fight. They were so close to making it work into their favor. Now they're chasing on to Shogo. Shogo's getting lower and lower, but here comes the pinch from NRG. Shockwave goes off. Semikin's gone. And with another display of pure power, it's NRG chasing down the Golden Egos as Tomo heads to the wrong direction. Will find his escape, or will he, as Kisno is now coming from the opposite end? Just going to take the recall right here. No, gets spotted out by the scrying orb. Instead, NRG pill off to the Baron.
That's right, Kisno, a little low. Actually, kind of concerned for him. This is the Baron. The Hunter Baron does a lot of damage, but I guess he's going to sustain his way up. Either way, NRG, big fight win. And even though Tomo survives, the damage is done. Baron buff in tow. The gold lead is doubled, Eric. And now NRG, they have a way to push this game much further.
And they were so close to claiming Shogo. They were able to get the rebuttal out. They flashed forward to try and clean up the kill, but Shogo surviving ruined everything for Winthrop. they were too deep by that point, and NRG, great capitalization.
And now it denied that opportunity. Winthrop looking like they were poised to get their Infernal Soul point, but instead, that Soul just continuing to be delayed. NRG will be the ones to get it instead. This is... Man, this has been a contentious game. A very stressful one. 30 minutes, 19 kills also is both contentious and, you know, I wouldn't say very action-packed.
I mean, I've been feeling the favor has been to NRG for the longest time. But Winthrop, they've been careful with the way they've been approaching these fights. They understand who the targets they need to focus down are. And a lot of it has just been, hey, if NRG get a little bit too far in too deep, then maybe we can make a play there. Otherwise, we want to catch out Shogo. It just didn't work in the last fight.
And it's tough, too. I think that was one of the best angles where... Oh, hold on.
Oh, here we go. It's going to get Spica to come in with the hero's entrance. And this is not looking good for Winthrop University. Shogo's coming up as well. Gets the solar snare, slammed against the wall. Wilson is dead. Barrick will follow him to the gray screen as the kill fed over to Phi Mini. Top jungle down, and NRG see victory in their sights.
Oh yeah, Eric. Another fight won. Plenty of Baron buff left to capitalize. This gold lead just balloons, inflates, continues to grow. As Winthrop are really running out of options here. It's getting harder and harder for them to actually participate this game in any real way.
That situation's getting worse. The pendant was picked up by Shogo, so now you have a spell shield. On top of the rebuttal, on top of the fact that it's an artillery mage that you have to fight through heaven and hell just to get to have a chance to take down. Current call, all for show right here. Spica will block every shot.
Dude, it's just tickling. Just tickling, Eric.
Yeah. Wilson looking for an angle in, brings in the Cyclone, gets the Shockwave, but
That's
Shogo is dealing with it. Will take down Kim down. Shogo still alive. The last dying gasp for Winthrop University goes awry. And now NRG, they only lost because they took out the jungle, they took out the support. They can continue to apply pressure to the base of Winthrop.
Oh, Phi Mini applying pressure to Barrick. You can see a TP from Shogo waiting in the wings. When that wave gets in there, I imagine he's going to join the fray as well. There's two inhibitors. Two inhibitors falling, right, guys? No? One inhibitor falling. We haven't touched bot.
Let's take another look here. Yeah, this was after they failed to grab Shogo.
Yeah, you know, had he gone down, or at least had they found an angle for that encore, because I don't think that actually ends up coming through really in this whole fight. You know, the rebuttal wasn't available. I think Winthrop, it's hard for them to really take advantage of situations like that, because while Wukong, I will still maintain, is pretty good as solo engage, Wilson blew his load, man, in that first part of it. No Cyclone, didn't have really many cooldowns to work with, and as soon as that doesn't work, Winthrop got to run.
They don't really have much left in the tank. I feel like that was their final chance to make a play. And with that going awry, I just don't see Winthrop winning this anymore. Pressure's going to start to come in from the bot side. Zamudo's leading in a wave over there. Samikin's doing his best to clear out what he can. Cyclone goes off, but Spica will eat that any time, any day. Ultimate gets popped by Shogo, doesn't find a kill. But NRG still healthy to continue the siege.
So healthy, and a level 20 Mega Gnar into the base. It's flash too for Zamudo. He can jump in there very quickly.
Yeah.
And make the play that's going to end the game. Now Winthrop, they're just holding on by their fingernails. And I gotta agree with you, Eric. I don't see how this can happen. I think Winthrop, they're dead, they just don't know it yet.
Interrupting the recalls. 30 seconds before Infernal hits. You have another 30 seconds before Baron hits as well. Inhibitors down in the mid lane, in the bottom lane. It's going to continuously get minion waves going into the base of Winthrop, which makes it even that much harder to have to contend with the Baron that NRG are going to be obviously pressuring. Zamikin slowed down by the pillar, and at max level, that pillar slow is big.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. That... Just, there's another element, another layer to the suffering Winthrop is experiencing this game. Super minions coming through mid and bot lane. A great effort for Winthrop, who don't have a lot of wave clear, just to keep these minions out of their base. Oh, of course, NRG. Very easy for them to just walk into Baron, get that started, and start taking us to a conclusion here.
Tomo! He's smiling in the player cam. He's smiling in the player cam. He knows what he just did.
I mean, for Tomo, like, he's grinning ear to ear, man. This guy does not emote very much.
Oh my god. Okay. You know,
it changes nothing, but I'll tell you right now, Winthrop are winning the series. The mental edge cannot be discounted.
Yes, this is the mental edge they need. Just smite, bro.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Just smite XD.
For real. And then somewhere Slayer is talking to the voices saying, like, see? A mage bot couldn't do that. A mage bot couldn't do that, guys. Only a marksman.
Cope harder, brother.
I really hope he's listening.
I really hope he's listening too. But that was hilarious. Appreciate that from Tomo. As you said, I don't think it changes much in this game whatsoever. It's nice to have the extra stats, but now, can you do anything else about that? Because there's a Baron buff that's being worn. NRG.
That's right.
They have super minions coming into the base.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
And remember, the wave clear was already kind of struggles for Winthrop. So putting those minions in purple make it that much more difficult, as now they're trying to do their damnedest to save their final inhibitor turret. While NRG said, okay, we'll just escort the next wave.
NRG, the first seed, without Sushi, trying to fight back after a devastating Game 1 loss. They want to take this to a series, and Winthrop are pushed back against the wall. They're in the corner. They're bobbing, they're weaving, they're doing everything they can to stop that fatal blow from landing. Shockwave goes out. Nexus is exposed, and NRG will close out the game.
Even Obs is like, man, get me out of this. We got to start Game 3. This game's been over for like 15 minutes, and you know what? I hear you. I respect you.
Yeah, again, that was such a hard game to play. When you look at what Winthrop brought to the table, right? While champions like Orianna, Varus, Jhin feel good in isolation, as a whole into a Trundle that's constantly throwing pillar up, the moment your flash is down, it becomes hell. And I feel no one really felt that more than Tomo in the early stages of that game.
Yeah, I really think he needed that Dragon Steel. It just made up for everything that he experienced that game. The dopamine hit, you saw the smile. So I think Winthrop are going to feel very refreshed going into Game 3. Yeah. Mentals reset. We're good to go. Jokes aside, I think that draft was really hard for Winthrop to play. Very difficult. And props to Kizno, man. You just gave him the most fun Trundle game of all time, and he said bet.
Pillar, pillar, pillar on the wall. Who's the slowest of them all? I'm going to bite their head off, and they will fall. Off of that note, we will throw it over to short break while we get into our final game of the day. Winthrop University NRG winner heads to the upper bracket finals.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. More style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Sorry.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Winthrop University versus NRG. Upper bracket finals on the line and a date with Cupid. One win is all it's going to take from either of these teams. It's NRG bouncing back in this game number 2.
Big time with a pretty interesting draft. I say interesting, but I think Winthrop's was probably more so.
Yeah.
Regardless, NRG played theirs borderline to perfection, and it really felt like the majority of that game that Winthrop really didn't have any avenues to play.
The composition, I am really going to be critical of, because this opened up the Trundle to be so effective, even without having a frontline tank. And other parts of it as well, I know I talked about the immobility of having the, Orianna, the Varus, the Jhin. The Seraphine felt like a non-factor completely. It really didn't bring much of anything to the game, because you're always at fear of encoring your own team because of that Mal lock-in.
Yeah, and you're also getting ran by Trundle for like the first 5 minutes of the game on repeat. So you're really put behind to top it all off, whereas the laners for NRG, the exception of early game, topside for Zamudo, had a pretty easy time being allowed to scale.
And it was a good redemption game from Shogo as well. Again, Sushi had some minor surgery he had to go through. He should be back next week. But Shogo slotting in to the substitute role. Game 1, it felt bad. Being on the Kog'Maw, he was absolutely smashed throughout that game. And this game had a bigger impact where he was carrying a majority of the team's gold. Even his back timers were nice, where he went back, got a death cap, and teleported right back in for the dragon fight. So it was nice to see a better angle from Shogo and what he could bring for NRG, making sure he tries to keep this team in the upper bracket.
And now it's gotten us to this point here. Game 3 in our last best of 3 of the NACL Summer Split. To decide who's going to be guaranteed top 3, face Cupid in the upper finals, and decide who's going to have to work their way through the lower brackets if they want a chance at top 2, guys. We talk about winning the split, but remember, top 2 is how you qualify for the LCS promotion tournament, and that's what it's all about. That's why people say, spring doesn't matter. We're trying for summer. Well, summer's here.
You got to be 2. Now, taking it through the upper bracket feels like a much better road. It's less games played. You also get to watch back on some of the other teams who are playing. In the lower bracket, it feels like you gotta catch a damn chocobo how far you have to run through the lower bracket, going best of 5 after best of 5 after best of 5. A reminder to our audience, this is the last plays of best of 3s that we'll see in the bracket. Winners finals will be a best of 5. But you got to win to get there. Either of these teams primed to take that spot. It just takes one more win. Winthrop going to lock in the Vi for Game 3.
Oh, I didn't realize Vi was still up all this time. Wilson going to be very happy to have his hands on that one. Imagine probably just see Kizno on Xin. Seeing as that, I think those are 2 of the Pantheon. With Karma, it's probably Xin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Xin works fantastic when you have Enchantress to kind of help out. And, Karma puts that shield on his back, says go fast. Xin just runs it right in, yeah. So Karma being the lock-in for the side of NRG. I'll have one more pick. We're still thinking it's the Xin, and yeah, that is going to be the case. NRG going to be happy to take that. Now, with the Vi being here, there's definitely a few angles you can go. There's a few pairings that I enjoy with Vi. Ari is one of them that I really do like to see, because Vi sets up the charm very well. I think you could also start to look at maybe some of the tank supports to get Kim down on the engage. A lot of those were banned out in the second phase of the draft by NRG going into Winthrop.
Yeah, so I was wondering if Winthrop would be angling for the Bard there. I do like Caitlyn Bard in general. It's a very strong lane duo. Ezreal also works out. I'm kind of fine with either in this context. I mean, with how much respect we give to Tomo for good reason, putting on something like Caitlyn definitely is going to give him a lot of agency to get things ahead for Winthrop this game. I hope somebody screenshots the face Tomo just made. I don't know why it looked so funny. I worry about Bard Vi, because there's a lot of potential for anti-synergy. But, you know, it's Kim down, it's Wilson. I have faith.
And interesting here, opting to go the Ezreal instead of the Xayah. I see why. It's the pairing, but usually when you see a Vi, it's the instant like Xayah. Okay, I can just get away from your cease and desist anytime it comes out. Ezreal going to be the better champ for the lane matchup at the very least here. Kim Down's not on the same level of hard engage that he would have on a tank support, but you still really got some of that with the Tempered Fate. But as you said, it's something where you have to watch out for that anti-synergy. This does leave the solo lanes going to be in question coming into the second half of this draft.
Already, we're seeing some answers to those questions. No GP, something Zamudo loves to pull out in these situations. The Aurora, more comfort for Samikin being removed here from the draft. I'm agreeing with you. I'm really thinking he's going to go... Okay, so I think Ari was a good shout. I'm honestly considering Talia as well. I think that is a very strong and consistent pairing. They could also be working.
More bans now coming in. Renekton being the final ban on the side of NRG. I do see an angle potentially for Ambessa to get picked up pretty soon here. Gwen, one more ban to come out on Winthrop University side. If you want to follow up some level of dive on either side of these teams, I mean, Winthrop, Vi having an Ambessa in your back pocket always feels really good. It's something that Barrett can go for.
I think the Gwen ban means he's probably thinking more like Cassante or Scion. And, of course, NRG is going to grab that one for Zamudo. So, no, that's also a dive partner. Going to hold hands very nicely with Gizno.
So if it doesn't work one way, it's going to work the other.
Yeah.
And, I mean, having the Karma alongside that, this is a lot of threat for your backline that Karma can empower to really get in and get the fight going. Now, this has been a champion that they've been trying to take out from the support role for quite some time, and we started to see some top lane play for the Camille. But there are times where I do feel like you kind of put yourself in a feast or famine type situation. You got to do well with Camille early, otherwise it does feel a little bit bad when things head into later stages of the game. You were alluding to it, Beat. There it is. Talia getting locked in for Winthrop.
Yeah, and more on the Camille. While support Camille did take a lot of shots, they threw a lot of bones her way when it comes to top lane Camille. So I think that's part of why we're seeing her shift back up to that top lane. And I think even, if I remember correctly, this is the patch 2 where they buffed Tiamat. So it's a better component for her overall. With her build path being Ravenous Hydra second, I think top lane Camille is actually not in the worst place. And yeah, the Vi-Talia combo, I think it's really good.
It's really
consistent, and it's a perfect way to really focus down Shogo on the Ezreal, because you cease and desist into Flick. There's not really any counterplay.
And the Annie, I understand it for the level of pick you want to go for, but it's another lane that Wilson can attack with this Vi synced up with Samikin. So I think Wilson has some pretty good angles that he could take when it comes to both the mid and bottom lane and finding ways to get Winthrop a lead.
Right. And I think with what we saw in Game 1, especially on the Lee Sin from Wilson, I think Vi is that similar champion where he should be able to have a lot of that impact. Gizno, I mean, he's a player who we've praised this year for a lot of the same reasons. And he's playing Xin, who also can be very active in that early game. So I really think we got to watch both these junglers to see who's going to be pushing his team further first. Because I think when you're ahead, having that Annie in the back pocket is a really great way to start off some of these fights. So if Annie gets ahead, if Xin can get the team ahead, I think that kind of composition where upfront burst, pick potential that NRG are working with is much harder to deal with.
And Xin value overall is just really good. I mean, when you have a long range poke / auto, you know, both situation here. Hold on. Are we just outright fighting level 1?
In the bot lane, no less.
Are we just going to Gamba this all? 2 wards going down.
What am I looking at? That's so funny. I like this for Samikin slightly more, because remember, Talia, when you hug walls, you get that move speed boost.
Yeah.
I guess that ends up working out pretty well. And when you consider health, too, almost full health. He is super chillin'.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, kind of look back a little bit on how NRG did throughout the year. Because when they finished 4th, falling to, you know, it was Winthrop, not this Winthrop build. That was the Denethor mobility one, but it was Winthrop nonetheless. They're looking to make a different story here. And they didn't seem as concerned about the loss at the end of the day, right? It was more like, as you were saying during Champ Select, it's all about summer. That's when the LCS promotion is there, and this is a long-term development type team. But you got to show it, man. And falling right here would definitely hurt this team quite a bit.
Yeah, still very interested. If that were to occur, how they would recover from a situation like that. I think, interestingly enough, in the last NRG game, I asked Joey about this, about the value of losing as a team that wins so much, and how a lot of other teams cite that as being a turning point there. Whether it's like getting their ego checked, or just learning a lesson that it's hard to learn while you're dominating everybody in the league.
Yeah.
And I think he agreed with the notion overall. So I think a loss for NRG at this stage wouldn't even be the worst thing for them.
It's very true. You learn a lot from a loss.
Yeah, but of course, you want to get the top 3.
Yeah.
You want to get there right now. There's 2 sides to it.
You're trying to change the story from spring to summer at the end of the day. Kind of like OG Final Fantasy VII versus remake Final Fantasy VII. Not going to say any spoilers. I kind of did too much of that on my last cast, but very different in the stories, I will say.
You got to tell me after. That's so funny.
Oh, my God. Shout out to one of the community members from Raz's stream. That's Luna. So you might know her on Twitter as Busio Lover. We call her Guna because of that. Playing remake instead of OG for the first time. It's an interesting experience, but
really,
yeah. I think it would be more enjoyable, whereas like us OG players are just bitter as hell.
Yeah. Honestly, I played OG for the first time because of the remake, and maybe that was a mistake. But also,
maybe
Final Fantasy VII is great, so I actually can't commit to that idea.
See the pressure now being applied in the bottom lane. Kind of a bit of a left and right slugfest going on between Kimdown and Spica. When you have the extra range, it feels good, but you always got to watch out for those mystic shots. And see, health bar is going low both ways.
Yeah, I gotta say, Tomo Kimdown, they're dancing. And top side, what we've been watching here, there was almost bit of something with the jungler showing up on that top side. Looking like Gizno, it's gonna be the exchange of crabs, and both junglers just hitting up their second clear. Not a whole lot of action yet.
And while the action's on the low side, I do want to give a shout out to some of our co-streamers. I know Fondone and Shonatonin currently co-streaming right now, but we have Illy Sweetheart, Aries also co-streaming. A lot of these people make up our community, and it's It's great to have them within the community because without community, esports dies. Now here comes the pressure. Kim Down might die. First blood goes over to Shogo. Trying to outplay this. Tomo, don't get hit. Will get away in time. Flashes forward. Almost finds Shogo, but Tomo's going to fall to Spica.
Wow, Tomo, he held the barrier the whole time, unless that's a bug.
No,
really
it went on cooldown. It went on cooldown.
Oh, okay.
That's a heartbreaker.
What? Yeah.
And Wilson can't even clean it up down here. Immediately the pressure goes on. Semikin drops to 5 mini in the solo.
Thumbs up for the win as well. NRG showing us a lot more of what we saw from them in that regular split. Dominance in lane, the 1v1s, the 2v2s. The reason why a lot of these players, Sushi included, are going to get shouts for the All-Pro vote once that comes out.
This is a great early game start now coming out from NRG. Getting gold onto the bottom lane, onto the mid lane. Everything is falling right to where you want it for NRG. Again, Shogo playing that so perfectly well, and Tomo almost had an angle in, but didn't calculate well enough. That's why those math classes are important, Beat.
That's right. It isn't just Vel'Koz. It requires that kind of spatial understanding. But Samikin's going to have the move. Him down and Tomo as well. It's going to be first Drake over for Winthrop University. Drake stacking, potential angle for them, but I also think it's partially because NRG not really bothering with this. You can see Kizno's taking away the red buff, seeing what resources he can snag, and I think that's something, even when Winthrop are doing well, he's pretty good at so far this series.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You see something happening with the opposing jungler, that means you have to find a way to make your presence felt elsewhere, even if that is just denying resources from the opposing jungler. And Kizno, as you said, one of the better at doing that. And Shoko picking his fights really well here. Now Kizno jumping in, finding Samikin. Flash is down, and so is Samikin.
Man, Kizno steals the red buff into ganks your mid laner. It's brutal stuff in the early game from NRG. You can already see this gold lead shoot up to 2,300. We're at 7 minutes. There's gold leads.
Yeah.
Top to bottom here in favor of our first seed.
This right here, this is the energy we were hoping for in playoffs. That performance we saw in spring, I feel like wasn't the true NRG just yet. And maybe they don't need an extra defeat to get into Winners Finals, break into that top 3, and then get that match with Cupid, who await them. Again, NRG, the only team to take down Cupid. A lot of pressure now being applied here by Wilson, but there's a control ward to spot him out.
Yeah, not just that. There was a ward on the red buff that just expired too, so the tracking of Wilson in this game has been very good. Making it so hard for him to find that early game value we were alluding to, and conversely, Kizno having a very easy time of it so far.
And the development of this game and Shogo playing it has been like Shogo just slowly growing his hands again. Game 1, Hamsless. Yeah. This game, oh my god, he's just constantly in the face of Tomo.
100%. Oof. And that's the grubs taken. Spica, give the confidence for that. Okay. Nice angle there. Get the flash from 5 mini. Actually very huge. I think that flash tippers is a very powerful tool for the Annie. It means at least that will be available for that next dragon fight coming up very soon.
It's always one of the goals when you're against Nani. Burn her flash and keep it on cooldown. Because flash tippers just sucks to get hit by. There's almost no reaction you can really have to it unless you see it coming.
Yeah. And of course, Pink ward means they see this gank coming. Oh.
Here we go. Weaver's wall now into the bottom lane. Nice flick coming out with the seismic shove. Will lock down Shogo. Shut down found for Tomo. 3 talent strike gets the knockup. Kisno looking to finish off Tomo before he falls. Crescent guard will expire. Ace in the hole. It's a headshot found and a double kill for Tomo. Waiting for another flick. 5 mini pulled right back in. Triple kill for Tomo.
I'm not exaggerating when I say couldn't have asked for better, Eric. Couldn't. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh, there might be better. There might be better right now.
Oh man, for a second I thought. And it's crazy how much that undoes a lot of the success in the bot lane there. Tomo getting a triple kill. He was down 600 gold.
And now it's flipped.
Now he's up. It's flipped and then some. Which is it's just a massive advantage here. That first item's completed, sitting on tier 2 boots. That's a big find there. I was actually worried.
I was very worried.
Wilson showed up, but Samikin making great use of that Weaver's Wall, got there way before 5 mini.
Yeah, congratulations, Caitlyn's back. Hex optics being completed, and I love the way they fed that kill to Tomo as well. Ace in the hole's coming through. They're like, hey, no one's gonna block it. Let's just get Tomo back in this game.
Oh, he's back, all right. He's back again. No? Damn it. Come on, Eric.
What'd I do?
Tell a friend? Guess who's back? Tell a friend?
Oh, Tomo's back.
It's already over, man. Like, just... It's okay.
I need the, like, enunciation for that. Enunciation?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But see, then... we can't use that excuse of not singing because this one is rap. If I enunciate it the same, we're gonna get sniped.
You got a point. It's like a monotone. Yeah, monotone type thing. Winthrop gonna start up the dragon. This will be the second dragon of the game as well. So dragon stacking rather early on top of it, going the way of Winthrop.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's great too because you have this bot lane that's doing very well now after a very successful play. And you're able to leverage that into yet another dragon.
Oh, here we go. It's combo Tempered Fate into Yordle Snap Track. And guess what? Now you're getting your health bar obliterated. It's enough for Speaker to live, though. So he is going to stay up, but the pressure applied into this bottom lane will allow Plate to go into the name of Tomo, as well as draw the attention of Wilson.
Yeah, I think it was just a check. If there was no ward, there was a world where you could see a dive. Gogo tried to back under the turret. Still, big success there. Winthrop cutting down NRG's lead quite significantly, and now they have an Infernal Soul to play for. And in a timely manner, too, as you pointed out, Eric. They got those first 2 dragons pretty early. And I think Infernal Soul, champs like Vi, Talia, Camille, a lot of value from that burst damage, something they very much are happy to play for.
Where things get a little bit terrifying, I'm looking at Ambessa. That's a 1.3k lead. Eclipse now completed.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so Zamudo is going to be a problem. The CS difference is pretty large. This is a struggle for Barrick.
That's sad, too, because... Oh, hold on.
Oh, wait. Okay, we just go straight after Zamudo, then. As now the focus comes through, looking to find an angle onto Zamudo. Zamudo's not going to go down. He flashes out, but Spiga gets caught by the seismic shove, and Barrick will get a kill to try to equalize that gold.
Oh, look at top lane.
We're not done yet.
Oh, Zamudo.
What does Zamudo got right here? Oh, there it is. Tempered Fate. Out comes the public execution. Zamudo's still alive, but not for long. Magical journey to get out. And Winthrop making map plays will punish out NRG.
They're making magic happen on Summoner's Rift, Eric. And you can see it. Tomo also winning out here in the mid lane, collecting 3 plates just like that. Is very comfortable. Oh, Shogo.
Oh, Shogo's going really hard for this one. But Tomo just might win out. He flashes forward. Piltover Peacemaker doesn't find its target. Shogo survives and will find a kill onto the Caitlyn.
Very much needed. Cost a lot of summoner spells, needed Spica's help, but he made it happen. Domo, feeling himself, I suppose a little too much after what Winthrop have accomplished early on, but otherwise, still pretty big wins from the Eagles those last couple of minutes. I think especially getting Zamudo off the map, getting some more gold for Barrick was super important. You said 1.3 thousand gold lead. That was cutting more than half. You look at the difference between them now.
This has been something that Wilson has been fantastic at. He realizes his lanes are in distress, and he helps out that lane immediately. Did it with Tomo in the bottom lane. Did it with Barrick over in the top lane. This is like your ideal jungler that you wish you had in solo queue. Hey, I need help. He actually shows up and helps for a change, but here we go over the wall. Flash Timbers from Phi Mini gets Samikin, and Rift Herald will go the way of NRG.
Easy objective win. NRG building that gold lead up brick by brick once again. That Herald's going to allow them to do it even better. Now Zamudo, of course, recognizing he's the play. He's got it back right up. We're still calling that a dub for NRG, provided they make good use of this Herald.
Tower going to go down. It's a cannon creep, so Toma should be able to find this without much issue. And look who's waiting in the wings. Wilson wants to find Shogo. Needs to pick his opportunity very carefully. You don't want to get Arcane shifted underneath the turret. Instead, we'll choose to back out 50 seconds before Dragon spawns. Winthrop, they've been Dragon stacking rather early. They would like to continue that.
Yeah, but with Herald, can they? That's the question. NRG, they are already using their time to get some information, to get some threat here onto Sin, or at least be a nuisance. Maybe threat was a strong word. But now, having to face check into the Annie definitely doesn't feel good. He's getting Tibbers, and there it is.
Oh, Tibbers going down. That will take Samikin to his grave. And just like that, NRG should be able to stop the Dragon stacking.
Yeah, very unfortunate pick there for Samikin. Gets punished. This time it wasn't even the flash. Twice in a row he dies like that. And it means that Winthrop's Drake stacking officially halted. This is a very difficult situation here. Oh, unless.
Oh, here we go. Tempered Fate finds its mark.
Hard.
Yordle Snack Trap comes out. Crescent Guard to block a lot of that damage, and now Kizno's looking A-OK. Cease and Desist will lie onto Phi Mini, but this damage is split from Winthrop University. A little bit too low as Wilson finally collapses to Kizno. Kizno looking to run away. Piltover Peacemaker finds its mark. Phi Mini on the run. Shogo on the run. Can Arcane shift in time? Samikin has arrived back into the fight, and the Dragon stacking should go back in favor of Winthrop.
The saving grace for the Eagles is that Samikin died so early before that Dragon, he had time to make it back and turn things around. Zamudo, he wasn't there to begin with. It's a big gold win for NRG on that front, but Dragon Soul Point, especially on this Infernal Soul, is a huge boon for Winthrop. But of course, Eric, it brings that question, can they get the final piece?
Yeah, that's going to be the big one. And that's where the worries start to come in. Again, Zamudo is gathering that lead once more. Black Cleaver is now finished alongside his Eclipse. By then, if Winthrop don't get that flash back out from Phi Mini when that comes online, that's going to be a hard objective to contest. Kizno can create a lot of space. Shogo can play safe. There's a lot that Winthrop want to check off the list before they're able to take that Dragon.
That's right, most important thing. Ooh, hold on.
Here we go, dive. Going on to Zamudo, and that's what you need from Wilson. He goes after Zamudo. Barrick will get the kill. 5 Mini now on the chase. Gets the Tibbers on to Barrick. So to close the gold, they focus down Zamudo once more, but a great response from 5 Mini. Weaver's Wall now going to come out, but this leaves Wilson by himself. He's looking to charge up a Vault Breaker, waiting for a Seismic Shove to go through. Wilson gets out.
Ooh. Shout out Samikin for that Unraveled Earth. Audacious Charge stunning Kizno. Gave the space for Wilson to queue out of there. So at the end of the day, it's 1 for 1. Phi Mini had to TP to make that trade come through. So I like that Winthrop are getting aggressive. One of the boxes they need to check off is, again, putting pressure on Zamudo, getting more gold for Barrack so he can become the Camille we all fear in the side lane. 2 items. And once he gets there, he's going to be able to be that genuine threat onto Shogo. Because the big thing with Camille, Hextech Ultimatum, you can be as mobile as you want, Ezreal. You're still
Here we go. This sets up the pain for Spica to have to try and escape, but you can't escape the sniper's bullet. Tomo will take out Spica.
I mean, it's just that easy. So much value for Tomo this game on the Caitlyn. So much lockdown from his teammates that sets up that Yordle snap trap perfectly.
$1.7k gold lead now for Tomo. 2 items completed, including the Infinity Edge. This Caitlyn is going to have to be the hero if Winthrop are going to see victory here. With that flash now coming back up for Mini, that's the next thing they need to check off this list for Winthrop to get Dragon Soul.
That's right. Any big threat to Winthrop's composition, especially with no cleanse. Or Tomo does have the Mikhails. Oh, hold on.
Oh, we're really focusing Zamudo down here. Ultimatum goes down. Zamudo trying to create some distance. The chase now coming out. Vault Breaker brings a right hand to the jaw of Zamudo, and Barrack will get another kill.
Wilson is making up for lost time in that early game, Eric. The fact that this dude, these last 5 minutes, is ganked as many times, really setting up Barrack, Sammy, Tomo, all his teammates be as strong as possible and prep for that Dragon Soul. And I don't know how this skirmish on our screen started, but it was a big pull.
Chase now coming through. Here comes the Weavers. Spica's caught out. Seismic shove. Finds Shogo. Shogo pills over Peacemaker. No ace in the hole. Out comes the barrier. Wilson does not get Shogo in time. But big picks found by Winthrop University. The Eagles are fighting tooth and nail to take down the first seed.
And NRG seemingly lacking of responses. They just keep getting engaged on over and over again. And you said it, tooth and nail. Winthrop now have that gold advantage back. Oh my god. Kizno, big thing here. We don't know how it happened, how that fight started, but Kizno was forced to use that Crescent Guard. And with the Dragon so close, Winthrop could look for something. Wilson still has the ult. Eric still has that Hextech Ultimatum. We've seen that combo and how disgusting it is. All they need to do is make it work once more, and they have a soul.
Yeah. 30 seconds on the clock. Mini being able to save that flash is a significant piece for NRG. If Mini can catch out Tomo here, it's a big pick for him. There is no cleanse for Tomo. Keep that in mind. You have the Mikhails of Kim down, so that is one thing that can help bail out Tomo, but Mini has to have that crosshair right on the Caitlyn.
Oh, and he's looking. Look at the vision. They don't know exactly where everybody is.
Oh, here we go. Looking to jump in. It catches Samikin. Tomo's going to be okay for this as the Tempered Fate goes out. A little bit of anti-synergy, but Wilson's looking to run right out of this one. Gets knocked up by the 3-talent strike and slain by Mini. This is an opportunity NRG have been looking for to stop the dragon stacking.
Yep, and a similar situation. Winthrop managed to make it work. I don't think they're going to be able to do it this time. That's a lost dragon, and honestly, because they were all in that mid lane, not a whole lot is going to be exchanged for it either. That's a Drake and a kill for free for our #1 seed.
And keep in mind, Mini did that without burning flash. So that's still available. That's still a big tool to get a different fight started for NRG if they want to flash and finally catch out Tomo. That is a significant shutdown you can grab there.
That's right. Now, I think even though that was an unfortunate loss for Winthrop, I think a lot of what's been working for them in the interim between these objective fights is still there. Barrack locking someone down with that Hextech Ultimatum, Wilson getting in there. That cease and desist, I think, is still a pretty winning strategy. Just the way Winthrop of kind of pairing off and getting these picks. So I think that's something they're just going to have to commit to for the next couple of minutes. And maybe this time it's not a dragon they can go for. Could be the Baron now that that's up for has been up for a while.
"24 minutes into this game, the gold is dead even. NRG have found a way to stop the dragon stacking. And they have even found a teamfight win in their favor. What do they got next? There's still a lot they need to be careful about when facing Winthrop, because Shogo's been a target, 5mini has been a target, Zamudo, time and time again. The gold leads he gets are instantly cut by Wilson's authority. That doesn't mean it's not all said and done. This is anyone's game at any given moment. Find the right engage. For NRG, it's get Tomo.
Right. Mikhails does help keep him up. I think that's why we saw the pressure onto Samikin. But you best believe 5mini, he's looking for that perfect flash combo that you highlighted, Eric. And that is going to break the game wide open.
And that's the gold lead tug of war that we're seeing. 5mini having the lead for his team in NRG. Now Malignant's done, has the rocket belt to help close the distance at the same time. 4-1 and 3 on the ante. Into Winthrop's Tomo. 2 minutes, 20 seconds before Dragon does come up. But here we go. Kizno going a little bit too far forward here. Tempered Fake goes out.
Flick.
The trap is down. The flick comes in and it pulls Kizno to his demise.
And it only cost them 1 ult. Yeah, if I'm Winthrop, we are sending it. At this point, like, do we not just ping the Baron? You have to play for turn if that's the case, but this is your opportunity to push for more. Get the bait and turn it into a fight. Oh, the fishing.
Oh, here we go. Wilson jumping in, followed through.
Yeah.
Ultimatum on the Shogo. Shogo's trying to escape. Barrack can't stay there for too long, though. Zamudo looking for an angle. Look how low Barrack is, but look at the opposite side of the fight. Ace in the hole goes out, does not find 5mini. Tomo's low, has to flash out. It's getting bad for the Eagles. They need a run. They need a get out of dodge. Tomo able to sidestep beautifully. More Mystic shots now coming in, looking for another one onto Wilson. Flash
Oh, they got
forward. 5mini finds his man, and Tomo goes down.
Patiently waiting, he finds his mark. They shut down Tomo, and now NRG are the ones who could push for the Baron. Health bars are low. It's a little scary, but their jungler is heading over to help secure it.
Spiga on the opposite end. NRG, they fought well, they fought hard, and now the reward is a Baron. Tempered Fate comes out, though. Wilson stepping up. Wilson's looking for an angle. You can get in. 4K health remains. Can Wilson get the steal? Ball breaker going out. It's blocked by the Crescent Guard. Wilson flashes over. Wilson steals it. Wilson gets the Baron. 5 minutes low. Samikin's looking to run out. He gets rocked by Samikin. Now Barrack fighting, holding the line. Gets snared up. Kizno gets the win, becomes lightning, but can't find the audacious charge. Too afraid to step up into the crosshairs of the Golden Eagles. When you need them the most, Wilson clutches the Baron.
Unbelievable. Kizno did his damnedest to keep him out of the pit, and Wilson flashes forward, blinking health bar, and he wins the Smite fight. Winthrop once again find themselves with an advantage.
Yeah, precision play, without a doubt, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, I cannot believe Wilson did that. He was denied by the Crescent Guard, flashes in anyway, and we are not done. Barrack going up to Zamudo, ace in the hole comes out. Samikin will secure the Scuttle Crab. NRG a little bit late to the objective means that Winthrop will get first touch on the river. This is Dragon Soul if Winthrop can secure it.
Remember, Wilson is still walking up right now, but it's looking like the pressure is there. NRG have to come through the bottom.
Come on.
Traps are laid
Kizno.
out. It's gonna
Watch
be a
out for
flip.
Kizno. Steps on a trap. Tempered Fate comes out. They can close it down right now. They can take it down right now. 5 minutes looking for an angle. Wants to find Tomo. It goes.
That's it.
Dragon Soul goes over to Winthrop. They're able to secure it. Kizno goes in. He's low. He's dead. Barrack takes him out. Sees an assist. Finds 5 minutes. Still jumping forward.
Barrack!
He's claiming everyone. The Golden Eagles look at the first seed, and they'll take them to the limit, destroying NRG and walking their way into the base.
Massive back-to-back fight win and 30-second spawn timers. Winthrop might have done it, Deserex. They have the wave. They have the Baron. They've taken down NRG.
Mobility asked for this. He wants to see Winthrop in the winners finals, and Winthrop deliver with the Nexus Tower going down. The first seed falls into the lower bracket, and the Golden Eagles will soar.
Soar all the way to the winners final, Eric. Top 3 for Winthrop University. This was the rebuild split. This was a split fresh off so many changes. A huge shift from the core that we knew and loved for Winthrop that found so much success, especially in the last year. And yet now, this is some of the best performance we've ever seen from this organization. Top 3 in the winners bracket, beating the 1 seed. What more could you ask for from a team so freshly coming together?
So freshly coming together. I really want to stress that fact. You look at Winthrop in week 1. It looked like they were so confused as to what their team identity was. But every week from there, we would see growth. We would see strides coming out from this team. And boy, did they begin to show up with Samikin feeling comfortable on these control mages, as we talked about in the post-game interviews that we had with him, with Wilson stepping up, with Tomo being this experience that he can give to the rest of the squad and still perform on a whole wealth of champions in the bottom lane. This team looks tremendous, and everything Winthrop were able to do today will get them into the top 3 of NACL Summer.
Seriously, an incredible performance, especially in this game where Winthrop, I mean, he shows you in the gold graph. NRG, they were finding wins, and they were finding a lot of them across the Rift. And I think they did a really great job for a lot of what we credit them for in the early game. Finding advantages through jungle and really shutting down what Wilson was able to do. Wilson was kind of looking like a bot in those first 10 minutes. But I'll tell you what, Eric, he made up for it and then some. Dude was a ganking machine. Post 15 minutes, he was finding play after play, syncing up with Samikin, with Tomo, with Barrick. It doesn't matter. If his teammate is there, he is setting up a kill. And that is how they very slowly got themselves into a position where Barrick, who was down most of the game, became very formidable. And how Tomo was able to get the triple kill that put him back in the game.
And this is where I really do want to bring it up again, man. Wilson, this was a player where we had asked, have we seen this man's ceiling? Is this as good as Wilson gets? No, it is not. It gets better. 2026 Wilson has been a thing to behold. And this game was a culmination of all that growth that he has shown. Coming down to, hey, my Caitlyn is struggling. Triple kill for the Caitlyn. Hey, Zamudo stomping Barrick. Well, now Barrick has a kill against Zamudo, and we'll run it back 2 more times. And to top it all off, when NRG are about to get Baron, Wilson says, that belongs to me. I really did love the play coming out of him. And this entire team, I mean, this is something that Mobility had called out, right? He said, I believe Winthrop is better than NRG. I know it's a sub-squad. Sushi does bring a lot to this squad. But, man, you know, we just talked about it a second ago, that Baron still, that's going to be our Phillips Norelco precision replay. Let's go ahead and pull that up, Pete.
Yeah, and I think the first time around, we didn't see the angle there. I want to watch Wilson on this one. Low health, you can see the way they are kind of coming at all angles here, but watch Wilson. Oh. He gets knocked back out by the Crescent Guard, commits the flash, and he wins the 50-50. And this is the angle where, of course, among many other things, wins Wilson, our MVP. An incredible ceiling from, once again, I'm going to keep talking about this as long as I'm on this show. A player who we thought we weren't going to see much more from. Shattered the ceiling we believed him to be underneath. To grow into such a formidable jungler in this league, to take it to the best we have in Kisno.
Taking out Kisno, taking out NRG, and doing it in style. The Lee Sin game was fantastic. Times where NRG thought they had a play made. It was Wilson to turn it around. This Vi game, fantastic as well. Every time NRG thought they had a play, it was Wilson to turn it around. So a well-deserved MVP for Wilson. I think this speaks a lot to the growth that you can find within the Tier 2 system and within the collegiate system, that just when you think the ceiling is met, you can still break through that. So I loved what we saw from Wilson, but now we have an interview. We got to change the subject. We're going to bring Tomo on to the broadcast for a winner's interview. Tomo, that's the first seed you just took out, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good. It's just a typical day for us, so.
So I kind of want to rewind to the start of the season. This was a team where very early on, it felt like Winthrop, you guys were going through some growing pains. So how did you guys refine throughout the regular season, going all the way up into this game, to look so good and take NRG down in the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the earlier weeks, we just didn't have practice with each other, and we didn't really realize what we were good at and like the strengths of each player. I think we were like experimenting on the meta a lot because, you know, with all the major bot lanes, I think everyone has like a different read on the game. And then we also have some newer players on the team, or I guess it's just Barrick really, but I think we helped him slot into the team and kind of like find his identity in the game. So I think just as the weeks went on, we're just like slowly getting better as a team individually as well.
It has very much shown, man. I mean, a lot of the growth this team has had it's been kind of awe-inspiring to see. But I want to talk about you a little bit. You did step in to the ADC role when I know you're doing a lot of the coaching behind the scenes at first for Winthrop University. So tell me what that transition was like.
Yeah, I mean, I was probably gonna continue coaching, but I think Mobility found an opportunity elsewhere, and I was just pretty much just called up to play, and I was like, yeah, I'll just play with the boys. But in terms of like going from coach back to playing, I think I think of the game more like holistically instead of just about bot lane. I think I play a pretty big role on my team in terms of like having good game flow and just always reminding people what like the threats are, how we can win, like what our win con is pretty much. So I think everyone in the team also is very willing to listen and play the way I want to, and I think obviously it's been working out, right? Like we just took down NRG.
Yeah, that's the honestly great example that it's been working out. Now, getting into that series, I want to talk about game number 2. B10 would be mad at me if I didn't ask this. It seemed like the vibes were still high at the end of game number 2, even with that loss, and even with that moment where you decided to steal Dragon from them with the deadly flourish on the Jhin. So talk to me about that, mostly just still smiling in defeat and then recuperating to face game number 3.
Yeah, I think game 2 was kind of me realizing that they're gonna just camp me for the rest of the series is how I felt. I wasn't too like upset or anything about the loss because I think maybe we had a bit of an issue in the draft phase. So I think the game was already going to be hard to begin with, and you know they played well. They didn't really give us much angles, but I did feel like they weren't like unbeatable or anything. So I think going to game 3, we just kind of locked in on like what we want to do. Like especially game 3, I know Shogo Shampoo isn't very, or how should I say it? I knew Shogo wasn't really too comfortable on Ezreal, so they kind of like try to gamble that I would take the Ezreal and they would play Caitlyn. That was my interpretation, and I think his Caitlyn's like he's much better at piloting Caitlyn than Ezreal, so I just like pick Caitlyn anyways and just put him on the Ezreal. We did kind of like limit test a bit in lane, but I think we were like having too much like confidence because they were laning count poorly, so we got a bit overzealous, but overall, is what it is.
Well, speaking of champions picked, I kind of want to go back to that game number 1. Somehow we ended up with a Kog'Maw on Shogo's side, and you guys went the Kalista Renata. So tell me about the call for that. I know that was a very dominating lane for you, where you kind of just took over and base checked the.
I mean, I also know that Shogo's most. Yeah, I also knew that I also knew that Shogo's most comfortable champ was probably Kalista. So I think going to the 4-5, it was a good angle to play, and a lot of the other champs were banned that I could just pick it like that. And I think they didn't really have a good response to the Kalista Renata. And we kind of just like slowly bled them out of the game. Like they really didn't really have that many options in the game. They're kind of just grouping and then see what happens. Nothing happens for them. We take Dragon, repeat every 5 minutes, and then we just slowly win the game.
And now, looking towards the future, your opponents will be Cupid. Before we even got to this game, we had a winner's interview with Mobility. Mobility fully believed that you guys were going to beat NRG today. So now that you're going against some Winthrop alumni, what are the thoughts going into that match?
I hope we'll have a fun series. I think they obviously deserve to be in the winter finals. I think they played really well against MU, and they have strong individual players. Let's see if we need jungler to come bot in the matchup, because it feels like Mobility will beat everyone in 2v2. So we'll see.
See, indeed. That's coming up next week. But for now, I want to ask, man, do you have any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Shout out Denethor. Congrats on LCS. Yeah, I wish them luck in Week 8 against Team Liquid. Yeah, shout out Denethor.
All right, shout out the old homie. Denethor, good luck, man. But also same to you, Tomo. Good luck in your upcoming winners finals. It was a well-fought victory. Great game to see, and I'm hoping for the best, man. You guys have a good one.
Yep. Take care.
All right. I like it. Right. We get the Mobility facing off against his own team in winners finals, and now both teams already locked into the top 3, which, one more team can slot in once they get through in that lower bracket, but have a fun interview right there, hearing about how this team, they just needed to get the reps in, and they were able to find themselves.
Yeah, I mean, every time not even just this split, this year that I've talked to Tails in those pre-game interviews, he's talked about how, it's a process. And there are growing pains, but they're always looking forward and focus on their goals, and less so the day-to-day results, and it's clearly netted them some very positive results, because they just knocked down NRG, our #1 seed, a team who, again, we were arguing we're going to win it all. And now they are the ones on their last life having to play through that lower bracket, while Winthrop go to face Cupid.
Now, the fortunate thing for NRG, Sushi's surgery, it should be a very quick recovery for him. Again, this was not like a life-threatening surgery thing. He's just, it's just something to kind of help out his day-to-day life, and we wish him a speedy recovery. But it will be speedy enough to get him into playing next week. So we will see Sushi again next week to try and bring out the best of NRG. But let's go ahead and pull up the bracket and take a look at the way things stand now. We got a battle of titans, the old gods versus the new, Conviction versus NRG. Contingent are going to try and continue their run, being those young guns. They can scrap out with anyone, and they'll have to do it against Maryville University. The upper bracket, we already talked about it enough, Cupid versus Winthrop University.
That's right. A lot of matches have already played out, but we still have so much to be excited about, especially that winners final on the 4th. Cupid versus Winthrop. See who is going to take our first spot in the grand finals, and of course, the very first spot from our NACL reps in the promotion relegation tournament to LCS.
And of course, another thing to keep you aware of, this is now best of 5s. There are no more best of 3s. It was only for the upper bracket early stages, because at that point, you just got to fight for your spot. It's the faster road anyway. If you're fighting for your life, it's a best of 5. And if you're in a winner's finals, it's best of 5. So now this is where teams are all going to go the distance to try and find victory. To take a look at next week's matches, I mean, I love each and every one of these. I think there's a great story for all of them. And it all starts with Conviction versus NRG. I do think that's a very compelling one, considering defending champions versus a team that's taken first 2 splits in a row.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting, too, for Conviction, who really finally woken up while they were facing elimination after losing their first round playoffs match. So now they're facing NRG, fresh off their loss here today. I think that one's going to be exciting. Of course, Contingent MU is going to be interesting, especially with Kaido versus Yuji now that he's back, and now that he has a game under his belt, some time to practice. Gotta imagine that's going to be exciting too.
Oh yeah. So at this point, I should probably start going through the list, man. First of all, a big shout out to all of our co-streamers. I really do value community when it comes to esports. I think it's very important. So that's why I support our co-streamers that are out there. Shonatone and Fondone, Illy Sweetheart, Aries, Raz as well. They're a big part of the community. Anyone who is even tweeting about NACL or watching the product, you help keep this product alive and keep the lifeline of North American talent flowing. Also, a quick apology to Luna. I'm sorry for the nickname. My bad. I saw a tweet a little bit earlier, and apparently I'm getting some hate. So it's Luna. It's Luna. A big shout out to production, Ligase, who run this, as well as staff for all the teams, all the players, all the coaches, and of course you guys for tuning into our ugly mugs. This is the last time I'm going to be on broadcast for summer playoffs, so this is my way of bidding farewell. I want to say a thank you to you, Beatdown, for being my Twix twin brother.
Oh, stop. I thank you too, Eric. It's been a good run, like I said. Maybe it's over. Maybe we'll Fast and Furious it during the promotion tournament. That's always my hope. One last ride or the 5th time or something like that. But it's been a blast, man. Always is. Always will be.
It has been a blast indeed. If you want to see more NACL, tune in next week. We got best of 5s and more teams on the precipice of making greatness. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you again on the NACL.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.